All right, this video is gonna be a little bit different. We're just gonna be studying and trying to create an offer for our AI business. Um, Using 100 million offers by Alex Ramosi. Just the problem that I've noticed is the offer is kind of commoditized now at this point. There's a lot of people offering AI agencies. There's a lot of people offering like AI what do you call it, receptionists or AI follow ups, and so kind of a problem, right? We're going to be selling AI and we're going to get a lot of price objections, or we might get a customer, a client, and he may want to leave our business because there's another agency that offers the same service but for a cheaper price, right? At that point, we're competing with price, and that's kind of lame. And so we're changing it up. We're changing up our offer. We're trying to fucking not be like the sea of AI agents. We want to be the top 1% of AI agencies, right? So we got to do our due diligence. We got to do our studying. And the reason for this too is I'm gonna start ad spend on January 2nd, and we're gonna need a good offer. We're gonna need a magic offer, a what is he? A grand slam offer, as Alex Ramosi would call it. And so I don't want to compete with these other motherfuckers doing like $1,000 upfront, $1,000 a month, like everybody else, right? Or like a retainer. Like, no, we need an offer that is outstanding and puts us in the category of one of one, and that's what we're aiming for. Max PRT is not like these other AI agencies. We're different, and we're gonna prove our worth. And so this is my notes so far. Currently, AI is commoditized. It's a race to the bottom. Clients may shop around. There's huge competition, and we need to stand out in value. Be category one of one. Make your offer a vacuum. Category of one. Goal is to decommoditize. They say yes at higher prices. Um, what are actually this is why it's better to have like a grand slam offer, because people say yes at higher prices. The click through rate goes up. We get more leads, we get more sales, and we can price higher. So everything goes up when you have a really good offer. Making meaning the offer is probably the highest leverage point of your business, and you get paid to get more customers. Because typical like agency work, right? Um, what was it? It was like what frick is the stats called? Those, it's like 0.5 to 1 on our on return on ad spend. So for every dollar you spend, you get 50 cents back, but because you're on a retainer, eventually the next month you start catching up. That's how typical agencies work. But when you have a grand slam offer, you're getting ROASs of like 5 plus 11, like in this example it's 11.2 to 1. At that point you're getting paid to cut customers. At that point you're literally removing the constraint of customer acquisition. And I was looking at some Alex Ramosi videos, and he's saying that like customer acquisition is typically the first part of a business that he's easily able to remove the constraints of. Where and then it starts getting more difficult is actually like fulfillment and the systems in place and leadership and team building. And like yeah, I'm gonna keep cold calling because I want to understand my market better. I need to get better at sales, but I'm taking a risk, and I'm going straight into ad spend on top of cold calling starting January 2nd. And so I want to get paid to fucking sell my shit, right? I want to get paid to put an offer up that is so compelling that people will buy it, and where I'm getting a 5 to 10x return on my money. And so that's what we're going to do. So on my calendar for today, my only goal is to get my offer locked in. And so we're on page 38 of this book. This video is gonna be a little bit different. It's literally just gonna be me studying, reading, and trying to apply all of this. Um, and yeah, see what happens. So right now, the best offer I have coming up, I'm only on page 38, right? I'm building it and making it better and moving as I keep going. It's $5,000 up front and 20 cents a minute. That's it. No monthly retainer, nothing else. We charge 5K up front and we charge 20 cents a minute on the calls. And in that way that we're making a shit ton of money up front, and we're actually able to maintain the clients and able to make a spread on those minutes, instead of a retainer, or instead of doing a what do you call it, revenue share. So that's what I have right now, but let's keep working and let's keep improving it. And yeah, it's also going to help me out because with the camera, I'm just going to have to force myself to think out loud, talk aloud, which will help me better extrapolate my ideas. So yeah, I'll get a good angle on this, like this. So I was just reading yesterday on order of importance, three levers of success. It's unlikely you're going to be in a dying market, like the newspaper example. I was basically saying that the most important factor is your market. And so it's diving now into the examples of picking your market. So then we're going to pick our offer afterwards. But it's saying how, like, if you had a hot dog stand, like, what's the number one thing you would guarantee to sell the most hot dogs? And it's not location, it's not price, it's not brand, it's a starving market. Because if there's people starving, your product can be shitty, your processes can be shitty. They're starving, they're gonna eat. And so that was his point with one of the most important levers is the market, and then it's offer strength, and then it's persuasion skills. The three levers on success. And then here are a few examples. Even if you have a bad offer and are bad at persuasion, you're going to make money if you're in a great market. If you're on a corner hawking hot dogs when the bars close up at 2 a.m. with mobs of starving drunk folks, you're going to sell out your hot dogs. And example number two. Most of us, if you are in a normal market and have a Grand Slam offer, great. You can make tons of money even if you're bad at persuasion. This is most people reading this book. That's why I wrote it, to help you maximize your success by learning to really build a Grand Slam offer. Example number three. Let's say you're in a normal market and have a normal offer. In order to be massively successful, you would have to be exceptionally good at persuasion. Then and only then will you succeed. With your persuasive skills serving as the function of your success, heck, many empires have been built by exceptional persuaders. It's just the hardest path to follow that requires the most effort and learning. Nailing your offer helps you shortcut this path to success. Otherwise, you will have a normal business that takes exceptional skill to be successful. Nothing wrong with that, but probably not what you signed up for. Commit to the niche. I have a saying when coaching entrepreneurs on picking their target market: don't make me niche slap you. What? Too often, a newer entrepreneur half heartedly tries one offer in one market. He doesn't make $1 million and mistakenly thinks this is a bad market. Most times, that's not actually the case. You just haven't found the Grand Slam offer yet to apply to the market. They think I'll switch from helping dentists to helping chiropractors. That's it. When in reality, both of those are normal markets that represent billions of dollars in revenue. Either would work, just not both. You must pick one. No one can serve two masters. It's a biblical quote. I have coined the term niche slap to remind entrepreneurs in my communities to commit once they pick. All businesses in all markets have unpleasant characteristics. The grass is never greener once you get to the other side. If you keep hopping from niche to niche, hoping that the market will solve your problem, you deserve to be niche slapped. Okay, don't switch niches. Commit to one, or you're gonna get niche slapped. You must stick with whatever you pick long enough to have trial and error. You will fail. In fact, you will fail until you succeed. But you will fail far longer if you keep changing who you market to. Because you must start over from the beginning each time. So pick, then commit. The other person to commit to the niche is because of how much more you will make. Simply put, niching down will make you far more money. Riches are in the niches. Author note: when to broaden, advice for most people. For most, if you're under 10 million per year, niching down will make you more money. After that, it will depend on how narrow the niche is, or what is called TAM, total addressable market. A business can really only grow to meet the total addressable market. That being said, for most people, getting 10 million per year is already a top 0.4% achievement. Only 1 in 250 businesses achieve this. So for 99.6% of readers below 10 million per year, it's almost always easier to serve fewer clients more narrowly. But if you want to go beyond that, you may, depending on the size of your TAM. Have to broaden your audience by going up market, down market, or into an adjacent market where existing services can provide value. For context, many companies expanded to $30 million per year plus serving a single niche: chiropractors, gyms, plumbers, solar roofers, salon owners. If you are at 1 million, 3 million, thinking you have capped and must expand, you are wrong. You just need to be better. So really, once you're past until you're past 10 million, it's kind of pointless to sideswipe niches. Stay in same niche till 10 mil. Also, this is agua de pepino con limon. When I truly grasped how much profit I was leaving on the table, it changed my life. It was what took me from doing acquisition for anyone to teaching it to a specific avatar. In my instance, I decided on a micro gym owner with 100 members, assigned lease, at least one employee, and wanted to help clients lose weight. That's pretty specific compared to small business owners or anyone who will pay me, which is common. And I was very specific in that business gym launch. We turned down and still do anyone who is not that avatar. That means no personal trainers, no online coaches, etc. Could I have helped them? Of course I could have. I mean, heck, the majority of our portfolio is comprised of non gym companies. But in order to maintain product focus and high converting messaging, knowing exactly who the product was for was a game changer. It helped us to know exactly who we were speaking to at all times and exactly whose problems we were solving. But simplicity and ease may not be enough to sway you. So let me illustrate why honoring in one niche will make you more money. Why honing in one niche. You can literally charge 100 times more for the exact same product. What? Okay. Bullshit? Or no? Dan Kennedy was the first person to illustrate this for me. I will do my best to pass on a torch to you in these pages. Time management, 19 bucks. Time management for sales professionals, 99 bucks. Time management for outbound B2B sales, 499. Time management for outbound B2B power tools and gardening sales reps. Okay. Okay, dude, that makes sense. How many are there? Dan Kennedy taught me this and changed my life forever. Let's say you sold a generic course on time management. Unless you were some massive time management guru with a compelling or unique story, so it'd be unlikely it would turn into anything significant. What do you think yet another time management course is valued at? $19, $29? Sure. Nothing to write home about. Now we unleash the power of niche pricing in various stages on your product. So let's imagine you make the product more specific, keeping the same principles and call it time management for sales professionals. All of a sudden, this course is for a more specific type of person. We could tie their increase to even one more sale or one more deal, and it would be worth more. So let's go down another level, niching and call our product time management for B2B outbound sales reps. Following the same principles of specificity, now we have our salespeople probably have very experienced deals and commissions. A single sale would easily net the salesman $500 or more, so it'd be easy to justify a $499 price tag. This is already 25x increase in price for almost an identical product. I would stop here, but I'm going to go one step further. Let's just niche down one last level. Time management for B2B outbound power tools and gardening sales reps. I didn't even know it was a niche. Who sells gardening tools? That's interesting. Think about it a second. For if you were a power tools outbound sales rep, you would think to yourself, this is made exactly for me and will happily fork over maybe $1,000 to $2,000 for a time management program that could help you achieve your goal. The actual prices of the program may be the same as a generic $19 course, but since they have been applied and the sales messaging could speak so much to this avatar, they will find it more compelling and get more value from it in a real way. This concept applies to anything you decide to do. You want to be the guy who services this type of person or solves this type of problem. And even more niched, I solve this type of problem for this specific type of person in this unique counterintuitive way that reverses their deepest fear. Riches in the niches. You can charge 100x more. That's why a fitness program for generic weight loss may be priced at only $19, While fitness program designed and marketed only to shift nurses might be priced at 1997, even though the core of the program is likely similar. Eat less, move more. End result, the market matters, your niche matters, and if you can sell the same product for 100x the price, should you? I'll let you decide. Wow, dude. The purpose of this chapter is to reinforce two things. First, don't pick a bad market. Normal markets are fine, great markets are great. Second, once you pick, commit to it until you figure it out. If you try 100 offers, I promise you will succeed. Most people never try anything. Others fail once, then give up. It takes resilience to succeed. Stop personalizing. It's not about you. If your offer doesn't work, it doesn't mean you suck. It means your offer sucks. Big difference. You only suck if you stop trying. So try again. You'll never become world class if you stop after a failed attempt. Don't become personally attached to your offer. Big difference. You only suck if you stop trying. So try again. You'll never be world class if you stop after a failed attempt. If you find a crazy good market, ride it and ride it hard. Pause. And if you pair a grand slam offer of a crazy market, you'll likely never need to work again seriously. So have the skill set, the ability to accurately assess markets by taking into account pain, money, targeting, and growth in your back pocket, so when lightning strikes, you can make sure it strikes twice. Having established how to nail market, let's get back to pricing. The first step to making crazy money is charging premium prices. And then just make sure we watch the training video on this. Course modules, pricing markets.
What's going on, everyone? My name is Alex Ramosi. I'm the CEO of Acquisition.com. We own a portfolio of companies, and we work with $3 to $10 million companies to help them, at minimum, $3 to $10 million, to help them scale and exit in 3 to 5 years so that they never have to make another dollar again. The reason for this training is for everyone who's less than $3 million a year. I want to help you get there so that maybe someday we could work together. And at the very least, I just want to provide you value. So the first component of figuring out whether or not your stuff is converting is understanding who you're talking to. And so the first part of this is starving crowd. And this is a number of trainings that I'm putting together for everyone that's available on acquisition.com. You can go there and get all the trainings for free. All right. So let's dive into this puppy. So the offer that you have might not be converting because you might be in the wrong market. So you might have a great offer, but you just put in the wrong market. So this is kind of the first thing we have to look at in a business, right, that I'm working with. So here's exactly how you pick the right market. There's 4 pieces of this. One is the levers of success. These are the things that are going to make or break you in this process. The next is the 4 variables that I look at when I'm picking a market to say whether I want to get into this business or I want to get into this market or not. The third is 3 main markets that exist and how to find your sub-market within those. And then finally, the riches are in the niches, which is why niching is so important, especially if you're below 3 million or really even below 10 million, why niching is so important for you to be successful. All right. So let's start with the 3 levers of success. So there's 3 pieces to this that will make you successful, and the first one is the most important, and then if this one checks off, we go to the second one. If that one checks off, you go to the third one. And so the first is the actual market itself. And what I mean by that is, if you're selling toilet paper during COVID, then you're probably don't have to have any other skills besides actually just having toilet paper. It was kind of like when masks exploded at the beginning of COVID. Like if you just had them, you were going to sell out, right? And so there are markets that are like that, where the demand to supply curve is so one-sided that it doesn't really take anything to be successful besides having a pulse, right? Now, most of us are not in one of these markets, but if you are, then kudos, and just stop the video right now and keep doing what you're doing. But it's good to at least understand the different dynamics between marketplaces. And so the way I see each of these 3 variables is you have like a plus, a neutral, or a negative. As long as you're either a plus or neutral, then you can move on to the next part of this equation, all right? which is going to be your offer itself, right?
Hello?
What's going on, everyone? My name is Alex Shamo. Success. So there's three pieces to this that will make you successful, and the first one is the most important, and then if this one checks off, we go to the second one. If that one checks off, you go to the third one. And so the first is the actual market itself. And what I mean by that is, if you're selling if you're selling toilet paper during COVID, then you're probably don't have to have any other skills besides actually just having toilet paper. It was kind of like when masks exploded at the beginning of COVID. Like if you just had them, you were going to sell out, right? And so there are markets that are like that, where the demand to supply curve is so one-sided that it doesn't really take anything to be successful besides having a pulse, right? Now, most of us are not in one of these markets, but if you are, then kudos, and just stop the video right now and keep doing what you're doing. But it's good to at least understand the different dynamics between marketplaces. And so the way I see each of these three variables is you have like a plus, a neutral, or a negative. As long as you're either a plus or neutral, then you can move on to the next part of this equation, all right? Which is going to be your offer itself.
So I guess the video just breaks right there. Shit.
All right. So those are the three levers of success. Just
There we go.
the context and the frame for what we're going to go into. So these are the four variables I look at when I'm picking a marketplace. The first is that the customers have to be absolute pain, right? I don't want something that's just convenient or a nice to have. I want something that they absolutely desperately need. All right. As an example, if I were selling hot dogs at right at 2 a.m. as the bars let out in a college town, I'm probably going to do pretty well, right? I've got a starving crowd, quite literally. All right. The next thing I'm looking at is purchasing power, which is do these people that I'm looking to sell to, do they have money? I had a good friend of mine was really good at proving resumes, right? And so he made this offer. It was a really good offer to job seekers, and so it was people who were unemployed. What he found out soon was he's like, no one can afford my services, and it was just kind of ironic because that's who he's going after. Not to say that the unemployment market is something that you couldn't go after. It's just that at least the way that he was approaching it and where he was finding them, those people were all on unemployment, didn't have any money, and so they couldn't afford his services. And so that's why the second thing that I look at is purchasing power. Do these people have money, right? Third is, are they easy to target, right? Because it's great to have an avatar that you're going after, but if I don't have a way to easily target them on a platform where they have associations they belong to, or lists that I can rent, or other people who already have aggregated these pools of attention together, then it's going to be really difficult to market to them. Like, for example, if I'm trying to market to doctors, and only way that I have to reach people is nurses, well, then my offer is going to fall on deaf ears, and it's not going to work, right? Not to say that's as an example. There's obviously really easy ways to target doctors, but you just need to know how to target those people. Now, I can't target them. I don't pick that. I don't go after that market, all right? And then finally is I want something that's growing, all right? So a good friend of mine owned a company, actually still owns a company, that was a software company that provided advertising services to newspapers, local newspapers. And the problem, and it's so funny because he's such a good entrepreneur, he's a crazy good entrepreneur. And he called me up and he was like, hey man, like I can't figure out why this isn't working, right? He had a really good offer. It was a performance-based offer. It was zero down. It was a rev share based on the revenue he made. So, I mean, it's a super easy offer to sell. All of these things, and he had a good revenue model behind it. But the problem was just the big obvious thing, and that's why sometimes it's good to have outside advisors or other people to just bounce things off of, which is like, dude, you're selling newspapers, and just so you guys know, newspapers shrink at 25% annually for the last 9 years. 25%, that's compounding. So it's literally reverse, like terrible shrinkage in the marketplace. That means it cuts in half every like 3 years, which is really not good. So even if he were growing at 25% a year, he would literally only be staying the same because he has to combat the fact that the marketplace is shrinking. All right. And so those are the four components. One is the pain. I want to make sure that they desperately want what I have. Two, they have the money to afford it. Three, I can find them easily, and that they are growing. And so is what I'm going to look at, and if I can't find one of those things, I'm going to try and find a place or a market that meets all four of those variables. All right, so we have the three levers of success. As long as we realize the market is the most important part, offer is the second most important part. These are the four variables that I do to pick a market. And then you're like, okay, well, what markets exist? All right, so there's three main markets. Right, you've got health, wealth, and relationships, and if you think about those, that's kind of like the three core problems of the human condition, right? We want to have money, we want to be loved, and we want to be healthy, right? Those are kind of the three big things. Now, when you look at those markets, those are the main markets, all right? Everything kind of exists within one of those three buckets. If you think about it, that's just about everything that's out there, right? And so what you want to do is you want to help a unique avatar solve a specific problem in a unique way that reverses their biggest objection. And so that's how I like to think about it. I'll say it again. I help a unique avatar, so a very specific person, solve a very specific problem in a unique way that overcomes their biggest objection or worry. All right. And so by doing that, we are positioned in a unique way in their mind. They're like, oh, well, this is for me, because they're going to hear that it's about them, and it solves this very specific thing that I know, that I understand. But wait, is it going to be one of those? No, they do it in a unique way that solves my objection, right? And you can think about how that works from a persuasive standpoint. Now, within each of these markets are sub-markets, right? So within wealth, you could be helping people find real estate investments. You could help people with the stock market. You could help people advertise. You could help people build sales teams. You could help people create offers. You could help people do a variety of things that are going to ultimately make them more money, all right? Within health, it could be, you help people through nutrition-based interventions. You can help, and that's obviously just one sub-bucket. You would have tons of sub-buckets underneath that. You've got keto, intermittent fasting, Weight Watchers with the number system, Nutrisystem with meals that get sent to them. There's all these different ways of solving the same problem, right? Which oftentimes all we need to do is just repackage what they're already doing so that we can ultimately sell stuff, all right? Now, I'll go back there real quick. When we're looking at this, wealth is going to be B and B2C. So B2C wealth would be targeting normal consumers and helping them make money. So that might be a new business opportunity, or it might be a job opportunity, or learning a skill that allows them to get a higher paying job. That would be considered wealth for B2C. B2B is targeting existing businesses and trying to make them more money from their existing business, right? That's market type, like anything that's marketing related, anything, even IT services indirectly is wealth related, right? Because what you're doing is you're indirectly improving, their backend system so that they can make more money, right? So when we're always thinking about this, it's like what's the so that they can, right? We're doing this so that they can make more money. We're going to do this relationship stuff so that they can have more love and not feel alone, right? And then health, again, is B2C. So most health products, with the exception of like corporate fitness, is going to be B2C. Almost all relationship stuff, you're not selling relationships with the businesses, except, because even if you sell anything to a business that was like, hey, we'll help the founders talk to each other better communication, that's still going to fall under wealth because it's going to make them more money, right? And so these are the three larger markets. You need to find your sub-market underneath of that, which is going to be your unique way of targeting a specific avatar, solving a specific problem of theirs in a unique way that solves their biggest obstacle, all right? So those are the three main markets and how to look for your sub-market, all right? Now, the reason that the sub-market is so important is this fourth point, which is that the riches are in the niches. And I'm gonna explain this with a visual that I first heard from Dan Kennedy, and it was really just eye-opening for me. It really changed my life, and so I'll share it with you right now. And if you like more of this stuff, by the way, I'll just pause. You can go to acquisition.com. I have free trainings. I'm continuing to release more books and courses on this stuff for you guys at cost, because I just want people to be wealthy and successful. And my very transparent goal is that you build your business from nothing to $3 million a year, and then you call me up and say, hey, I used all your free stuff. I didn't have to buy anyone's stuff, and I was successful, and I want to go to 30 million. And then I'd be happy to take the call. So what do we have here? So you've got your product, you've got your price, and I want to show you what this looks like. So let's say that you had a generic time management course. All right, this is going to really drive this point home for you. Let's say you had a generic time management course, and let's be honest, if you were at Barnes & Noble's and you're looking at a time management course, it might sell for, $19, right? Just a thing or a booklet on time management, right? Very straightforward, all right? And that's because it targets everyone, right? And so as a result, there's no unique avatar. There's no unique process in it whatsoever. It's just generic. And so that is why it has to be priced this way, right? Now, let's say that we then took the same course and just changed the language inside of the course. Same core thing, right? And we changed it to time management for sales professionals, all right? This is much more interesting now. And in our sales messaging, we can talk about more specifically the problems it's going to solve for them in the actual product itself. We can talk about, hey, this is going to help you make one more sale or two more sales just by being more efficient with your time. All of a sudden, now this is the same course, more or less, just now sold for $99. Huh, that's cool. Now let's look at the next one. Let's say we niche down even further, right? We say time management for outbound B2B sales. Huh, well, if I'm an outbound B2B sales rep, I'm like, wow, this is really specific for me. It's $500. I mean, I would consider this. I mean, I do one deal and I'm gonna make this money back, right? And so I'm definitely gonna get my ROI on this thing, right? But notice we've already gone from $19 to $500. This is already just the main course. But let's just see how much further we can even take this thing. So let's say I had a course. It was time managed for outbound B2B power tools and gardening sales reps. All right, and I could sell this for $2,000 because think about this. If you were an outbound B2B sales rep for power tools and gardening, right? You'd be like, this thing is literally made just for me. Like, there's nothing else on the market that's like this. Category of one. And as a result, it's going to be made specifically for me and solve my problems in a unique way that'll overcome my biggest obstacles that they know because that is who I am, right? And so we went from a $19 price to a 1997 price, as in $2,000, all right? And so we literally just 100x'd the price of the product that we have simply by niching down. And that is why they say the riches are in the niches. All right, that's why this is so important. And from a selling perspective, it also makes it significantly easier because the messaging in your copy and your advertising, all that stuff is going to be specific to that avatar. All right, and so same product, 100 times the price. That is the power of niching. All right, and so reason, like I said, is so probably you can be so specific. All right, and so I like to say this because I think this is a nice soundbite that you can always remember: is that the goal of great writing is for the reader to understand. The goal of great copy is for the prospect to feel understood. That's the difference. When you're trying to persuade, you're not trying to teach. You're trying to get them to feel understood, because the better you can articulate their situation and their problems, and if you can say what they are suffering from better than they can, then they will automatically believe that if you can articulate their problems better, you can also articulate the solutions to their problems better than they probably have thought of. And as a result, you will be an expert at solving their problem and justify the price that is probably significantly more because it's made specifically for them. All right, so that is the power of niching down and why it's so important. So if right now your offer is not converting, it may be because you're not in the right market. And so one, the 3 levers of success, we went over that. 2, we went over the 4 variables that I look at when I'm picking a market. So I want them to be in pain, I want them to have purchasing power, I want them to be easy to find, and I want them to be growing. The 3 main markets that exist, and then you have to find a sub-market, which is going to be health, wealth, and relationships, right? Overall, there's going to be the 3 bigger ones. And then we need to do that sub-market and really niche down because it's going to allow us to be competing in a category of one. Or realistically, if you're trying to compete against mass market, there are massive, massive, massive companies that already exist there and occupy that space. It's very difficult to dethrone them, right? Whereas if you can niche down, niche down, niche down, then it would be easier for you to make a compelling argument that you can solve this specific person's problem better than a generic solution, a commoditized solution. And as a result, you'll be able to spend more targeted ad dollars, more specific ways of reaching out to customers with specific messaging at higher price points and make a good profit and build a business around it. All right, so those are the 4 things that I look at when I'm as step number 1 is finding a starving crowd. All right, and so in the next video, what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you how to charge what it's worth. All right, so I'm going to go through that in the next video. Hope you enjoyed this. Go ahead, acquisition.com. If you want more free stuff, it's all there for you. Keep being awesome. I'll see you in the next video.
Okay, I'm gonna make a coffee, go to the bathroom, or when they come back, I'm gonna enter the next chapter. Might have to pick our niche right now, so I already have an idea though. All right, we're back at it. Let me know if you guys like these kind of videos, by the way. Like where I do some work, some studying and try to apply it to my business and talk aloud about what I'm thinking and where we're heading and all that good stuff. But yeah, then I'm gonna put some music on real quick. Got my coffee. See where we're at. So we left off with the three levers of success, which is number one is the market, number two is the offer strength, and number three is persuasion skills. Give an example how in a starving market like during COVID you could sell masks or toilet paper, or in a starving audience you can sell hot dogs, and how with a starving market it doesn't matter what you're selling or how you're selling, the quality of what you're selling, your persuasion skills, people will fucking buy. And picking the correct market is probably one of the biggest levers for success. Next being the offer, and next being persuasion. Then the four variables to pick markets, which is pain, purchasing power, easy to target, and growing market. Your market has to feel the pain. They have to have the money to even buy a service, right? Listed example of like broke people who don't have a job. I mean, people who are looking for a job and trying to sell them like a resume service, like they most likely can't afford the resume service, so it doesn't even make sense. Number three is easy to target. It has to be a specific ICP, ideal customer profile. You won't be able to find the customer. And number four is a growing market. And give an example of newspapers. This guy had an amazing idea, an amazing offer, but the market was dying, so it was impossible. There's three main markets: health, wealth, and relationships. And so far what I have and what I think my market is going to be is plumbers. Plumbers who are missing calls every single day, and we make them more money. That's what we do. So the better you can articulate the problem, you can better solve their problems. And what I found from plumbers, so I call roofers, plumbers, HVAC, detailers, some more. And for plumbers, like a big problem that I've seen, at least what I've heard from the market, is they get a shit ton of spam calls when there's only a couple real customers. But sometimes when they're on the phone with the customer, someone else might be calling them, and it's very frustrating. Or they might even get calls at 2 a.m., 12 p.m. and miss business, because in the nature of a plumber's job, there's a lot of emergency jobs that happen. There's a lot of like toilet blows fucking up and it's spurting everywhere, right? So my next step here is I'm gonna check how the plumber's market is. Give me an analysis of the plumber business owner market in the USA. What's the TAM, and is it shrinking or growing? Because it might be actually shrinking.
If I smack the shit,
Oh, it's embarrassing, guys.
if I smack the shit out of you right.
So there's 132,000 plumbing businesses worldwide. Wow. It's actually growing. There's employment growth for plumbers, pipe fitters, and steam fitters. About 44,000 openings a year, largely from replacement retirements. The market is structurally supported, but it's cynical with construction/housing and constrained by labor availability. Okay, I think I kind of confirmed it. We're going with plumbers, guys, for now. Not for now, for the next month, because I plan on doing $50 a day on ad spend as I'm doing my cold calling. So I'm going to be heavy on the market, on the field. I'm going to be listening to their pains, their objections. I'm going to be understanding plumbers at a very intimate level. No diddy. But we're going to be finding out what's up with them, on top of spending $50 a day on ad spend. And so we're going to be seeing different angles, what I'm listening on calls. Maybe I could try new media, like different type of copy, different understanding of pain, and seeing the response on on the ad spend, getting on the meetings, seeing what the meetings are like, why people are picking the calls. Right, we're gonna be collecting a lot of fucking data, guys. Starting January 2nd, we're going balls to the wall. And we're gonna be receiving a lot of data on our offer, which is AI, right? And we're our specific audience most likely will be plumbers. It might change. I'm not sure by the time I'm finish reading this book. But that's the plan right now, which is going balls to the wall in January 2nd. After everyone's done digging around, right? New Year's Eve, and people are getting back into quarter one. They're making more money. Things are flowing again. We're hammering the market, and that's what's gonna be going down. Okay, charge as high as a price you can and stay out loud without cracking a smile. All I could see was black. My eyes felt glued shut. I was awake, but the fatigue in my temples felt like a 5-pound weight was duct taped to my skull. Dragging my eyelids back down, I had to concentrate forcibly to open them. The details of the dimly lit room beamed in. I rolled over to the edge of the hotel room bed, feeling each and every muscle in my body as my weight shifted, hunched on my side. I could see my clothes scattered on the floor. I was so beat the night before that I didn't even remember taking them off. I had just finished a 5-day gauntlet of keynote after keynote presentation. 2 days of presentations for our highest level clients, immediately followed by spending 2 days planning for our entire company, 135 plus employees. I had missed a FaceTime call from my father the day before. I don't have anything on my agenda for the morning, so I quickly got up, slid into a hoodie and some sweats, and walked into the hotel hallway to call him back. After initial pleasantries, he immediately dove into why he was calling parental concern. I saw the picture he posted of all your clients, he said, but in an unusually concerned tone. I thought the event was for all your highest paying clients. I didn't know it was a big event. It looked like you had 1,000 people there. Alone in the hallway and struggling to shake the heavy weight of exhaustion still, I tried to gauge where his concern was coming from and what he was getting at. I had explained this all to him already. It was only for our highest levels client. That wasn't all our clients. I said, just the ones who pay $42,000 a year, our gym lords, like I told you. Every single person in that picture paid you $42K? He sounded almost frightened at the idea. Yeah, wild, right? My voice was hoarse from days of speaking in thousands of 20-second conversations. Is it legal what you're doing? He asked. Wow, that escalated quickly. I thought to myself, do they know they're paying you that much? Yes, it's legal, and of course you know. It's not like magically siphoning money. That's a lot of money. I hope what you're giving them is worth it. I contemplated whether it was worth the effort to dive into this or just ignore it. But knowing this was going to be a thing, I took a deep breath and began to explain. If I make you $239,000 extra this year, would you pay me 42 grand? I asked, using 239 grand because it was the average increase in top line revenue of a gym using our systems for 11 months. How much of the 42 grand would I have to pay you up front? Nothing, just pay me as you start making the money using the system. I watched it click. My dad got it. Oh, he said, well then yeah, I would do it, and that's why they do it too. Making shitloads of money breaks people's minds. It literally stretches their minds so far past what they believe is possible. They assume you are doing something wrong or illegal. They literally can't even. Why? Because they think to themselves, they can't be that much smarter than me or work that much harder than me. So how is it possible for them to make 1,000 times more than me? Enough money that would take me literally 10 lifetimes to make what they make in a year. In the 3 years leading up to me writing this book, I took home over $1.2 million a month in profit every single month. That's more than the compensation for the CEOs of Ford, McDonald's, Motorola, Yahoo combined every year as a kid in his 20s. It angers those who believe life isn't fair. It confuses others who cannot comprehend and believe there must have been a mistake, and it inspires a select few who are bound for greatness. I hope that you are in the last category because that is who I am writing this for. You can do this. You just need to learn how, and I'm going to show you. God, dude, it's a good book, dude. He knows his target audience, man. Price to value discrepancy. I hope what you're giving them is worth it. Those words will probably sting for most, but what my dad said to me, I just knew he didn't understand the value we were providing. What I want to show you is how to create and communicate value, aka the worthiness of an offer. In order to understand how to make a compelling offer, you must understand value. The reason people buy anything is to get a deal. They believe what they are getting, value, is worth more than what they are giving in exchange for it, price. The moment the value they receive dips below what they are paying, they stop buying from you. This price to value discrepancy is what you need to avoid at all costs. After all, as Warren Buffett said, price is what you pay, value is what you get. The simplest way to increase the gap between the price to value is by lowering the price. It's also most of the time the wrong decision for the business. Getting people to buy is not the objective of a business. Making money is. And lowering price is a one-way road to destruction for most. You can only go down to $0, but you can go infinitely high in the other direction. So unless you have a revolutionary way of decreasing your cost to a tenth compared to your competition, don't compete on price. As Dan Kennedy said, there is no strategic benefit to being the second cheapest in the marketplace, but there is for being the most expensive. Don't compete on price. I want to use that. I'm around to brain that in my memory. So if I'm ever on my sales calls, I know I will be, because I'm going to price my shit a good amount of money. And if someone asks me, I'm going to tell them, like, they're, dude, why is it so expensive? Like, I don't compete on price. Just like very straight up, and explain the value of this, because the way I'm going to price this, like, the value is going to be immeasurable. You guys will see. I don't even know if I should leak that. What if someone just steals my offer? What if by chance, like, this actually does work? It will work. Not actually. I'm making this shit work, bro. Cause, yeah, we got no other choice. But let's say, like, January takes off and we're booking a shit ton of calls and we're closing a ton of deals because the offer is really good. I don't know if I want to leak it, guys. So the goal of our Grand Slam offer will be to get more people to say yes at a higher price by increasing our value to play. So the goal of our Grand Slam offer will be to get more people to say yes at a higher price by increasing our value to price discrepancy. In other words, we will raise our price only after we have sufficiently increased our value. This way, they can still get a great deal. Think buying $100,000 of value for 10 grand. It's money at a discount. Bonus tutorial and free download. Charge what it's worth. If you want to know how I create value discrepancies for B2B or B2C products, go to acquisition.com courses and then watch Charge What It's Worth. It's for a short video tutorial. My goal is to gain your trust and deliver it absolutely free. Let's watch that. Let's finish the chapter first. Yeah, let's finish the chapter first. Why you should charge so money, it hurts. Most business owners are not competing on price or value. In fact, they're not actually competing on anything at all. Their pricing process typically goes something like this. Look at marketplace, see what everyone else offers, take the average, go slightly below to remain competitive, provide what their competitors offer with a little more, end up at a value proposition of more or less. Dude, that's what everyone is doing. And the big secret, those competitors they are copying are dead broke, so why on earth copy them? Pricing where the market is means you're pricing for market efficiency. Over time, in an efficient marketplace, more competitors enter, offering a little more for a little less, until eventually no one could provide any more for any less. At this point, a market research reaches perfect efficiency, and the business owners participating make just enough at the end of the month to keep going. The bottom of 10-20% of operators get washed out or lose the will to fight. Then fresh business owners enter with no idea and repeat the process of their forefathers, and around they go. Wow. In plain words, pricing this way means you are providing a service at just above what it costs for you to stay above water. We are not trying to stay barely above water. We are trying to make egregious amounts of money that will have your relatives asking if what you are doing is legal. Again, we're not trying to get the most customers. We are trying to make the most money. That being said, since there's no strategic benefit to being the second lowest price player in the marketplace, allow me to give you a brief overview of why I see premium pricing as not only a very smart business decision, but a moral one. Furthermore, it's the only choice that will allow you to truly provide the most value, a unique and strong position in the marketplace. Let me introduce you to the virtuous cycle of price. So it says right here, as your price goes down, your clients are less emotionally invested, less value they receive, less results, less demanding. More demanding and less revenue. While you increase your price, they have a larger emotional investment, they have larger perceived value of your product, they have more results, they have less demandings, and they increase the revenue for fulfillment per customer. And your business will increase in profit, increase in perceived value of self, perception of impact results increase, service levels increase, and sales team conviction increases. I have used this framework in most of the materials I release because it needs to be consistently reinforced. The forces of the marketplace will grate on your belief system. You must stay strong and ignore them. Here's the basic premise of why you need to charge a premium if you want to best serve your customer. When you decrease your price, you decrease your client's emotional investment since it doesn't cost them much. Decrease your client's perceived value of your service since it can't be that good if it's so cheap or priced the same as everyone else. You attract the worst clients who are never satisfied until your service is free. Destroy any margin you have left to be able to actually provide an exponential experience. Okay, I had to check this real quick, sorry. Okay, back to it. Attract the worst clients who are never satisfied until your service is free. Destroy any margin you have left to be able to actually provide an exceptional experience. Hire the best people, invest in your people, pamper your clients, invest in growth, invest in more locations or more scale, and everything else that you have hoped in the goal of helping more people solve whatever problem is you solve. In essence, your world sucks, and to make matters worse, your service probably sucks because you are squeezing blood from the proverbial stone. There's just not enough money left over to make something exceptional. As a result, you fall in line with the armies of average businesses that race to the bottom. I've lived that life, it's terrible. If you love your customers and your employees, please stop shortchanging them when there is a better way. Here's the reverse. This is what happens when you raise your prices. When you raise your prices, you increase your client's emotional investment, you increase the perceived value of your service, you increase your client's results because they value your service and are invested. They attract the best clients who are the easiest to satisfy and actually cost less to fulfill, and who are most likely to actually receive and perceive the most relative value. Multiply your margin because you have money to invest systems to create efficiency. Smart people improved customer experience, scale your business, and most importantly of all, to keep watching the number in your personal bank account go up month after month, even with reinvesting in your business. This allows you to ultimately enjoy the process for the long haul and help more people as you grow, rather than burning out and shriveling into obscurity. To swing the argument even further in favor of higher prices, here are a few interesting concepts. When you raise your price, you increase the value the consumer receives without changing anything else about your product. Wait, what? Yes? Higher prices means higher value, literally. In the blind taste test, researchers asked consumers to rate 3 wines: a low-priced wine, a medium-priced wine, and an expensive wine. Throughout the study, the participants rated the wines with the price visible. They rated them unsurprisingly in order of their price, with the most expensive being the best, the second most expensive being the second best, and the third cheapest option being rated as cheap wine. What the tasters did not know is that the researchers gave them the exact same wine all 3 times. Yes, the tasters reported a wide discrepancy between the high-priced wine and a cheap wine. This has deep implications for a direct relationship between value and price. In essence, raising your prices can directly enhance the value you provide. What's more, the higher the price, the more allure your product or service has. People want to buy expensive things. They just need a reason. And the goal isn't just to be slightly above the market price. The goal is to be a much higher than a consumer thinks to themselves. This is so much more expensive. There must be something entirely different going on here. That is how you create a category of one. In this new perceived marketplace, you are a monopoly and can make monopoly profits. That is the point. One final point I want to drive home. If you offer a service where a customer must do something in order to achieve the results or solve the problem you say you solve, they must be invested. The more invested they are, the more likely they are to achieve a positive result. Therefore, it follows that if you care about your customers, you should get them as invested as humanly possible. Ideally, this means pricing your services or products in such a way that it stings a little when they buy. That sting will force and focus their attention and their investment in your product or service. Those who pay the most attention. And if your customers are most adherent and follow through, and if they achieve better results with your service than your competitors, then you are in a very real way providing more value than anyone else. This is how you win. But I know this isn't easy and it shouldn't be. Your product must deliver. So many wish to shortcut the real work. Do that and you will fail. In the real world, to have the gonids to charge big ticket prices, you must outwork your self-doubt. You must be so confident in your delivery because you have done it so many times that you know that the person will succeed. Experience is what gives you the conviction to ask for someone's entire year's salary as payment. You must believe so deeply in your solution that when you look at yourself in the mirror at night alone, your conviction remains unshakable. So let me bring this section home with my personal experience. My first niche consulting business, Gym Launch, I teach gym owners a better business model. Before productizing my consulting services, I flew out to 33 gyms in 18 months to do full turnarounds. We would fly out, fix everything in a gym, and relaunch it in 21 days. We would average an increase in 42,000 in additional sales in 21 days. It was mild. My fee was 100% of revenue I would bring in. Wow. At our peak, we were turning around 8 gyms a month. This quickly became a logistical nightmare. After the wear of terror living in motels month after month, I thought to myself, there has to be a better way to do this. One month, there was a gym where we scheduled to go fly out, but I simply didn't want to do it, so I told him we were going to cancel the engagement. The gym owner practically threatened me to help him. So I said I would help him, but he would have to do all the work, but I would show him how. Within 30 days, the gym had made almost $44,000 in new upfront cash collected sales, 4 times the previous month. As soon as I saw that my process could be duplicated from afar, without me having to fly people in, our businesses exploded. I had found the missing link because my travel schedule was no longer a constraint. We went out to sell 4,000 more gyms over the next few years and counting, using a done with you rather than a done for you model, but back to premium pricing. Holy shit, dude. How do you sell 4,000 gyms? Like, how many gyms could there be in the United States? There's no way it's more than like 50 grand, right? Even then, that seems insane, dude. I would have guessed there's only like 5K gyms. He sold 4K. That means it has to be like 50. It's fucking crazy, dude. When I entered the space, low price competitors offered full service marketing for $500 per month, with a single high price competitor charging $5,000 for his product. I wanted to be the premium price leader. I wanted to be so expensive that I created a lure around what we were doing. So we came in at 3 times the highest price player and 30 times more than a lower price player. A price of $16,000 for a 16-week done with you intensive. Then we upsold 35% of the no people into a 3-year, 42 grand a year agreement for us to help them grow their gyms. For context, the average gym owner makes $35K a year in take-home profits. If that's the average, it means half make even less than that. So for many of them, they were committing to half of their yearly pay or more to buy our program. And I was selling this to grown men as a kid in his 20s, telling them I was going to help them make more money. This was possible because my conviction was stronger than the skepticism. How? Based a voluntary survey taken at our last full company event with 158 gyms responding, we found that a Gym Launch gym who has been on our program for 11 months will experience the following average improvements. Top line revenue growth of $239 a year, recurring revenue growth of $160K a year, bottom line growth, churn 10% to 6%, client growth plus 67, retail sales $4,400 a month for retail prices. The survey just proved what I already knew. I had complete conviction on our product. I knew it worked. I had outworked my self-doubt. What should you take from this? First and foremost, charge a premium. It will allow you to do things no one else can make your clients successful. We were able to charge a premium because we provided more value than anyone else in the industry. In a real way, we were charging on a fraction of what our clients made using our system. This is important. Our clients still got a deal. The gap between what they paid and what they got was massive. As a result, the virtuous cycle continued to spin. We charged the most money. We provided the most value. Our gyms remained the most competitive, made the most money, always had the latest and best acquisition systems, and had the support to implement them at lightning speed. We made many mistakes along the way, but our pricing model was not one of them. It showed me the room to make big bets without losing the farm. The truth is that 99% of businesses need to raise their prices to grow, not lower them. Profit is oxygen. It fuels the fire of growth. You need it if you want to reach more people and make a bigger impact. In order to charge so much, though, you must learn to create tremendous value. Wow, dude, this holy shiver my balls, dude. What is going on with this book? It's a good ass book. How to make offers so good people feel stupid saying no. Oh, I forgot to watch the video. Frick.
What's going on, everyone? It's Alex Schmozy, founder and CEO of Acquisition.com. We own a portfolio of companies, and we work with companies that are between, at minimum, $3 to $10 million a year in revenue, and we help them scale and exit in 3 to 5 years so that they never have to make another dollar again. You should only have to get rich once. So that's our saying. For everyone else who's below $3 million or $10 million in revenue, then I am making all of these trainings for free to hopefully get you to that point so that we can potentially work together. And at the very least, if you're not there, then just enjoy it for free. I just want everyone to be wealthy, and I mean that genuinely. And so the second component, so this is the second component of creating offers that will convert and make you money. All right. And so this is what helped us, do 120, I think at this point, million in sales across lots of entities that we have. And so it's charging what it's worth. And so my last video talked about finding a starving crowd, which you can find at acquisition.com. But this one is, and that's under the offers training. This is obviously offer number 2, charging what it's worth. All right. So the offer might not be converting first because you might be in the wrong market, but it might also not be converting if you're in the right market because you might be in the wrong price. All right. So this is a really important component of making something make money, right? If you charge nothing for something, then you probably won't make money from it. All right. And so here's how to pick the right price. Okay, so there's a few components to this. One is going to be the price to value discrepancy. So it's understanding how that even works altogether. The next is going to be the virtuous cycle of pricing, which is one of my favorite concepts to break down for people because it was a huge belief breaker for me in my life. And then understanding the correlation between pricing and perceived value. All right, so let's start with the price to value discrepancy. Okay, so I have this little graph here, and the reason that this is so important to understand is that whenever you have services or products or anything whatsoever, people inherently buy because they believe that what they're getting in value is superior to price, right? This is how people make purchasing decisions, right? And the thing is they will continue to buy from you as long as this discrepancy between price and value exists, right? Here's the price, here's the value, all right? And so as long as value stays above the price, then they're happy, right? Now here's the thing, and this is where you stop getting customers or people, bought from you once and they don't want to buy from you again, is the moment that value dips below or matches your price, then that is the point of cancellation, or the point of no return. So if you're in a recurring revenue business, it would be a point of cancellation. If you're selling physical products or one-time services, then they're not going to refer people. They're not want to do business with you again, right? And the thing is that most businesses, believe it or not, are actually below this line. And so they're really only able to make one sale per customer, and they can never make another sale again, which massively impacts the business. That's why most businesses don't make money. They always have to find new customers because their existing product isn't that good. And I'm going to be really honest with you for a second. So many times I talk to business owners and they're like, we're so good at what we do, we just can't find customers. The reality is that you probably aren't that good. You're probably mediocre. You're probably average. And the thing is that average puts you here or below. And in order to get repeat business, you can't just be like above average. You need to be exceptional. You need to be remarkable. You need to be so good that people talk about you. And that's difficult to do. And that's why most people don't make money, and that's okay. And that's why you're here and you're learning and getting better. All right. So price to value discrepancy. Understanding this concept in terms of how much value you need to provide is going to be key to making sure that our pricing works. So there's 2 ways to improve this discrepancy. One is you can lower your price, right, which is a one-way ticket to failure. The other way is to increase your value. all right? Which is always the way that when I'm working with a business, is what I'm trying to do. Is I'm trying to figure out ways to increase the value and, more importantly, the perceived value of the product or services to the customers and prospects, so that they're more willing to pay a higher rate. And so part of that's going to be niching down, part of that's going to be positioning the offer and reversing. All that kind of stuff, which we're going to get to in some of the future videos. All right. And so, like I said, number one is you can lower the price. Number two is you can raise the value, which is obviously the one that we want to go to. All right. So let's go into that. All right. So that's the hard way, and the easy way is to raise the value. All right. But remember, you can only go down to zero, but you can go infinitely high the other direction for value, which is one of the key points. And this was one I remember. I was eating a burger when I was a kid, when I was working at a smoothie shop. And one of the coworkers that I had pulled me aside. He's like, dude, check this out. And he was reading a magazine, because when magazines existed. And he was like, look, this guy bought a $50,000 burger. And I was walking in with my burger from next door that I bought for $13, right? And he's like, you paid $50,000 for a burger. And I remember thinking to myself, I was like, how could somebody afford $50,000 for a burger? That's crazy. And so I asked him, like, what does this guy do? He's like, apparently some hedge fund guy, some finance guy. And he made, I can't remember the number was, but I think he made like 20 or $30 million in a year, which they said in the article. And the reason that this was so interesting to me was that I realized that you could go infinitely high in the other direction, but you could only go down to zero. Because for me at the time, believe it or not, me buying a $13 burger on a $6.75-hour wage was me giving 2 hours of my life in order to get that amount of money. For him, at $20 million a year, he was making, whatever it was, $25,000 an hour, whatever the math is, right? Or he might have made 50. It doesn't matter. I remember he was making $25,000 an hour. And so it took him 2 hours of time to pay for this $50,000 burger, and it took me 2 hours of time to pay for my $13 burger. And so that's when I realized that purchase was actually equivalent for both of us. And so that's what showed me the power of pricing, is that, my God, there are some people who could go infinitely high in the other direction, but I can only go down to zero, right? And so that was a huge belief-breaking moment for me in understanding price-to-value discrepancy, all right? And the goal is that they buy a tremendous amount of value at a discount. That is always the goal, is that you're selling dollars at a discount, all right? Dollars at a discount. That's the idea, is they have to feel like their dollars are going to be the best return on their, quote, investment of spending.
I gotta take a piss.
So price-to-value discrepancy, the goal is to increase the value. That's why that's so important, all right? So number two is the virtuous cycle of price. So this is what most people do when they're trying to decide on pricing for their business. They look at the marketplace, they see what everyone else is offering, they take the average, they go slightly below to, quote, remain competitive, they provide whatever their competition offers with, quote, a little more, and end up at a value proposition of more for less. This is what you don't want to do. This is what everyone does. This is why everyone's broke, so stop looking at them. Every one of these competitors that you're looking at is poor. So that's the big secret. I can tell you, having spoken with so many business owners who look a certain way, who present a certain way, most people are broke. All right, so don't model them. Don't copy them. Do something different. Do it on your own. Use your own brain. All right, so this is what I consider the vicious cycle of price. All right, because as you do this, all you have to do over time is you repeat step 5 and 6. You try and provide a little bit more for a little bit less, a little bit more for a little bit less, until eventually you're giving everything for nothing and you can't make money and you wonder why you aren't successful. All right, the point here is that when you price this way, you're pricing for market efficiency. All right, this is what they talk about in perfect marketplaces and economics is the pricing for people who are not sophisticated competitors, they will continue to do this same process, like I just said, is try to do a little bit more for a little bit less over and over and over again until eventually there's almost no profit left in the business. All right, and so that green is your profit, the red is the overhead, because you've been forced into this category of everyone, which forces you to compete on price, which drives you down, which means pretty much everyone just goes out of business or stays just barely above water every month, just barely keeping themselves above water and wondering when that corner that's going to come is going to, and it never does, because they can't do it better, they have to do it differently. So this is what the virtuous cycle of price looks like. All right, so virtuous versus vicious cycle. So for your clients, if you decrease the price, you decrease their emotional investment, you decrease the perceived value of your product, you decrease their results, because you decrease the price because they're not as invested. You increase the demandingness of these clients. I'll tell you, the people who pay you the least are the ones who are the biggest pain in the butt. And the revenue for fulfillment per customer goes down. So this is the dangerous side of the price. Now, the virtuous side is if you increase your price, you increase their emotional investment, you increase their perceived value of what you do. By extension, you increase the results. You decrease the demandingness of the people that you have, and you increase the revenue for fulfillment per customer. What I mean by that is that because they pay you more, you can literally spend more money to give them an exceptional experience and make sure they get the results they want, which increase their perceived value. And that is why this is a virtuous cycle. This is a circle. I probably should draw it as a circle next time. I will do that. But it's a circle that self-fulfills. It's a flywheel, right? That's the beauty of virtuous pricing. Vicious is flywheel the wrong direction that's working against you, all right? But let me show you what this looks like for your business, right? So for your business, if you decrease your price, you decrease your profit, you decrease your perceived value of self. You're like, man, I'm just a low-cost person. I'm not good. I don't believe in myself. That's why I have to lower my price. You decrease your perception of impact because you're not getting these people results. So then you start to question your own validity and your conviction starts to drop. You don't feel as confident in your ability to provide services and value because you continue to have to decrease your price. And you're almost trying to feel like you're trying to give away your services in order to be successful. So people don't want to buy them from you because you're not convicted, because you on some level already know that you can't provide the level of service because you don't have any margin left over, right? Which goes to the next one, which is the service levels, right? Your level of service decreases because you just have less money. You can't pay people, you can't attract better talent, and so it's a vicious cycle downwards. And your sales team in and of itself, and that might be you or might be your team, they start to lose conviction in you and your services because of all the things that I just said, right? Now, let's put on the flip side. If you can increase your price, right, you'll increase your profitability, right? You'll increase your perceived value of self. You're like, hey, we're a premium leader. We are the best at this, which is a category of one. Your perception of impact will increase. You feel like your clients are getting better results from working with you. Your service levels will increase because you have excess money left over to reinvest in talent, reinvest in providing exceptional experience. And your sales team or you are massively convicted because you know you're changing people's lives and making the impact that you always wanted to, which is why you started the business to begin with. And you may have made some of these mistakes up to this point, but that's okay because you can always change, because that's the beauty of being our own bosses. We can always make the decisions, all right? So that is the virtuous cycle of price, and hopefully what I'm selling you right now on increasing pricing. But I'm gonna give you one more real one of showing you why you should charge what it's worth, all right? And it's that price in and of itself is a communication of value. Think about it. I'm gonna give you a little example here. So this was a taste test. I'll cite the study somewhere, but for right now, this was a blind taste test that was done on 3 wines, okay? And so they presented the tasters with a low-priced wine, a medium-priced wine, and an expensive wine, all right? So they could see the price on the bottles right in front of them. They tasted them, and they asked people to rate them in, good, better, best, right? And so they said the low-priced one, unsurprisingly, was not as good. They said the medium one was medium, and they said the higher-priced one was great, all right? Fairly standard, and a lot of us kind of come to that association. Good wines are more expensive, and that's why they're good. That's why they're more expensive, right? But here's what's interesting. All of those wines were actually the exact same wine, just put in different bottles with different price tags on them. And so here's why this is so important. People literally perceived more value from the same product because the price was higher. So that means that you don't just charge higher prices because your product is better. Charging higher prices also makes your product better. Think about that for a second. Now, if you are the wine business owner of this particular bottle, and you had a way of doing one thing that made you more money and increased the perception of your clients believing that what you had was better, would you do it? Of course, right? Why would you not get the better result for your client, right? Why would you want to sell the bad wine when you could sell the great wine, right? And it's the same exact wine. Why would you not do that? Of course you would. You didn't do it because you probably were afraid of what would happen. But I'm telling you, having done this with so many businesses, if you can increase the price, you'll increase the perception of value and people like it more. Warren Buffett, he took over See's Candies 30, 40 years ago, whatever it was. He since made $1 billion from this purchase that he bought for $24 million. All right, $1 billion in net free cash flow. It's money that he took out of the business after reinvesting. And every single year, what they've done is they've raised the prices at a higher rate than inflation. And so they've raised it by 5, 6%. Every single year they raised the price. And they found out that chocolates were actually fairly inelastic, as in people would be willing to pay $40, $50, $60 for a box of chocolates, right? And when they started with them, they were, not even close to that. But by doing this, they raised their profit, they raised the perceived quality of their product, and they did all of that simply by changing a number. How awesome is that? That's the beauty of the virtuous cycle of price. All right. So the goal is to be so much more expensive that a consumer must pause and think, this cannot be the same category of solution as everyone else's, thereby making you a category of one. This is how I always like to think about it. If you can make your price so much disconnected from the marketplace, not just a little bit more expensive, but significantly more expensive than the rest of the marketplace, then they have to pause. So when I started Gym Launch, which was my first company, when I came into the marketplace, the most expensive competitor was priced at $5,000. And I thought to myself, well, I don't want to just be a little bit more expensive. I want to be way more expensive. And so our product, the minimum thing that someone could buy from us was $16,000. And the next thing someone could buy from us was $126,000, right? It was so far outside of what everyone else was doing that they were like, my God, like, this has to be something different. It must be something different because it has to be, because it's priced so differently. And so your price communicates so much about your business and the value you're going to provide that it's inextricably linked to the value that you're providing, all right? Which is why in one of our ways of fixing the value is actually looking at the price and making sure that we're charging what it's worth so that we can provide the results in a meaningful way to our prospects. Because obviously all that extra money that I was able to have compared to my competitors, they had $5,000 and had to make a margin from that. I had $16,000. I could reinvest $5,000 right off the top into making unbelievable experience. I could invest the entire cost of their program into making someone's experience better. And as a result, our clients got better results. Their perceived value was higher. We had more referrals, et cetera, et cetera. And that was the virtuous cycle in action. Okay? And so note, if you have something where a client must perform options or some action, in order to be successful, then it would follow the more invested they are, the more invested they will be. All right, which in turn will create better students and better outcomes. So ethically, if you want to say that you're helping someone the most you possibly can, then you have to ethically get them emotionally invested in the outcome, especially if you're doing a do-it-yourself or done-with-you type of service where they have to do something. You have to increase their emotional investment in order for them to get the result. All right, and so increasing the quality of your prospects increases the quality of your product. Think about that for a second. You can literally increase the quality of your product because the level and the number of customers who are successful by increasing the quality of your prospects, which you can do by raising your price, which is a barrier to entry for people to come in. And so that way you get only the best people, you have more money to invest in them, and then they have a higher perceived value. They don't price compare you to anyone else because you're so far outside of their range, and you can do things that no one else can do because you have more margin than everyone else has. And that's how you create a winning combo. All right, and so that includes how to charge what it's worth. And so in the next video, which you can find at acquisition.com, this is in the offers training. I have all of these courses and modules for you there. They're absolutely free. My goal is for anyone who's below $3 million a year to just use my stuff and make the money. Like, absolutely take it, go make your $3 million plus. And hopefully, once you cross 3 or 5 million, give us a call and we'd love to help you get to 30 plus and exit so you only have to get rich once. So keep being awesome. We'll see you on the flip side. Bye.
Alright, let's keep going. Value offer, the value equation. We question all of our beliefs except for the ones we really believe in, and those we never think to question. Okay, Alex, I see you pre-framing the readers. I see you trying to get rid of limiting beliefs. I see you. I want to be abundantly clear. The goal should be to charge as much money for your product or services as humanly possible. I'm talking heinous amounts of money. That being said, anyone can raise their prices, but only a select few can charge these rates and get people to say yes. Put me fucking in, coach. Put me in, coach. I'm done with these broke ass people. These broke ass business owners. I'm trying to charge 30 grand, bro. Alright, sorry. From this point forward, you must abandon any notion that you have what's fair. Every enormous company in the world charges you money for things that cost them nothing. It costs pennies for the phone companies to add in additional users, except they don't mind charging you hundreds per month for access. It costs pennies to manufacture pharmaceutical drugs, but they don't mind charging hundreds of dollars a month for it. Media companies charge advertisers a king's ransom for your eyeballs, and it costs them next to nothing to get you to like kitten photos on social media. You need to have a big discrepancy between what something costs you and what you charge for it. It is the only way to be unreasonably successful. Holy shit, it's got me fired up. This is some sauce, guys. Many entrepreneurs believe that charging too much is bad. The reality is that yes, you should never charge more than your product is worth, but you should charge far more for your product and services than it costs to fulfill it. Think up to 100 times more, not just 2 or 3 times more. And if you provide enough value, it should always be a steal for the prospect. That is the power of value. It unleashes unlimited pricing and profit power to scale your company. For example, one of my private clients whose company I have equity in is in the photography space. Over 2 years implementing the tactics outlined in his book, the owner was able to increase the average ticket from $300 to $1,500. That's a 5x increase gasp. Even cooler, they now spend less time per customer and have the higher customer satisfaction. The 5x increase in average ticket, 30x the profit of the business. It went from making 1,000 weeks in profit to 38K a week in profit, and continues to grow. As a result, the company is finally able to scale to multiple locations and provide meaningful work to great employees. In a fun benefit, we were able to donate even more money to children's charity, which is something the owner and I have in common, almost $500,000 at the time of this writing. But none of that would have been possible without figuring out what people valued most, tripling down on it, and ruthlessly eliminating everything else. A 5x price increase may seem crazy to you, but clients voted with their dollars that what the company provides now is far better than what it did before. Cracking value opens up the world of unlimited profit, impact, and possibilities. This is actually crazy, guys. Maybe I should start a series and seeing if I can only using Alex Hormozi's book, starting a $10 million a year company from scratch. We're gonna do something crazy, chat. Those who understand value are the ones who will be able to charge the most money for their services. The good news is that there is a repeatable formula that I have created. I've never seen it displayed elsewhere to help quantify the variable that creates value for any offer. I call it the value equation. Once you see it, you can never unsee it. It will operate in your subconscious, running in the background, calling out to you. It's a new lens through which to see the world. Dream outcome times perceived likelihood of achievement divided by time delay times effort and set. We cracked that offer value, guys. I mean that equation. Dream outcome, never pick up another call again. Handled. Perceived likelihood of achievement 100% after they hear the fucking demo. Time delay won't take less than a week to add into your business. Effort and sacrifice, one onboarding call, and we'll do it all, equals value. We're gonna add more value. We're gonna make this a crazy valuable thing. Did I read this book before? There's no way. Guys, I'm caffeinated out my ass. Sorry, I'm not reading out loud. But as time goes on, I have realized that these larger-than-life claims are the easiest to establish and therefore less unique. After all, anyone can make a promise. The harder and more competitive are the time delay and effort sacrifice. The best companies in the world focus all their attention on the bottom side of the equation, making things immediate, seamless, and effortless. Apple made the iPhone effortless compared to other phones at the time. Amazon made purchases with a single click of a button and made drones to our doors within 60 minutes. Netflix made consuming television immediate and effortless. So the older I get, the more I have shifted my focus to the hard stuff, decreasing the bottom side of the equation. And I believe the better you do this, the more you'll be rewarded by the marketplace. The reason this is a division equation and not an addition plus is that I wanted to convey one key point. If you can make the bottom of the part of the equation equal to 0, you're golden. No matter how small the top side is, anything divided by 0 equals infinity, which is technically undefined for the math nerds. In other words, if you can reduce your prospect's true time delay to perceiving value to 0, given the postulate, a prospect would in theory purchase something from you, and the moment their credit card was run, it would immediately become the reality. That is infinite value. There's no way we could do that with AI though. There's a couple things that kind of cock block us. We have to get them A2P verified. But other than that, we can get the, holy shit, we get the receptionist running in like 10 hours though. guys. Hold on, we're doing a little flex check. Sleeper build. Let me know what y'all think. Sleeper build is me without me just chilling. Sleeper build or what? Damn, I got buff out of nowhere, y'all. Imagine hiring a marketing firm. As soon as you sign your document, your phone begins ringing with new, highly qualified prospects. How valuable will these services be? Infinitely valuable, and that's the point. I don't know if we entrepreneurs will ever get there, but that is the hypothetical limit we all should strive towards, and that's why I structured the equation this way. Perception is reality. Perception is reality. It's not about how much you increase your prospect's likelihood of success, or decrease the time delayed achievement, or decrease the effort or sacrifice. That is in itself is not valuable. Many times they will have no idea. The grand slam offer only becomes valuable once the prospect perceives the increase in likelihood of achievement, perceives the decrease in time delay, and perceives the decrease in effort and sacrifice. A prime example of this happened in the London tunnel system. The biggest increase in rider satisfaction was never from faster trains or decreased wait times. Instead, it was from a simple dotted map that showed them when the next train was coming and how long they had to wait. The dotted map, which only cost a few $1,000,000, decreased the rider's perception of time delay and sacrifice more than actually making the trains faster, which cost billions of dollars to do. Isn't that cool? This is how we need to think about our products. Most people naturally try and solve problems using logical solutions, but the logical solutions have usually been tried because they're logical. It's what everyone would try to do. As a business owner and entrepreneur, I increasingly approach problems to find psychological solutions rather than logical ones. Because if there was a logical solution, it probably would have already been solved, thereby eliminating the problem. All that left are the psychological problems. Examples inspired by Rory Sutherland, CMO of Ogilvy Advertising. Any fool can sell a product by offering it for a discount. It takes greater marketing to sell the same product for a premium. Logical solution: make trains faster to increase satisfaction. Psychological solution: decrease the pain of waiting by adding a dotted map. Psychological solution: pay models to the hostess on a trip. People would wish it took longer to get to their destination. Pay models to be the hostesses on the trip. Pay models to be the hostesses on a trip. People would wish it took longer to get to their destination. Logical solution: make elevator faster. Psychological solution: add a floor to the ceiling mirrors so people are distracted staring at themselves and forget how long they were on the elevator. Logical solution: make it cheaper. Psychological solution: make fewer of them and raise the prices, which causes people to want it more. Often, most logical solutions have been tried and failed. At this point in history, we must give a psychological solution a shot to solve problems. As such, it's business owners, it is us to communicate these value drivers with clarity to increase the prospect's perception of the realities. The extent to which you answer these questions in the mind of your prospect will determine the value you are creating. Only then we will truly be able to realize the actual value of our product to the marketplace, and by the extension, the egregious price we want to charge. It's difficult to separate the four value drivers from another. And as most vehicles combine many of these elements together, but I will do my best to isolate and clearly explain each below. People have deep, unchanging desires. Number one dream outcome: increase. People have deep, unchanging desires. This is what marriages are lost over, wars are fought over, and phones will unwillingly die for. Our goal is not to create desire, it's simply to channel the desire through our offer and monetization vehicle. The dream outcome is the expression of the feelings and experience a prospect has envisioned in their mind. It's the gap between their current reality and their dreams. Our goal is to actually depict that dream back to them so they feel understood and explain how our vehicle will get them there. The dream outcome is simple. It's the getting there, where the value gets enhanced or distracted. People generally, and our clients specifically, want to be perceived as beautiful, to be respected, to be perceived as powerful, to be loved, to increase their status. They are all powerful drivers, but multiple vehicles may accomplish the same thing. Take the desire to be perceived as beautiful. There are a lot of things that touch on a desire. Makeup, anti-aging creams, serums, supplements, shapewear, plastic surgery, fitness. All these vehicles channel the desire to be perceived as beautiful. And if we further unpack the idea of a desire to be beautiful, we see that it may be a surface level declaration of a deeper desire to achieve higher statuses in one's social group. The dream outcome value driver is most prominently used when comparing the relative value between two different desires being satisfied. In general, the dream outcome that most directly increases a prospect's status will be the one they value most. As such, a prospect may value that entire category of vehicles that satisfy one desire more because money drives status for men more than being handsome does. So in general, they will value all offers that make them money more than offers that help them look good. I once heard Russell Brunson tell a story about this concept. He explained how his wife, Colette, at first hearing about the status concept, rejected it. She claimed that she wasn't driven by status and would never want to drive a Lamborghini. Instead, she favored a minivan. But after talking further, she revealed that it was because driving a Lamborghini would decrease her status amongst her mom friends, but driving a minivan would show she was a good mother. So it's not about the money, it's about the status. Talk in terms of things your prospect believes will increase your status, and you will have your prospects drooling. When writing copy, you can make it that much more powerful by talking about how other people will perceive the prospect's achievements. Connect the dots for them. Example, if you buy this golf club, your drive will increase by 40 yards. Your golf buddies' jaws will drop when they see your ball soar 40 yards past theirs. They'll ask what's changed, only you will know. That being said, when comparing two products or services that satisfy the same desire, the value from the dream outcomes will cancel out since they are the same. It will be the other three variables that drive the difference in perceived value and ultimately price. For example, if we have two products or services that both help make someone beautiful, it will be the likelihood of achievement, time delayed, and effort required that will differentiate the perceived value of each other. Simply put, if two things make someone beautiful, what makes one worth 50,000 and another 5? The extent of the other three variables. This was the last variables I added when trying to think through this framework a few years ago. I just felt something was missing with only the other three. Then I realized people pay for certainty. They value certainty. I call this the perceived likelihood of achievement. In other words, how likely do I believe that I will achieve the result I'm looking for if I make this purchase? For example, how much would you pay to be a plastic surgeon's 10,000th patient versus their first? If you're a normal sane person, a lot more. I mean, heck, you might even ask them to pay you if you are their first patient ever. So have you ever seen this simple example? So you can even see from this simple example that when the service you're receiving is technically the same, but the only thing that changes is your perceived likelihood of getting what you want. Both surgeons take the same amount of time to do the surgery. If anything, the guy who has done it 10,000 times will likely get it done faster and still charge more. The more experienced surgeon has a track record of achieving a result which incentivizes their desirability. People value this perceived likelihood of achievement. Increasing a prospect's conviction that your offer will actually work for them will make your offer that much more valuable, even though the work remains the same on your end. So, to increase value with all offers, we must communicate perceived likelihood of achievement through our messaging, proof that we choose to include or exclude in our offer, and our guarantees.
Specialty's kind of banana. Where are you headed to? Boston? Are you from there? Cape Cod? I like your style. I said I like your style. Very minimalistic, very small. Yeah.
Where are you going?
I'm going back home, Miami.
You're fine. It's in Colorado.
Yeah. You're like the. Are those Lululemon slides?
They
I didn't know they make slides.
they're great.
Tengas ganas de hacerlo. Tienes que aprender a actuar sin motivación. I'm still fucking with the job.
Alright, guys. We're gonna take a micro nap. Alright, that was our micro nap. Time delay is the time between a client buying and receiving the promised benefit. The shorter the distance between when they purchase and receive value the outcomes, the more valuable your service or product is. There are two elements of this driver of value: long term outcome and short term experience. Many times, there are short term experiences that occur while en route to long term outcomes. They happen along the way and provide value. Pro tip: always try and incorporate short term immediate wins for a client. Be creative. They just need to know they are on the right path and they made the right decision trusting you and your business. Let me give you another example. If I sell someone a bikini bottom, their time delay to realize the outcome may be 12 months or even longer. Along the way, though, as they change their bodies, they may experience higher sex drive, more energy, and increased community of friends. They aren't initially buying those things, but those things may become short term benefits that keep them in the game long enough to achieve their ultimate outcome. They buy the dream, but they stay for the benefits they discover along the way. The faster and more clearly you can demonstrate those benefits, the more valuable your services will be. For a weight loss customer, we should get them to meet someone else so they immediately had some social benefits from the program, and we usually give them a more aggressive diet in the beginning. Why? Because we wanted them to have a big, fast, emotional win, so we could get them to commit to long term. This is also backed by science. People who experience victory early on are more likely to continue with something than those who do not. Having to wait 12 to 24 months to get what you want is a long time when you can do liposuction and be done in an afternoon. This shows you just one of the reasons people pay $25,000 for liposuction. The last driver of value, effort, and sacrifice. The only thing that beats free is fast. People will pay for speed. Many companies have entered free spaces and done exceedingly well with a speed first strategy. A few notable examples: the MVD versus DMV, wait in line forever or pay $50, or you can skip the line and get your license plate removed. FedEx versus USPS, when it is absolutely positively has to be there overnight. Spotify versus slow free music. Uber versus walking. Many will always be willing to pay price for the value of speed. So you find yourself in the market competing against free, double down on speed. This is what it costs people in ancillary costs, aka other costs occurred along the way. These can be both tangible and intangible. Effort and sacrifice, goal equals decrease. Using the fitness versus liposuction examples, look at differences in effort and sacrifice. Wake up 1 or 2 hours earlier in the morning, fall asleep. For fitness, effort and effort. Oh, guys, I'm losing my ability to speak. Hold up, let me focus up here. Boom, focus. Fitness, effort, and sacrifice. Wake up 1 to 2 hours earlier in the morning, 5 to 10 hours per week of time lost. You stop eating the food you love, you constant hunger, physical soreness, feeling embarrassment at not knowing how to exercise, a risk of injury, actual nausea working out, meal preparing, new groceries slash more expensive, new clothing. Can be any benefit for some folks. Fear of gaining it back after all this effort, impermanence, liposuction effort. Fall asleep, wake up thin, guaranteed be sore for 2 to 4 weeks. Massive differences, right? In fact, in looking at the marketing of plastic surgeons, these are the exact pain points they hit on when they say things like tired of wasting countless hours in the gym, tired of trying diets that just don't work. This is why when you self finish, you have to spend an hour arm wrestling a client to give over 1/10 to 100 of the amount of money they pay for surgery. There's just not a lot of perceived value because the perceived likelihood of achievement, the time delay to achievement, and the effort sacrifice are so high. So even though the outcome is the same, the value of the vehicles are dramatically different, hence the difference in price. Decreasing the effort and sacrifice, or at least the perceived effort and sacrifice, can massively boost the appeal of your offer. In an ideal world, the prospect would want to simply say yes and have their dream outcome happen with no more effort on their behalf. This is why done for you services are always more expensive than do it yourself, because the person doesn't have all the effort and sacrifice. There is also a component of perceived likelihood of achievement difference as well. People believe that an expert does it, they will be more likely to achieve the outcome than if they try it on their own. Oh, guys. Oh. As I said earlier, these elements of value don't happen in a vacuum. They happen together in combination. So let's look at a few examples that utilize all four components of value at once. In an effort to quantify the value, I'll rate them on a binary scale of 0 or 1, 1 being value achieved, 0 being missing. Then I will add all four together to give you a relative value rating of a type of service. Our goal as marketers and business owners is to increase the value of the dream outcome and its perceived likelihood of achievement while decreasing the time delay achievement, effort, and sacrifice one has to get there. To start, I will do a side-by-side comparison of two vehicles with identical dream outcomes. Meditation and Xanax both offer the buyer relaxation, decreased anxiety, and feelings of well-being. I will demonstrate how the other three variables dramatically shift the value of delivering the dream outcome and ultimately the price. Meditation, dream outcome, relaxation, decreased anxiety, feelings of well being, perceived likelihood. Low, since most people get distracted and don't actually think they'll follow through with daily meditation. 0, time delay, long time to yield long term results. Some immediate benefits after 10 to 20 minutes, assuming you don't get frustrated. Effort and sacrifice, physical discomfort, numb body limbs often, mental discomfort, feeling or failing at times constantly. Time sacrifice, you have to set time aside every day to do it. Overall value low, Xanax, relaxation, decreased anxiety, feelings of well being, 1 1. High, since most people are confident that if they take the pill, it will make them feel more relaxed. 1 1. 15 minutes for effects to be felt, 1 1. Swallowing the pill, 1 1. High, dang. And that is why Xanax is a multi-billion-dollar product. Why I know most of almost no multi-billion-dollar meditation businesses value. I'm not here to argue about whether meditation is better than Xanax. Obviously it is, but that doesn't mean it's perceived as more valuable. That is the reason that the supplement industry, $123 billion, is twice the size of the health club industry. They both accomplish the same perceived objectives, being healthy, losing weight, looking good, increased energy, but one is perceived as more valuable because it has lower costs. People are more willing to pay $200 for supplements than they are a $29 a month membership. Taking a pill or drinking a shake is so much faster and easier than going to the gym every day, hence value. Crazy world we live in, and you can either sit there and make complaint posts about how people ought to be a certain way, or you can take advantage of the way people are and capitalize. This book is for those who want to be victors, not victims, of circumstances. You can either be right or you can be rich. This book is for getting rich. If that bothers you, you put this down and go back to arguing against human nature. Hint, you're not going to change it. Now, that being said, knowing what people value versus what is good for them is key. It means you can find ways to monetize the things that people value in order to get them what they really need. Win-win. You can make your dent in the universe while making a profit. Win-win. All right, guys, we're back. Chapter. Guys, probably a little blurry. This is chapter 4. What's up with my eyes? Hold up. I'm about to pass out, guys. Okay, let's go. Free Goodwill, chapter 4, I believe. I don't know. Let's go over real quick what we've gone over. We've gone creating your offer, the value equation, the commoditized pricing versus value versus price offerings. I want to see if there's a okay. So we just finished section 2, section 3. We're going to section 4, enhancing your offer, scarcity, urgency, bonuses, guarantees. And then section 5 will be execution, first 100 grand. So we're almost done already. So this is the second to last chapter, technically. Oh wait, we're not even done with this section. I'm sorry. Okay. Free Goodwill. He who said money cannot buy happiness has not given enough away. People who help others with zero expectation experience higher levels of fulfillment, live longer, and make more money. I like to create the opportunity to deliver this value to you during your reading or listening experience. In order to do so, I have a simple question for you. Would you help someone you've never met if it didn't cost you money, but you never got credit for it? Yeah. If so, I have an ask to make on behalf of someone you do not know and likely never will. They are just like you were a few years ago, less experienced, full of desire to help the world, seeking information but unsure where to look. This is where you come in. The only way for us at Acquisition.com to accomplish our mission of helping entrepreneurs is first by reaching them. And most people, in fact, judge a book by its cover and its reviews. And if you have found this book valuable thus far, would you please take a brief moment right now and leave an honest review of the book and its contents? It will cost you $0 in less than 60 seconds. Your review will help one more entrepreneur support his or her family, one more employee find work they find meaningful, one more client experience the transformation they otherwise would never have encountered, one more life change for the better. All you have to do to make this happen is take less than 60 seconds to leave a review. If you are on Audible, hit the 3 dots on the top right of your device, click rate and review, then leave a few sentences about the book with a star rating. If you are reading on Kindle or an e-reader, you can scroll to the bottom of the book, then swipe up and it will automatically prompt the book. If at first you don't succeed, try again. The thought process. If you want to do an exercise with you right now, I want to show you the difference between convergent and divergent problem solving. Why? So that you can actually create the Grand Slam offer so you will become the cornerstone of your business. In simple terms, convergent problem solving is where you take lots of variables, all known with unchanging conditions, and converge on a single answer. Think math. If you have 3 salespeople, it could take 100 calls per month each. Each takes 4 calls to create 1 sale. There are a lot of variables in a single answer. We are taught all our lives in school to think this way. That's because it's easy to grade. But life will pay you more for your ability to solve using a divergent thought process. In other words, think of many solutions to a single problem. Not only that, convergent answers are binary. They are either right or either wrong. While divergent thinking, you can have multiple right answers and one answer that's way far more right than the others. Cool, right? Here's what life presents us for divergent thinking. Multiple variables, known and unknown, dynamic conditions, and multiple answers. As such, I want to do an exercise with you that will engage the part of your brain that you will need to use in order to make something magical. I call it the bricks exercise. Don't worry, it'll only take 120 seconds. I've already done this before, so right here, it's a brick exercise where basically you set a timer and write how many things you can do for a brick. But for the sake of this video and to get our divergent process running, we'll do it again. So 2-minute timer. Think of a brick, right? How many different uses of brick you possibly think of? How many different ways could brick be used in life to provide value? And then we're going to start the timer now. So you can build a house, you can make a chimney, you can use it as a stepping stool, you can cook on top of it, you can use it as a weight, you can use it as a defense, you can use it as a planter, you can use it to as a plate, you can use it as a toilet. What else can you use bricks for? Paperweights. Weights. You can make a speaking stand. You can throw a brick to rob a house. You can use a brick to kill someone. I guess. You can use it to. You can eat an MRE brick. MRE. You can use it to count. You can use it to teach a lesson. You can use it to you can use it to curl it. You can kick him. You can kick it. You can lick it. That's a use. I don't know why you would want to, for texture maybe. A ladder. You can build a brick ladder. I can imagine that. You can make a hospital. It's kind of different from a house. You can make a church. You can make a wall. You can make a mural. You can make a well. You can make a dinosaur. I mean, you can do anything. You can make a chicken out of bricks. I can imagine that in Minecraft. Okay. That was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Wow, 27 uses for a brick. Last time we did this, we did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Before I did 17, so I did 10 more. It's a new level of frustration when you can't even give your service away for free to people. I felt worthless. I didn't know what to do. Thankfully, during this time, I was in groups with other gym owners, and I started hearing about marketers and books. I devoured everything I could, and as soon as I stumbled on Dan Kennedy's books, I was hooked. In his books, he talked about irresistible offers. Again, this theme of making an offer so good people would feel stupid to say no kept reappearing. But this time, remembering what TJ had told me, I decided to go all in on this concept rather than just do what everyone else was doing. But how? Everyone was selling $99 a month boot camps. How was I going to compete? So I decided to look at what we did differently. I thought, what do they actually want? No one wants a membership, they want to lose weight. I had heard of weight loss challenges, so I started there. Lose 20 pounds in 6 weeks. Big dream outcome, lose 20 pounds with a decreased time delay of 6 weeks. No, I wasn't selling my membership anymore. I wasn't selling the plane fight. I was selling the vacation. When you are thinking about your dream outcome, it has to be them arriving to their destination and what they would like to experience. List problems. I wrote down all the things people struggled with and the limiting thoughts around them. When listing out problems, thinking about what happens immediately before and immediately after someone uses your product service. What's the next thing they need help with? These are all the problems. Think about it in insane detail. If you do, you will create a more valuable and compelling offer as you continually be answering people's next problem as it manifests. So let's go ahead and list out the problems from a prospect's perspective as you think about them. What points of friction exist for them? I like to think in a sequence that the customer will experience each of these obstacles. Again, channel insane detail. The more problems, the better. Okay, dream outcome is for us. Dream outcome will be never pick up the phone again. Never pick up a customer phone again. Never deal with customer problems. We're getting rid of customers and dealing with customers, which includes all the bullshit of upset people, scammers, marketers. So we're getting rid of this problem, which is communication with customer and with business related operations. And we're taking away the value of talking to the customer. So that may be a problem. Some business owners like talking to their customers, but not most big business owners, because they understand at that point they have to delegate, and they already are if they're making like $250K a year in net profit in their pocket. But a smaller guy, they won't take my offer and they won't want to delegate this. So on the right track still. So dream outcome is never lose another customer. Boom. Never lose another customer. Never lose another customer. Never lose another customer. We are never lose another customer. We are offering 24/7, 365 sales, supports, booking, and payment. We could do that. Payment. We never lose another customer. 24/7, 365 sales, support, booking, and payment. It's a dream outcome. 24/7 support on those fronts. Dream out. Imagine I run a barbershop and I'm like, dude, I never have to worry about booking my customers in, about asking them questions, about taking payment. It's all handled for me. You just cut the fucking hair and get more customers. That's removing a big front. That's removing all the operational nuance of dealing with customers, complaints, follow up. Dude, okay. Starting to understand my offer more. Good. Dream outcome. List problems. What's the next thing you need help with? People won't like AI. People won't like AI not personalized. Lies. It can't sell as good as me. What if it messes up? What if it messes up? How can it know? Can it know my business as well as me? What if it needs my attention? What if it needs my attention? How do I know it work? What if the tech breaks? Costs too much money. Too much money. Okay. What else? What other problems could they have about that? Double bookings. What if it double books? How will it know my schedule? What else? Dude, what am I doing? It's December 23rd, guys. 2 more days till Christmas. Forgot it was even Christmas. I mapped out work for Christmas. I didn't even know it was Christmas. What if I need help? What if I want to make a change? If I need to change something? The more problems you can think of, the more problems you get to solve. So to recap, just list out each core thing that someone has to do. Then think of all the reasons why they wouldn't be able to do it or keep doing it unless the 4 value drivers as a guide. Now we need to get a fun part, turning problems into solutions. Now that we have our dream outcome and all the obstacles that we will get in someone's way, it's time to define our solutions and list them out. Creating a solutions list has a 2-step. First, we are going to transform our problems into solutions. Second, we are going to name these solutions. That's it. So let's take a look at our problems from earlier. What we're going to do is simply turn them into solutions by thinking. What would I need to show someone to solve this problem? Then we are going to reverse each element of the obstacle into solution or into language. This is copywriting 101. It's beyond the scope of this book to get into, but simply adding how to, then reversing the problem will give most people new to this process a great place to start. For our purpose, we are going to give ourselves a checklist of exactly what we're going to have to do for their purpose, and we're going to solve for them. Okay. We're shit ton of problems. Now we're going to write down solutions. Solutions. Okay. People won't like AI, not personalized. How to create a fun, personable, human sounding AI. It can't sell as good as me. How to um update AI with the best selling principles. What if it messes up? How to use mistakes to make the AI improve. Holy shit, this is pretty good. What if, how can it know my business as well as me? How to update AI. How to update AI with your entire businesses what is it called? Businesses knowledge. How can it know my business as well as me? What if it needs my attention? How to contact you when the AI has an issue automatically. What if the tech breaks? What if the tech breaks? How to have AI specialists available for your help 24/7. Cost too much money. How to make a 10x ROI in less than a year from missed calls. What if the tech breaks? Would cost too much money? What if it double bugs? How to implement your calendar into the AI. What if it, how will it know the schedule? What will it know, how will it know my schedule? Same solution. What if I need to change something? How to contact our AI specialists to make / update your AI. What if I need to change something? I can't trust the security. How to add HIPAA protection to AI. What if you go out of business? That is a good question. What if I do web business? Well, we could add a conditional 2-year guarantee. How to receive a full refund. How to receive a full refund in case of bankruptcy. What if I don't make my money back? How to make a 10x ROI on your first year of 24/7 support. Sounds fake. How to test the AI. Let's see what ChatGPT gotta say. So AI just said white glove AI with real humans behind it. AI with real humans behind it. Enterprise grade safety with human backup. Enterprise grade safety with human backup. Living AI that learns your business and improves daily. How to use middleware to connect to your tech stack. Okay. Now my solutions list. Trim and stack. Cut. Friends to Rachel Green and friends. I divided this chapter into two parts because it's the media section in this book. It's okay. I gotta watch the video first. I watched the value equation already, right?
Welcome, my name is Alex Mosey. I'm the CEO of Acquisition.com.
I don't think I did actually.
We're if like talking about cool sculpting, all right?
No, we gotta watch this.
Versus, weights. This is something that we're paying for than they pay for your money. All right, we had 4 companies that we continue to still own at this day. We've scaled to $112 million.
Bathroom real quick.
In a real way, the more success you create for clients, the more future value you create. So if I had only built one multiple 8-figure business, then I would have something to land on, right? But if I've built 5, right, then you see that as a more repeatable outcome, right? It's more likely that what I'm doing is good, right? And statistically, just as a fun fact for you, it's 0.4%, so 1 in 250, 1 in every 250 businesses is an 8-figure business. And so it would be a 0.4% chance to achieve it one time. If I've done it 5 times, then the likelihood would be 0.4 times 0.4 times 0.4 times 0.4 times 0.4, which equals a very, very, very low number. Or there's a successful framework that we can repeat over and over again. All right, and that's why we've been able to do that. And so it's because this stuff works. All right. So 1 is the outcome. 2 is increasing the perceived likelihood. We do those 2 things, and this is what I did for the majority of my career in the beginning. Is I spent a lot of my time trying to increase the perceived outcome and the perceived likelihood of achievement. And the important point here is that we're increasing the perceived likelihood of achievement, right? You can get 100% of your clients' results, but if they don't know that, then they're not going to be able to perceive the value. So it's making sure they also communicate the likelihood of their success, all right? Now, underneath of that line, we have the time delay. How long will it take them to see the final result, and how long will it take them to see an initial result? So those are 2 aspects of the time delay. So if I were to work with you and say, hey, I'll give a weight loss example. It's just simple and easy for everyone. If I said, hey, work with me and tomorrow you'll have a six-pack, that would be significantly more valuable than you've got to wait a year to get a six-pack, right? And that's how like one of the easiest ways to provide value and crush a marketplace that's already established is go in, find the big thing that everyone else is doing, do it in half the time, right? That's how you can create value like that, super easily, all right? And so you can always think about time as a component of value because people value their time more than anything. I mean, think about, as a pro tip, fast beats free. So even if there's free players in your marketplace, you can beat free by simply being faster, right? People walk and instead they take an Uber because it's faster, right? People used to have USPS for postal, but they prefer to do FedEx because when it always, absolutely must be there overnight, right? And the point, and that was their value proposition, was speed, was FedEx. Their whole value proposition was speed, all right? And so they had a player that was significantly cheaper than them, but they were able to get there based on time delay. How long is it going to take them to see their final result, all right? And if you have something that's going to be a long time for them to see a result, then is there a way that we can trigger them progress and show them progress on the way there so that we can increase the perceived value of the thing that we're selling, all right? And then finally, the fourth component of this is effort and sacrifice. So what are the additional costs and inconveniences that they must incur to achieve this result? What's the sweat they have to put into this? Do they have to put this box uphill, right? Of course not, or hopefully not, right? And so the idea is if we can increase this top side and decrease this bottom side, then we're going to create a tremendous amount of value for our prospects, all right? And so the idea here is increase the desire and promise, decrease the time and effort and sacrifice, and that is how you create ultimate value, okay? And so this is how I like to think about this in a real world example, right? I said money versus fitness. For most people, making money is going to be a higher perceived outcome, all right? So that's going to be more valuable, all right? If I were like talking about cool sculpting, all right, as an example here, versus lifting weights, this is something that people are paying more for than they pay for a Beachbody Online workout membership, right? Why are they willing to do that when the outcome is the same? Right? Why are they willing to do that? It's because of the other aspects of this equation. If someone says cool sculpting, the likelihood that they think they're going to achieve a flatter stomach is very high because they just think they're going to pay, the machine's going to happen, and they're going to pee out the extra fat, and they're good. The time delay on this is super. Look, no surgery, no downtime. They even say the value in the actual advertisement itself. And the effort and sacrifice is nothing. They don't have to change how they eat. They don't have to start working out. They don't have to be sore. They don't have to wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning. They don't have to change the way they cook. They don't have to do any of that stuff, right? And so as a result, people pay $2,500, $5,000 for stuff like this, and they won't pay more than $10, $20 a month for something like that, even though the outcome is the same. That is how you can deconstruct and recreate value. All right. And so if we're looking at this, I just went through all four of those variables, so I'll skip through it. If you're looking at this, it's wake up skinny, right? That's the value proposition. Or eat less, be sore, discomfort, etc. Right? Obviously, that's not going to be as valuable, which is why the top side is more. Now, for me, as a hypothetical thing for everyone here, a theoretical, this is one of the concepts that I like to talk about, which is getting the bottom to zero. And so, as I've developed as an entrepreneur, I used to focus a lot on increasing the desire and perceived likelihood. That's what lots of testimonials, lots of dream outcomes. But as I've developed and I look at bigger businesses and enterprises, I really have spotted the fact that they focus most of their time on getting the bottom to zero, right? Think about Amazon, for example. They've consistently invested in getting things done faster, right? They've consistently invested in decreasing effort and sacrifice, right? The sacrifice is going to be the risk that you buy something that's bad, so they put the reviews on there. The effort is going to be around, you just click with one button. There's no inconvenience. You have to type all this stuff and you click with one button, and then it's literally at your doorstep in the next day. And maybe by the time you watch this, in 2 hours or 1 hour, right? As they've been able to move closer and closer to that dream outcome. And the reason, to that outcome. And the idea is that they focus ruthlessly on getting the bottom to zero. And that is where you can create, in theory, infinite value. All right. And so look at these things, Netflix, for example, it's immediate. You can just start watching all of your favorite shows without having to pick because they'll recommend the shows that they think you're going to like more, and you can do it immediately. Versus a Blockbuster competitor where you get in your car, go there, peruse. You might not know what the rating is or if you're going to like it based on your tastes, right? They literally provide so much more value. They decrease the risk of wasting time watching something you don't like, and they make it immediately available to you. And that is why these companies are so valuable, right? And so when I think time watching something you don't like, and they make it immediately available to you. And that is why these companies are so valuable, right? And so when I think about building an enterprise of true value, I think so much more now about the effort and sacrifice. How can I make this more convenient? How can I make this more seamless? How can I have this happen more immediately for the prospect or customer to provide value in a way that no one else is, right? And so that is the value equation. Those are the four variables. The goal is to get the bottom to zero. It's all about perception of the prospect, not just doing it, but making sure they perceive that they're going to have less time late. They're going to perceive that they're going to be very likely to achieve it. They're going to perceive that there's not a lot of inconvenience for them. So as long as we can communicate those things, then the end result of the product that we have is more valuable. And so when you think about your product right now, I want you to think about each of these four variables. I want you to think about the dream outcome, perceived likelihood, time delay, and effort and sacrifice, and think about how you can recombine those things to create a more valuable product. All right. And so with that, we covered starving crowd. We covered charging what it's worth, which you can find both of those videos at acquisition.com under the offers training. It's absolutely free. It's advanced training. I have many more trainings there. We finished the value equation. In the next video, we're going to talk about actually creating the offer that you're going to present to the marketplace. So these were concepts that we had to understand first before we could actually put and assemble the pieces together, which is what we're going to do in the next video. All right. Super excited. Hope you're digging this with me. Check out more at acquisition.com and. What's going on, everyone? Alex Ramosi, CEO and founder of acquisition.com. I'm here to talk how to make more money with your offers. We own a portfolio of companies. We help $3 to $10 million minimum companies get to $30 million plus and scale and exit in 3 to 5 years. And for everyone who's below that level, I'm just giving you all this stuff for free with the hopes, genuinely, that you use the stuff and grow to the point where I can maybe help you get rich once so that you never have to get rich again. We're definitely the make your last dollar people, not make your first dollar people. And so this is just my free gift to you because I just want everyone to be wealthy. So let's rock and roll. So creating the Grand Slam offer. All right. So once you know that you're in the right market, you're charging, you've broken your beliefs around pricing, you understand how to deconstruct and recreate value. Now it's time to actually put this piece together and figure out the outcomes that our clients are going to have, the problems, and how we're going to solve them. All right. So let's dive in. So offer component number 4 is building your offer part 1. All right. So the offer might not be converting because what you're offering is not solving their actual problems. All right. So this is one of the key points where people will market that they're solving a problem, but they're not actually solving the problem with the way that they're providing their fulfillment, their delivery. All right. And so this is the process that I break down when I'm working with one of our portfolio companies is identify the dream outcome that their prospects want. All right. Then we list out all the perceived problems. This is important. It's not just their problems; it's their perceived problems that are going to come up, and then we're going to turn all those problems into solution sets that we're going to solve every single one of them. Which basically it eliminates all ways of failure for a client. And then part 2 is going to be packaging that into a delivery system. All right. So let's rock in number 1. All right. Identify dream outcome. So remember this little graphic I had before about the dream outcome. So the idea here is that here's the time period between where they are and where they want to be. We want to make this as easy as possible for this gap. We want the outcome to be as specific as humanly possible, which is this lovely purple arrow up here. And the sentence that you have to think about. You know, X specific outcome in Y time period without biggest pain or fear, right? And so this is how we're really deconstructing the value. So we have to think this is the value that they want. They want to lose 20 pounds in 6 weeks without any risk, right? Or without having to give up the things that they love, right? So this is very specific for them. Now, you might also even add the avatar, which you've seen in some of my other stuff. Like I help, moms with over 3 kids, lose weight within 6 months without having to go to the gym or change what their family's eating. Okay, well that's going to be really, without extra trips to the grocery store, right? Or whatever their biggest pain is. And this is why sometimes it's useful to be the prospect. So one of the best things that a lot of entrepreneurs do, an easy recipe for success is solving problems that you've already solved for yourself, which is a classic entrepreneurial journey. Is usually we suffer with something, we're plagued by it, we have the desire to solve our own problem, we solve it, and then we see other people just like us who are struggling the same way. We're down here at the bottom of the pyramid, and they want to be at the top, and we say, hey, I can help you do it because I've already done it, right? And if you think about, like, for me, my entrepreneurial career was first I wanted to get in shape. I got in shape. From there, people started asking me how I got in shape. So literally people started paying me to help them, and it was weird because I wasn't even trying to make a business out of it. And then from there, I started a business, helping people get in shape. And then from there, all the people who were helping people get in shape, right? Other trainers, gym owners were like, hey man, how are you building such a good business here? Because in the beginning I wasn't making money, right? And so then I had to figure out how to make money doing that one thing. And so then I was like, okay, well now I just figured out my problem of making my gyms. I had 6 of them. And so I started helping other gyms. And then from there, the next level was there was all these businesses that had licensing products and education and niche consulting businesses. They came to me and they're like, hey, how did you build, gym launch to be as big as it was, right? And so then we started helping those guys out. And so it's this continuously iterative process of you solve a problem and do so well that other people notice it. And then what happens eventually is that people will always ask you for help. And so that is the easiest entrepreneurial journey. Obviously, you can always just identify markets and go after them. But I think especially if you're starting out, then that is one of the easiest recipes for success. All right. So identify the dream outcome is number 1. So we have to know what we're actually solving. That's obvious, right? We have to clarify what is the thing we're actually going to solve. And right now, if you don't even know what that is, then you need to write this out, because if you can't clearly articulate it, then how can you help anyone? So like for me, with acquisition.com, me identifying the problem is I'm helping $3 to $10 million at minimum companies get to $30 million plus and exit in 3 to 5 years. Right? And they can do that without messing up, right? That's the dream outcome, that I'm helping a very specific avatar achieve a very specific result in a time period, 3 to 5 years, right? And to decrease their perceived likelihood of risk, it's like, well, I've already done this, 4 or 5 times, so we're really, pretty good at it, all right? And so that is the idea, all right? So second is list out all the perceived problems, all right? So what are the things that are preventing them from getting to where they want to go, right? You have to think about this. What are all the things that you struggled with on your process, in your journey, right? And so I like to think about this in a couple ways. So one is, what is every single intricate step they're going to have to do or take in order to see success with your product, right? And so if I'm using weight loss as an example because it's a simple one and everyone understands it, obviously I like 1/5 of my portfolio is even fitness related. I just like it because everyone gets it. Which is, one is like, what are they gonna have to do? They have to go grocery shopping, and then they have to pack and unpack the food, and then they're gonna have to cook the food, and then once they cook the food, they're gonna have to prep it up and divide it into little boxes. And after that, they're gonna have to eat the food, right? And then from there, they're gonna have to clean their dishes from cooking and from eating the food. And then they also have to feed their family, and then they're also gonna eat out. And so there's all these problems that get in the way, and these intricate steps, step by step by step, that someone has to do in order to be successful when they change the way they eat, right? And so each of these issues has flavors of problems, right? So if you think about this, like each one of those is one problem, right? And so each problem has multiple components to it, right? Which for us as entrepreneurs is beautiful, because it gives us endless opportunity to solve problems, because that's fundamentally what we do. We solve problems. That's what entrepreneurs are, is problem solvers, all right? And so if you took the value equation that I talked about before, right, and you reverse that, right? When they say grocery shopping is my problem, they're thinking multiple things are the problem. And this is where understanding nuances of language and thought patterns is important, right? One, they're going to say it's not worth it. All right, it's not worth me going and doing grocery shopping stuff, and that is a function of dream outcome. This is not going to be financially worth it for me. The outcome is not worth it, right? The second would be around likelihood of achievement. They're going to say things like, it won't work for me specifically. I won't be able to stick with it. It's too far. There's too many stores. These are all excuses for likelihood of achievement, all right? So our goal is, how can we reverse each of these things? How can we say, it is going to work for you specifically. You will be able to stick with it because of these things that we've done to take into account of that. External factors will get in my way, which is one of the most unique and service-specific problems that will be specific to your service. Like if you're selling beauty stuff, or you're selling, how to build a business model, or how to market, or whatever it is, understanding the external factors that get in the way is going to be the most unique part of this. But the remainder of these are actually fairly common across all services. All right. So the third thing, let's say, we're just talking about grocery shopping here, is they're going to say, you know what, it's going to be too hard, it's going to be too confusing, it won't be enjoyable, and I'm going to be bad at it. All right. So think about all these appraisals. These are the thoughts that your prospects are thinking right now. All right. And so that is a function of effort and sacrifice, right? They're thinking this is going to be a lot of effort and sacrifice. And so what we're trying to do is, for each of these, how can I make it easy, right? How can I make it simple to understand? How can I make it fun? How can I gamify this? And how can I make them feel like they're actually good at it, right? These are all things that we can change in their perceptions based on how we communicate to them, all right? And then 4 is a function of time, right? It's going to take too long for me to do this. It won't be convenient for me. The outcome will take too long, all right? Which is a key point here, all right? So each of these, problems, because I listed a huge amount of problems on the first page. I said grocery list. Grocery shopping. I said meal prep. I said eating out. There's all these problems. But for each of them, they're going to think about the 4 factors of value. And so the beautiful part about this is that this gives us as entrepreneurs so many opportunities to solve problems that provide value, which is the point. So compare what we're talking about right now, and all of these different things. Hopefully your mind should be racing with ways that you're currently not solving problems that you can. And by doing this, you'll be able to position yourself in a way that no one else is positioned in the marketplace, right? Because you're going to solve all these problems that no one else even talks about. And by doing so, you will show that you understand your prospects' problems better than anyone else. They will feel understood. And as a result, increase their conviction, the likelihood that they think that you will be able to solve their problem. That's the idea, all right? So each of these can have 5+ problems or external factors, right? And so I said earlier, grocery shopping, cooking, meal prepping, eating, cleaning food, dishes, feeding the family, eating out. All of them are going to come down to those value equation of, it's going to be hard, it's going to be time consuming, it's going to take too long, it won't work for me, it's not going to be sustainable, etc. Right? And we want to solve each of those problems for each of those external factors and things that are going to get in the way of their success. All right. And so that is why first we figure out what they want. Then we figure out all the things that are going to block them. All right. That's listing out all the perceived problems. All right, and then we're going to turn all those problems into solutions. That's the third step here, okay? And so I'm using the same example just to keep things simple for everyone. All right, so let's say the problem was buying healthy food and grocery shopping, right? And so I said it before, it's hard, it's confusing, I won't like it, I'll suck at it. So what we do is we create a system that will say how to make buying healthy food easy and enjoyable so that anyone can do it, especially busy moms, right? So all we do is reverse the things that people most likely struggle with, and then we actually solve that problem. This is just a word of copy on how to communicate the problem solving. In the next video, I'm going to show you actually how we're going to actually package and deliver this, but this is the communication behind it. All right. So if you say it takes too much time, how to buy healthy food quickly. All right. This is simple. We're not trying to be sexy here. This is just simple ways of taking problems and turning into solutions. It's expensive. How to buy healthy food for less than your current grocery bill. Well, now whatever your current grocery bill is, I'm going to show you how to lose weight and actually spend less than you currently are. That is valuable, right? It's unsustainable. How to make buying healthy food take less effort than buying unhealthy food? Oh, well, then that will be sustainable, because if it takes you less effort, than your current thing does, then you're going to always do the thing that takes less effort to stick with, right? We always go to the path of least resistance as humans, right? Because we only have a certain amount of decision-making power, only a certain amount of energy. And so if I can make my solution less effort than buying the current things they are, then they're going to be likely to stick with it in the long run. And that's something we're going to communicate in our marketing and our sales copy, right? It's not a priority for me. My family's needs are going to get in my way. You know, my kids, they don't want to eat this kind of food. Well, how to buy healthy food for you and your family at the same time, right? So you can go to the same store. Right? So this, again, we're only solving the problem around grocery shopping. We would do this list for each of the problems. Now, we'll be able, this is chunking down, right? This is breaking apart, and then we're going to rebundle these things back together in distilled bullets. But this is the process that I go through when I'm thinking about how to solve problems. All right, and then finally, you know, it's undoable if I travel. I won't know what to get if I'm eating out. And then simply put, it's like how to buy healthy food when we're traveling. All right, like I'm not trying to be crazy here. It's just understanding. Literally, if you say this to somebody, and you just said the backside of the equation, the thing is each of them has a handful of these in their mind of reasons. You don't know which one it is, and that's why we have to solve all of them in order to increase the maximum likelihood of conversions for the offer and also solve all their problems, right? And so that is how we turn all the problems into solution sets. So, big picture, the first half of creating the offer is understanding what they want, the dream outcome, listing out all the things that are their perceived problems that are blocking them, which for me, I like to think of that as every single intricate step of what they actually have to do in order to be successful. Another hack around that is simply thinking, what is the next need, right? Is the need before and what is the need after? What is my client journey before and after they work with me, and then try to solve those problems too. And so the idea here is that we can just lubricate their path from where they are to where they want to go so that they have no obstacles whatsoever that we have not already accounted for. By doing that, we can ensure success, and by extension, make sure that they love us and send all their friends. All right. And so then step 3 is we turn all the problems into solutions, and that is exactly what we did. All right. So that is part 1 of creating the Grand Slam offers: outcome, problems, and solutions. In the next video, what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk about Grand Slam offers, which is sales to fulfillment, how to do it, the cheat codes, and how to actually stack these things to the thing you're actually going to sell them.
Spend rest of the night, finishing. Spend night finishing spoke to my offer. Happy to textile. So, gonna spend the rest of the night finishing spoke to my offer. Happy to textile.
All right, so if you like this stuff, go to acquisition.com. This is free training, the whole course there. This is under the offers course. There are many other courses that I will be releasing over time, but this is the one that literally initiates transaction with the customer, which is why I think it's the most important, which is why I started with this first. All right, so we'll see you in the next video, and we'll rack and stack and make an amazing offer for your prospects.
Alright, that's enough of my phone, guys. I gotta focus. I divided this chapter into two parts because it's the meatiest section in the book. It's also the most important. Without a valuable product or service, the rest of the book won't be as actionable. We just covered all the problems we are going to solve. The second half of making your offer is breaking down tactically what we are going to do to provide for our client. In theory, we all love to fly out and live with our customers to fix their problems. In reality, that wouldn't make a very scalable business. We need an offer to be incredibly attractive and profitable. That being said, if this is your first Grand Slam offer, it's important to over-deliver like crazy. Making flying out isn't such a bad idea in the beginning. Make some sales and think about how to make it easier for your clients. You wanted them to think themselves, I get all this for only that. In essence, you want them to perceive tremendous value. Everyone buys bargains. Some people just buy $100,000 things for only $10K. That's where we want to live. High prices, but a steal for the value, like hopefully this book so far. In order to best absorb the notions of trimming and stacking, we need a mental reframe. Enter the sales to fulfillment continuum. Whenever you are building a business, you have a continuum between ease of fulfillment and ease of sales. If you lower what you have to do, it increases how hard your product or service is to sell. If you do as much as possible, it makes your product or service easy to sell but hard to fulfill because there's more demand on your time investment. The trick and the ultimate goal is to find a sweet spot where you sell something very well and it's also easy to fulfill. I have always lived by the mantra, create flow, monetize flow, then add friction. This means I generate demand first, then with my offer, I get them to say yes. Once I have people saying yes, then and only then will I add friction in my marketing or decide to offer less for the same price. I have always lived by the mantra, create flow, monetize flow, then add friction. This means I generate demand first with my offer, then I get them to say yes. Once I have people saying yes, then only then will I add friction in my marketing or decide to offer less for the same price. Practicality drives this practice. If you can't get demand flowing in, then you have no idea whether what you have is good. I'd rather do more for every customer and have cash flow coming in, optimizing my business, but have zero cash flowing in after and zero idea about what I need to do to better serve my customers. Here's a perfect example to drive this home. When I started Gym Launch, gym owners reached out asking me to help. They needed so much help, I didn't know where to start. But I wanted to make sure they had way more than they paid me. So here's what I ended up doing to fill their gyms. I would fly out to their gym for 21 days, spend my own money on hotels, car rentals, eating out, advertising, generate the leads, work the leads, and sell for them. I would even do the first onboarding meetings with clients to get them started. In short, I did everything. I took on all the risk. They only had to put down $500 to reserve their date, which I made refundable at the end of their launch. So they had zero financial risk, zero time risk, zero effort, and the deal was I got to keep all the upfront cash collected from selling their services, and they got clients for free. You can imagine how this was a pretty compelling offer. On my own, I was able to sell about $100,000 a month in upfront cash for myself, so these deals were very lucrative for me. Over time, I started that as a team of 8 guys selling every month. When talking to business owners about their model, I tell them to create cash flow by over-delivering like crazy at first. Then use the cash flow to fix operations and make your business more efficient. This revision process can be pretty seamless. You may not even have to change what you offer. You might just end up creating systems that create the same value for the customer but cost you significantly less resources. Ultimately, this is how businesses beat one another. Understanding this will be important as you scale your business. Let's cover the last two steps of creating our Grand Slam offer. To recap quickly, remember what we covered: identifying dream outcomes, listing problems, and determining the solutions. The how. The next step is thinking about all the things you could do to solve each of these problems you've identified. This is how most important step in the process. This is what you are going to deliver. This is what you're going to do to provide in exchange for money. For the purpose of keeping creativity high, divergent thinking, think about anything you could possibly do. Think of all the things that might enhance the value of your offer, so much so that they would be stupid to say no. What could you do that someone would immediately say, "All that, seriously, yes, I'm in"? Doing this exercise will make your job of selling so much easier. Even if you come up with something you're literally not actually going to do, it's okay. The goal here is to push your limits and jog your brain into thinking of different versions of the solution you normally default to. This is where you get to flex your entrepreneurial creativity. You only need to do this once, literally one time, for a product that may last years. This is a high value, high leverage work. You ultimately get paid for thinking. You got this. You should be fun. So 100% solutions list now. So we will 100% done for you, done for you AI automations. We will have 24/7 revisions / supports. We'll give them accounts, access to monitor. We'll give them recordings. We will notify them on sales. We will automatically collect payments. We will research their business for our knowledge. We can we will iterate, update weekly. Hygiene checks. We will do host one-on-one calls for improvements. We will we'll integrate into their CRM. If they don't have a CRM, we'll give them full access to our CRM. Give them the option. Give them the ability to cancel AI any time for a client. We'll give them a full refund full refunds if it doesn't work. We will let them choose their voice slash personality. We will offer to clone their voice, allow cloning voices. We will verify them for A2P. We'll redesign their website if we need to. Redesign their website. We will we'll run Facebook ads. Run their ads. We're on everything, dude. Dude, even tanks the price. You must resolve every obstacle a buyer believes they will have to convert the highest amount of people. And that's not to say that you won't sell people, not at all, but you won't sell as many people as you otherwise could have. And that's the goal, to sell the most people for the highest possible price with the highest possible margin. Now that we have enumerated our potential solutions, we will have a gigantic list. Next, I look at the cost of providing these solutions to me, the business. I remove the ones that are high cost and low value. First, I remove the low cost, low value items. If you aren't sure what's high value, you go through the value equation and ask yourself, which of these things will this person financially value, cause them to believe they will likely succeed, make them feel like they can do it with much less effort and sacrifice, help them accomplish their goal and see the result they want far less time. What should remain are offer items that are low cost, high value, and high cost, high value. Let's say I moved in with somebody and did their shopping, exercising, cooking for them. They would probably believe they would definitely lose weight, but I'm not willing to do that for any amount of money short of a gazillion dollars. The next question, is there a less than version of the experience? You must spend time until you arrive at something that has a time commitment or cost you're willing to live with, or obviously massively increase your price so it becomes worth of it. You ever had a desire to build a repeatable business model, something that scales? These assets you create will become the bedrock. This book, for example, is a high value asset that is low cost overall. Sure, it cost me a lot up front, but each additional book I sell after my first one cost me very little and provides tremendous value. The high value deliverable. Let's sum this up before we configure our high value deliverable. We figured out our prospective client stream outcome. We listed all of the obstacles they're likely to encounter on their way or opportunities for value. We listed all these obstacles as solutions. We figured out different ways we could deliver these solutions. We trimmed those down to only the things that were the highest value and lowest cost to us. So we had to trim these down. So it's done for you, trimmed is done for you, white glove, 24/7 support, 24/7 supports. It's gonna be unlimited revisions. fully automated inbound clients acquisition system. Intelligent AI training on your business. Full control. Full control. Full control. Full control. 360. Enterprise website redesign. Custom integrations, custom tech integrations, or use our CRM. For refund if it doesn't work. All right, we're back. Took a long break to get some food, say what's up to my pops, and let us keep building. Second journal coming out. This is what the workspace is looking like right now. So you guys get a little feeling for it. That's what the workspace is like, baby. It's a workspace of winners. Alright. So I have here. Oh shoot, I left my highlighter out. Let me make some room. Okay. So I have here all my notes, and we went through the whole process. Let me remind myself. So we went through creating our solution delivery vehicles. We created our value offer. But we never actually used the value equation though. Problem. Missed calls. How your business can have a 24/7 receptionist. So problem, solution wording, section name for bundle. Phone. What? Phone? There it is.
Okay.
Next is PRT white glove. Acquisition system. Fully acquisition. forgot I was recording. I was doing some back and forth with AI, the book, and my notes. Offers looking like this so far. It's pretty solid. Most of our facilities now sell this bundle for longer periods of time for 2400 to 5200. Wow. As we get better at creating and monetizing value, the prices and profit of our faculty skyrocketed. Once you start down this value creation process, each additional piece of value creates stacks on top over time. This is why it's important to begin. Wow, why is this so long though? Okay, so now we have to bundle everything. Wow, this is a lot of work for an offer, guys. Holy shit. Play a video. One sec. Alright, we're back. Right, we're gonna watch the training.
Welcome everyone, my name is Alex Schmoes, CEO of Acquisition.com. We own a portfolio of companies and help.
And I am going to get some like sleep relax electrolyte stuff. I don't know what it's called. Give me 1 second. right, we're gonna watch the video. Sorry, I get distracted pretty easily, guys.
Founders who are at $3 to $10 million minimum in revenue get to $30 million plus, scale and exit in 3 to 5
Hey
years.
Siri, turn it
That is
down.
what we do. For everyone who's not in that category, my goal is to just help you for free and provide more value than anything you can buy online. And my transparent goal is make everyone wealthy, because that's what I believe that. And hopefully, if you went from 0 to 3 million or 1 million to 3 million using the stuff that we provide for free, then I already know that you'll be able to execute, and then I will be able to help you far more and show you how deep the rabbit hole goes. So anyways, that is why I'm doing this stuff for free if you're curious. And so let's dive in and talk about how to provide high value products. So it's taking your existing services and making them more valuable by changing the offer that we're providing them from a fulfillment standpoint. So we already talked about, making sure we're picking the right market, charging what it's worth, how to deconstruct value, how to understand all of the obstacles that are going to get in the way of the prospect so that we can create a high value solution. Now we're getting into how to actually do this in the real world. Okay, so what are we actually going to give them? What are we literally going to give them in exchange for their money? All right, so this is building your offer part 2. All right, so the offer might not be actually making money because what you're providing is not high margin or valuable. All right, this is a key point. It might not be high margin, so you might be maybe solving the problem, but you're not making any money. All right, so I'm going to show you how to break this apart and make it work for you. All right, so there's a few pieces to this. One is understanding from a theoretical standpoint the sales to fulfillment continuum that exists. The next is the delivered vehicles. This is the how of how you're going to deliver the solution to them. And then what I like to do is a process called trimming and stacking for max profit and value. All right, so we're going to look at all the solutions we could possibly do, and then we're going to trim the ones that we don't think are going to be valuable, and we're going to stack the ones that we do think are going to be valuable and high margin, and that is what we're going to ultimately provide. All right, so let's start with the sales and fulfillment continuum. So right now you've got this fun little graphic that I drew here of easy to sell and hard to fulfill. Right, so if something's easy to sell, it tends to be hard to fulfill. If something's hard to sell, it tends to be easy to fulfill. Right, and so I'll give you an example of that. So if I said, I'm doing done for you services, like done for you in general tends to be easy to sell, harder to fulfill, because now you have to do everything, right? On the flip side, if I said, hey, I'm going to sell you a course, that in general tends to be harder to sell, especially at higher prices. You have to be far better at persuasion and providing, stacking value and communicating and marketing, all that kind of stuff. So it's harder to sell, but it's easy to fulfill. You just give someone a login, right? And so this is understanding this continuum is really key, especially as you're getting started. Now, for me, I tend to focus far more on this side of the equation when I'm working with a business, as in it's something easy to sell, hard to fulfill, and then we slowly work our way this way to the other side. Now, sometimes you can build an entire business just around this, and especially if you're a very good operator and you're good at building infrastructure, building teams, building culture, and you've figured out a new way to do fulfillment so that something's easy to sell and easy to fulfill, and that's really what we want to get to. But in general, this is typically how services work, and you can see this on the continuum of done for you services, as in like people pay you money and you do something for them. Done with you is more like, like a trainer, a personal trainer, for example, is a done with you. If you went to the gym, or if you had a coach who's got a program and you're following steps. Mentorship is a common example of done with you. An advisor, right? And then do it yourself is you get access to a book, you get access to a course, just like you're doing right now. And this is something that is harder to sell and easy to fulfill, right? So that is kind of how that continuum works. So the way that I like to think about this, though, for me personally, is I like to focus on the things that are hard to fulfill first, that are easy to sell. And I like to liken this to the Tesla pyramid, okay? So if you think about this, I love Tesla's entire process around this, is that first started with $250,000, the Tesla Roadster, right? And they price positioned themselves as doing this thing, right? And it was harder for them to make those cars. It was a very smaller audience that wanted them, but those people all had lots of money and would happily do it because they were first adopters, right? Now, over time, from there, they moved down the pyramid and started selling $100,000 cars. Now, that was accessible for more people. And then at the bottom, you've got $30,000 cars, which is accessible to just about everybody, right? In the US at least. And so for me, if I'm working with a business, especially if you're starting out right now, you're under 3 million, looking at this and thinking, okay, I'm okay serving fewer people at higher prices so that I can get my chops, learn the skills, pricing for myself in a way so that when you do say, hey, I'm opening up this thing that's a little bit easier for me to fulfill, you'll have the credibility, perceived likelihood of achievement from your prospects. So they're like, well, this person was charging this much, so now this is a deal. right? It all exists within the context that we create. This is the frame of mind. This is the frame of reference. And so I prefer to build businesses from the top down rather than the bottom up. I see this as a very common mistake. This is my opinion. Of guys starting out, is they try and I can't even tell you the amount of times they're like, well, I don't want to sell something that's not scalable. And I'm like, bro, you don't even have clients. You don't even worry about scale. You don't even have money. So let's go get you money. Let's go sell high ticket, more custom stuff first. Let's get cash flow. Let's get easier things to sell, harder to fulfill. Let's get things going, and then learn more about the business and figure out what pieces we can trim and stack that we can provide pretty, like almost the same amount of value for less operational drag, something that's easier to fulfill for us, and lower the price, but we've been positioned in such a way that makes it easier to sell. And so the idea is that when you come down this pyramid, it would normally be harder to sell some of these things, but because we've gone through this process, it is easier to sell and actually makes the process more fluid, okay? And so I just said this is a consolidated point. Selling the more expensive thing, automatic price anchors and value anchors for your lesser expensive thing with more scale. It also creates a simple reason why for your communication. So it's like, we couldn't keep up with all the demand for our custom one-on-one thing, and so we made something that we could, that more people could participate in. So if you're looking at what I'm doing, and the reason that acquisition.com is built as a pyramid as well is for
Guys,
that
am I
same concept.
balding
It's like,
already?
I'm
Holy
really just
shit,
serving
look at that.
the guys who are at 3 to 10 million and trying to scale and exit. I have made the rest of my entire pyramid. I don't really want to sell courses. I don't want to sell coaching programs. I just want everyone to make money. And so my goal here is I'm just making everything easy to fulfill. For me, obviously besides the front end work of putting all this stuff together for you, is that just so that you can be successful. And obviously, if you make money, using this stuff, right, then when I can work with you specifically, then you already know that my style and my frameworks are effective, and it makes the process much easier. All right. So the conclusion is, and this is one of the sayings that I have, and I'll repeat it here, is that you need to create flow first, then you monetize flow, and then you add friction, which is making it harder to sell and easier to fulfill. So the friction in the process is I need to make this scalable, which is how do I make it easier for me to fulfill? Now, in general, most times when you do things that are easier for you, it's less value to the prospect. Not always, but in general. And that's why it takes a lot of time and thinking to create things that are very high value and easy to fulfill, right? And so my rule of thumb when someone is starting out is create flow first, get the yeses first, even if it's hard to fulfill, make money, and then when you look at all the things you did, I'll bet you there are some things in that process that you said you were going to fulfill on that the person didn't actually get a lot of value from, and they may have been really hard for you to fulfill. So you can start cutting those pieces out, adding things that you didn't have, and then you're basically iterating on your offer until you finally have the stack of things that are very valuable that you can provide to them, okay? And so we always start here and then move that way, okay? That's kind of my thought process, especially if you're starting out. So one of the other things I like about this is that because when you have harder to fulfill things, they tend to be more expensive, and so you don't need to sell as many of them. So it makes it easier for you to get started without needing to to accommodate scale, which is a whole problem in and of itself. All right, so get some money, then use the money to build your business. Don't solve for problems that don't exist yet, which is I need to be scalable. It's like you don't need to be scalable because you don't even have clients yet. All right. So number one, sales to fulfillment continuum. Understanding that is one of the first things in terms of where we're going to start on this pyramid, because when we're about to get into the house, that is the context under which we're going to be thinking through the house. Okay. So there's two pieces to the delivery vehicle. So it's listing a problem and all the ways you can solve that problem, right? Then we have use the cheat codes to make it easier to think through, which is basically the delivery cube. This is how I think through things, okay? So I'm using the same example we had earlier. So we had buying healthy food is hard, confusing, expensive, time consuming, and I won't like it, right? So if I wanted to provide a one-on-one solution, what would I offer? I might offer, hey, I'm going to take you to the grocery store myself, and we're going to go shopping together this first time so that you understand where to look, how to do it, and how we can do it in a quick and inconvenient way. So that would be a really easy way for them to think, well, I mean, if I went with him, it wouldn't be confusing, it wouldn't be hard. He would show me how to do it for less. He would show me how to do it faster. And if I was with him and they liked me during the sales process, they probably would say I would kind of enjoy it, I like the company, right? So in one fell swoop, I solve all those problems one-on-one, right? Now, these are other ways I would maybe solve that same problem one-on-one. So I have in-person grocery shopper where I take clients and teach them how to shop. Now, I could do this one-to-many, but if I just wanted to do one-on-one, I could do that. I could do a personalized grocery list. So I might teach them how to make the list. That'd be one-on-one, a single consultation that I would show them how to make their specific list, right? I can do a full-service shopping where I buy their food for them. All right, this is a done-for-you solution that's one-on-one, right? I'm just going to buy their food for them and deliver to them. Another one would be in-person orientation. So this is now in-person, but just not at the store where I teach them what to get, right? I could have tech support while shopping. So I could say, hey, just shoot me a text when you're shopping. If you have anything, if you get stuck, let me know. Just shoot me a picture of the can of soup that you're thinking about buying, and I'll make sure that it's according to your plan. It could be a phone call while grocery shopping, which is we'll plan it out, and I'll get on the phone with you for 30 minutes while you're shopping to make sure that you buy everything the right way. And it could be a FaceTime call, whatever, right? And this way I provide, direction and support throughout that process. All right. Now, if I wanted to provide the same concept in small group, all right, remember this is just examples of solving one problem, which is they don't like grocery shopping, they don't know how to do it. All right. So if I was doing a small group solution, I'd take a bunch of people shopping, right? I could do also a personalized grocery list for a group of people. So I could kind of walk them through a framework or a process of creating their own list. I could buy their food for them again, but I would do this for everyone in a group fashion, not just one-on-one. Or I could do a in-person orientation, not at the store, right? So that's how I might be doing for a small group, right? Now, if I wanted to provide a one-to-many solution, right, I might do a live grocery store tour that would be virtual, or I might live stream into a group for all my new customers and let them ask questions live. I would go grocery shopping, not them, right? I could do one of them and do a recorded grocery store tour where I might shop once, record it, and then give them that as a reference point going forward, right? I might create a do-it-yourself grocery calculator where I create a shareable tool that shows them how to just put in their meal plan and then they get their groceries spit out based on their goal and their calorie intake. I could create predetermined lists where each customer, I might do this ahead of time, right? Where I have 30 different lists based on their body weight and goals, and I say, well, you're a 1B. Here you go, and then I give them the 1B plan. I could have a grocery store buddy system where, remember, this is one-to-many. I could do this infinitely scalable. I would just pair customers, right? And then they still get a lot of the emotional benefits. I could pair old customers with new customers. I could pair two sets of new customers. I could also set up times where they all meet at the store without me, and they go. I could also do pre-made Instacart grocery carts for delivery, where I actually pre-make it, I share the cart with them, and they click it on their phone, and it's immediately delivered to them. All right? So these are different ways of solving the same problem, right? One-to-one, small group, one-to-many, right? And so this is the delivery cube. This is how I think through any type of product or service that I'm going to think of. So if right now, I like to think that this is a creative process. So when I've taught this before in the past, I've had different feedback. One of them is, don't even worry about this. Just think about everything you could possibly do for someone, all right? I tend to like having prompts, so I do it this way. If this is confusing for you, can stop and just do it on your own, the way I just said, which is just list out every possible way you could massively think of. All right, we're going to trim and stack in a second. You're not going to do all of them, but you could think through just going, how many ways can I solve this problem? This is how I do it, though. So the first dynamic that I just walked you through is one-on-one, small group, and one-to-many. All right, I like to think about it in that fashion. All right, the next way I like to think about it from a framework standpoint is, how can I solve this problem in a do-it-yourself format? How can I solve this problem in a done-with-you format? How can I solve this problem in a done-for-you format? Now, you probably noticed that some of the solutions I had were do-it-yourself, done-with-you, and done-for-you at each of these varying levels. So this is a cube, right? All these components interact with each other, but I can't show a cube on the screen, so it's 6 boxes. All right. The next is the level of support. Do they have tech support? Do they have chat support? Do they have email support? Do they have a live phone call support? Do they have expert support? Do they have Zoom support? These are all different things that I can do at varying levels based on the convenience for me and the customer and the value it's going to provide. The next is, what level of consumption am I going to have? Am I going to have them consume this information via video? Is it going to be audio so they can just listen to it in the car? Is it going to be a written format, or is it going to be live, or is it going to be recorded? Right? These are all dynamics of how I'm going to have them consume. So if you're thinking through that, you're like, what could I do? What could I do live? What could I do recorded? What could I do via video? What could I do via PDF? Right? Those are all different ways of consuming the information. The next is speed and convenience. Right? Was available, I think it was 12 hours a day. I think it was 9 to 9. That they would respond within 3 minutes or less. Now, what we found out was that after doing this, research, right, it was more valuable for our clients to have an expert that was less available than, ideally, an expert would be available 12 hours a day, and maybe I should solve for that. That's, food for thought for me. We actually ended up transitioning to a more valuable, very, very high-level person being available every day, but just not all day. And so that was the solution that we ended up having. But it's understanding these variables, because that's just my market, it may be different for yours, right? And then finally, the last dynamic that I like to think through with this is the 10x to 1/10 test, all right? And so I'll walk you through that. So right now, I want you to think about the price point that you're planning on charging for this, for whatever your thing is, your services, your product, whatever. And that's X, right? That's what you're currently at. Now, if I said, right now, we're going to 10x your price, what else would you want to fulfill to make it 10 times more valuable? All right. So 10x the price in your mind, and think, what else would I normally give or provide in order to justify that price? Right. And so that will get you thinking in a different dynamic of how you can provide and solve problems, because maybe you should 10x your price and provide those things. There are many people who just would prefer just more value. Right. On the flip side, and this is a slightly different test, which is the 1/10 test, which is, if I was forced to provide more value than I currently am, but I could only charge 1/10 of what I'm currently charging, what would I do? And so what this does is it gets you thinking in building assets, building tools, building resources, and things that you would only have to build one time exclusively that are far more valuable than what you're currently doing. So think about, like, if I provide more value than I currently am and I had to charge 1/10 the price, how would I structure that delivery? And so if you go through the 10x to 1/10 test, the 10x will stretch you up ways, and then the 1/10 test will stretch you from an efficiency standpoint. So you get both aspects of your mind stretched. All right. And so this is the delivery cube. This is what I like to think through when I'm creating products and solutions, which is really what we're doing, services to fulfill on promises. Okay. And so now what I do is I list out all the possible solutions to all possible problems. All right, and then just consider using the delivery cube if that's useful for you. If that sounds like too much to you, then just list out all the ideas that you have. All right, and so that is the how. And the final step in this process is the trimming and stacking for maximum profit and value. Okay, so we now should have this huge list of stuff, right, of delivery systems that we're going to provide, and we're going to rate them in terms of value and cost to you. Okay, and so the way I think about this is maximizing profit and value. So there are going to be some solutions that if you had to rate based on the value equation, which I already shared with you earlier, is that this might be low value, high cost. Okay, well, we're not going to do that, right? And this one might be medium value, low cost. But even if it's not high cost, it's low cost, but it's not a lot of value, then it just becomes a distraction, right? It's not something that, like, I want every single piece of my delivery to be hard hitting. I want them to be like, wow, that's wonderful. I'm delighted. I'm going to tell my friends. Like, that's what I want to think through when I'm creating my stack of solutions, right? And so I only pick things that are high value. And now, once I have the high value things, you're going to see things that are high value and high cost and high value and low cost. I'm going to keep both of them for now. So we're going to keep everything that is basically high value, independent of cost, but we're going to note the cost for one final thing in a second, okay? So you list them all out, cut out anything that's low value, note the cost, and you go to step 5, which is figuring out the final value stack, right? And so the idea here is every single thing we have is going to solve all the problems that they have, because there are going to be some solutions that solve multiple problems, right? So, like I said earlier, if I were doing a live grocery tour, right, with a group of people, well, that's automatically going to solve the hard, it's confusing, all of these other things. And I might only have one left, which is it's not sustainable, unless I did it every week, in which case that's fine, right? But the point is that it might not be sustainable for them in the long term. So then I create a mini thing on the back end to show how they can do it on their own in their own time, etc. Right? And so the idea is you have this matrix of problems in the prospect's mind, and we're just checking off every single one of the boxes, so they have no reason to A, not buy, and B, not be successful. All right? And so the final result here is high value items, and some that are high cost and some are low cost. So the last step that I look at is I typically will not have more than 1 to 2 high cost delivery items for a set of solutions. So I'll try and solve as many of the solutions as I can in low to medium cost scenarios, and save the 1 to 2 high cost things to be the heaviest hitting, right? And so do I think that a live tour would be really valuable? Yes. Could I solve it in another way that would provide almost the same value? So maybe I would do that buddy system thing that probably solves the same problem, and it doesn't, but I don't have to, I'm not involved in it. I just have to pair the people. That's easier for me. If I provided a 2 one-on-one consultations during that period of time to help them troubleshoot, that would probably be perceived as valuable, increase the likelihood of success, and it's also a little bit more convenient for me, right? And so those would be the types of things that I would be including. If I had a one-on-one coach, right, that I would assign to them, for example, to hold them accountable, whether it's a relationship coach, whether it's a money coach, whether it's a weight loss coach, it doesn't really matter. The point is that we're holding them accountable to the plan, and then we're checking with them on a daily or 2 times or 3 times a week basis to make sure they're hitting their goals. So that's something that's super high value. It is high cost to me because I have to scale people to do that. But do I think that the value outweighs the cost? And in that example, I probably would, because I think the number one issue that most people have is actually executing. So I would really focus on holding them accountable so they could be successful, right? And so that is how I think through each of the service delivery items when we're creating this final high value, high profit offer stack that we're going to be recombining together to make the core offer what we're delivering to our prospects. Okay. And so again, when we're defining value, we're thinking about this in terms of the value equation. Is this financially valuable to them? Would they think, wow, this is really cool? Would they think that they'd be likely to succeed when we're thinking about through those value things, that stack? Does it make them feel like they can do it without without effort and sacrifice, right? And then do we think that we can help them accomplish the goal and see the result they want in less time, right? And so those are the 4 variables, and we're thinking about each of those solutions within the context of those 4, right? And so from a high cost. For me, especially in service, something has to be at 80% or higher gross margins. So gross margin is, if I charge $100 for something, it has to cost me $20 or less to do the fulfillment, right? And you're like, wow, 80% or more? Yes, because we have other costs running the business. So if you hope to have a 30% margin, then it means 20% is going to cost of goods. X percent is going to go to cost of acquisition. You're going to market, you're going to sell, you have commissions, you have marketing teams, you have advertising. All that stuff is going to take up the next piece, right? You're going to have infrastructure pieces, you're going to have software, you're going to have admin, you're going to have finance, you're going to have billing, HR. And the thing is, especially if you're starting out, you want to make sure you should be the most profitable in the beginning, because it's only going to go down with time because you're going to add more infrastructure, right? Now, obviously some businesses, this is a generalization, some businesses become more profitable with time. It depends on, if you have a software business, etc. I'm not getting into that. But in general, for most people starting out, you want to make sure that you have high margins because you're going to be adding people as you scale, right? And so, like I said, if the cost of fill is $200, you need to be able to sell for $1,000 to keep 80% gross margins. All right, and remember, the gross margin is the direct cost of fulfilling what you sell, not the indirect cost. Okay, so if I sold a service of some kind, the person who actually fulfills that service is going to be the direct cost. The indirect cost might be rent, it might be software, it might be processing fees, it might be those are all indirect costs. The direct cost is if I added 100 people to my thing, how many more people would I need to hire? That is my direct cost. My indirect cost is the other things that would accompany that, all right? And so that's where your gross margin, you want to have at least 80% when it's service, all right? Now, if it's physical products, it's a little bit different because you can sell more volume, et cetera. But for service, which many people are listening to this are, you want to be at 80% or higher for gross margins, okay? So high value, low cost is the goal, and we want to stack as many of those solutions together as we possibly can. This is what it might look like, right? We have, item 1, 2, and this one might be high value, high cost. The other ones are high value, low cost. Problem 2 might be we have one high value, high cost, and the rest are high value, low cost, etc. Right? And so the examples on this: low cost might be recordings, tools, swipe files, PDF, videos, group sessions. High cost might be one-on-one, personally reviewing a sales call, personally reviewing a therapy call, personally reviewing 10 deals for your real estate coaching, going to your house and cleaning your pantry, take you on a tour of a grocery store to go shopping. Those are all high cost things. High value though, right? If I were a real estate coach and I said, hey, I'm going to review your 10 deals and make sure that you pull the trigger on one of them with my sign off, then that would be high cost for me time-wise, but I'm going to probably perceive that as very high value because my number one concern is I'm going to make a mistake, right, if I'm a buyer. So this would be something that I'd probably include is I have all my recordings, tools, swipe files, my calculators to see, to show, but there's just something to be said about having that little extra piece of trust that I'm not making a mistake. I'm reversing risk, increasing the perceived likelihood of success, all right? And so this is the second half of creating your high-value offer. We already had our problems. We listed them out. We found the solutions. We understand that we want to provide just a handful of high-value clients, lots of value first, and then price position that, learn more about the prospects, figure out how we can deliver that in a more scalable way, but start at the top and then work our way down, right? We know the delivery vehicles, the how, and then we trim and stack for max value and profit, okay? And so that includes step 5. Don't worry, there's all the sexy stuff is about to come in the next one, where we're going to cover bonuses, guarantees, scarcity, urgency, and then naming. But right now, if you're having offer and you're getting started, walk through this process, look at the delivery cube, and think about different and creative ways of solving the problems. And you can find more about this stuff on acquisition.com. I'll be posting blog posts in time. You'll also have this course is offers training. It's the advanced training. It's absolutely free at acquisition.com. You don't need to opt in. It's just yours. So enjoy, and I'll see you.
full transparency view. or else I could be upgraded. Guys, I forgot I'm recording. It's doing a lot of. Dude, look how many fucking writing there is. All for an offer. What the fuck is going on? I believe I covered it all though.
Cállate la boca, por favor.
AI training. Knowledgeable. Okay, we've moved on to section 4, which is enhancing your offer. So far, my offer is this and this, but I'm not gonna read it just yet because we got a lot of work to do still, guys. Enhancing the offer, scarcity, urgency, bonuses, guarantees, and naming. But wait, there's more. If you order today, May 2019, Arnold Schwarzenegger's home after school all-stars fundraiser. The line of cars outside Arnold's house was around the corner, and we were in one of them. We were sitting in our Uber when a security guard with an earpiece, black suit, and black sunglasses knocked on the driver's window. It was like straight out of a movie. The driver rolled down the window, name, Alex and Layla Hormozy. He scanned a list on his clipboard, nodded, and checked off our names. Great, he said, his demeanor transformed from stern to inviting. Welcome to the fundraiser. Stay in this line. You make a left and security will escort you the rest of the way. The security guard talked into his walkie-talkie to the next post down the road, signaling our car was approved. Pulling up to the front of the state was like entering into a Bond movie. Lamborghinis, Bugattis, Ferraris, and brands of cars are too expensive to even speak of. Old guys with young, scantily clad girls, A-list actors, celebrities with millions of followers who were recording themselves as they arrived, talking to their iPhones to their audiences and us. The fundraiser was $25,000 per ticket to attend, with an invite list of only 100. There was a red carpet and all. Every year, the fundraiser culminated in a big auction for memorabilia and items sold of the business's owners, and the audience gave away for charity. Not of water. We saw 10,000 scotches. We walked into the entertainment stations purposely devised to get donors in the giving mood. We saw 10,000 scotches, $500 cigars, pre-released items from major brands that wouldn't be available to the public until months later. And of course, the most expensive cuisine you can imagine. Ben, the CEO of the charity, saw us looking lost and walked over. He took me by the arm to introduce me to some of the other donors. These were all men who were older than me and donating $100,000 and up without a second thought. The man he introduced to me was one of the charity's biggest donors. He had built an ultra high-end jewelry and watch business. I'm talking $100,000, $500,000, $2 million plus rare status symbols that people buy only so other 0.001%ers know they belong. He had donated upwards of $700,000 in merchandise as prizes for the fundraiser this evening. Alex and Layla, meet George. Ben said, he's been very generous with his time and money into the cause. George is Alex and Layla Hormozy. They're donating $1 million tonight to ASAS. I figured you are both good people and wanted to connect you too. Nice to meet you both, George said with calm, weathered eyes. He was in his late 60s, tall and sturdily built. You could hear his Eastern Bloc origins in his accent. He sounded like a man who had fought tooth and nail to be there, but he had softened his demeanor for gatherings such as these. But a tiger with teeth and claws remained under the surface, ready to be called upon at a moment's notice. I felt like I understood this guy. Ben broke the ice. So George was the one who got me to raise the price from $15,000 per ticket to $25,000. We had more demand than ever this year, but I took his advice. I cut the amount of tickets we sold and raised the price. That's right, said George, content that his sage business advice had been followed. When demand increases, cut supply. He perked up slightly as we talked about money. This man had built his business from nothing and found ways to sell things for extraordinary profits by understanding human psychology. I had long learned about supply and demand, but this guy was using its psychological underpinnings to fuel a fundraising. You could take the tiger out of the jungle, but not the jungle out of the tiger. People want what they can't have. People want what other people want. People want things only a select few have access to. He was dead right. They had raised an extra $1 million that night before the event had even started by cutting the supply of tickets and raising the prices. On top of that, all the people were more qualified than ever to be big donors. The night ended up being the most successful night in the charity's history, raising nearly $5.4 million from only 100 people. That's $54,000 per head. Each of the items was auctioned off a one-of-a-kind item. And if you missed it, you had never had a chance to buy it. Arnold even threw in some bonuses when two people would get high enough in the bidding, allowing the charity to get both donations. It was a masterful display of human psychology at work in a setting where people were knowingly overpaying for products. The products remained unchanged, yet within this setting, an item wouldn't sell at a different venue for 10K sold for 100. That's how powerful scarcity, urgency, and bonuses are, and breaking down how to use them to further increase demand for your offer without changing your offer is the purpose of this section. Scarcity, urgency, bonuses, and guarantees were not the only persuasion tools being employed to get egregious prices at the fundraiser. They also used commitment and consistency, status, peer pressure, goodwill, celebrity endorsements, competition, etc. However, scarcity, urgency, and bonuses are the only theory I will be breaking down in this book, as I believe they belong more with the offer and less with the actual selling, which I will talk about in depth in Acquisition Volume 4, $100 million sales. Wait, what? There's gonna be a fourth book? There's no way, right? Fundamentally, all marketing exists to influence the supply and demand curve. We artificially increase the demand for our products and services through some sort of persuasive communication. When we increase the demand, we can sell more units. When we decrease supply, we can sell those units for more money. The perfect profit combination is lots of demand and very little supply, or perceived supply. The process of enhancing your core offer is designed to do both of these things. Increase demand and decrease perceived supply so you can sell the same products for more money than you otherwise could, and in higher volumes than you otherwise would over a long time horizon. This assumes a regular business who is not trying to gain mass market penetration for some other strategic advantage. Increase demand and decrease perceived supply so you can sell the same products for more money. Increase demand and decrease perceived supply. And in higher volumes than you otherwise would over a longer time horizon. This assumes a regular business who is not trying to gain mass market penetration for other strategic advantage. Desire comes from not getting what you want. Naval made it in here, heck yeah. Naval Ravikant. Desire is a contract you make with yourself to be unhappy until you get what you want. It follows, therefore, that we only want things we do not have. As soon as we have them, our desire for them disappears. Therefore, if we seek to increase the demand or desire, we must decrease or delay satisfying the desire of our prospects. We must sell fewer units than we otherwise can. Let that sit. If we seek to increase the demand or desire, we must decrease or delay satisfying the desires of our prospects. We must sell fewer units than we otherwise can. Let that sit for you for a second. Consider this example. We promote some 2-day workshops that are upcoming. First, we whisper that it's coming, then we tease it with some other benefits, and then we shout that it's launching in a week. Then when we launch this amazing workshop, we have two supply-demand scenarios. We sell 2 units at $500 each, sell entire pyramid at price, all say yes. We sell 2 one-day workshops, one-on-one for $5K each, skim top pyramid with 80% not purchasing. One-fifth of the prospects are willing to pay 5 times the price or more. For this example, I might have 10 people willing to pay $500, but 2 of them willing to pay $5,000. So I would make more, have lower costs, provide more value, and increase the demand in the remaining prospect space by selling fewer units. Think about how exclusive scenario 1 versus scenario 2 would feel. Think about all the people who would want to purchase but would not be able to. Would this increase or decrease their desire? It would increase it, of course. On top of that, If some people see others who are able to get in are loving, it would further increase their desire, and next time they would act with more urgency and be willing to pay more for the same thing than they originally did. Makes sense. So now, in the aftermath of our second scenario, we will have 8 people who have unsatisfied desires. This increases their desire further, and to boot, we now have the new prospects who weren't in the original pool who want what we have. The next time we promote scenario 2, we then open 3 spots at the same price and sell them all, still leaving some prospects with pent-up demand. This is a continuous theme. Conversely, if we were to promote scenario 1 again, the $500 price point, we would probably sell fewer slots the second time around. Why? We have no pent-up demand. All desire have been satisfied. When you pull this trigger too early, each successive instance we promote, we sell even fewer. Eventually, we run out of sufficient demand to make even a single sale. This is the sad state of many businesses find themselves in, always trying to generate more demand to make another quick sale. The longer you delay the ask, the bigger the ask you can make. The longer the runway, the bigger the plane that can take off. We must endeavor to keep our supply and satisfaction desire under the demand that we are able to generate. This maximizes profits and keeps desire ravenous in our customer base. This is the real key to never going hungry. The reason I titled this the subsection Delicate Dance of Desire is that supply and demand are inversely correlated in theory. If you satisfy zero desire, provide zero supply, you will not make money and eventually people feeling rejected. Conversely, if you satisfy all the demand, you will kill your golden goose and not know where your next meal will come from. Mastering supply and demand comes from the elegant dance between the two. If you sleep with your significant other every day, they have less desire than if you haven't slept with them for a week. We want the ravenous prospect, not merely the aroused. Therefore, understanding the interplay between these variables is key to enhancing your offer and the amount of profits you will make over time. Up to this point, we have covered all the things inside of your offer, what can make it immune to price comparison, and transform regular services and products into things that people will find a way to pay for. It would follow that the next variable that can make your offer more desirable is how it is presented. In other words, the outside variables that position your product in your prospect's mind. These forces are often more powerful than your core offer. In this next section, Enhancing Your Offer, I will show you how I use scarcity to decrease supply to raise prices, and indirectly increase demand through perceived exclusiveness. Use urgency to increase demand by increasing the action threshold of a prospect. Use bonuses to increase demand. Use guarantees to increase demand by reversing risk. Use names to re-stimulate demand and expand awareness of my offer to my target audience. I will define each, then give you examples of how to use them. We will use all these variables to enhance our offer and shift the demand curve in our favor, leaving our customers always wanting for more. We will start by tactically stimulating fear of missing out, aka FOMO, through scarcity. Okay, who knew supply and demand was pretty complicated? So more supply, demand goes down, more demand the more demand there is, the more we can sell, but the more we sell, the supply. Okay. Supply goes up, demand goes down. Demand goes up, supply goes down. Supply goes up, demand goes down. Supply goes down, demand goes up. Demand goes up, supply goes down. Demand goes down, supply goes up. I don't know. I don't think I fully understand it yet, but it's always been very complicated. else is doing this, man? Good. What does Alex Ramosi say? Like, he says something like, the more pain you go through, the more you do for the thing, the better it is, because the less likely others are to follow. And I know this book has millions of buys, but who really is applying this? First of all, whoever is cracking past the first page has to be less than 10%. Whoever's highlighting has to be like 5%. Whoever's writing notes has to be like 1%. Whoever's applying has to be like 1% of the 1%. Right? Like, most people are just consumers, even in business. So let's keep going, guys. Don't want to push this till tomorrow, but we have about 50 more pages to go. Enhancing the offer scarcity, sold out. Scarcity, X left, Y spots, sold out. Number of units available. Scarcity is one of the most powerful and least understood forces to unlock unlimited pricing power. If you want to learn how to sell air for millions of dollars, then pay attention. The reason an authority like a doctor, or a celebrity like Oprah, or a celebrity authority like Dr. Oz or Dr. Phil can charge egregious amounts of rates is because of implied demand. People assume that there's a lot of demand for their time. Jeez. Church, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do church, let's do it. Gosh, dude. The reason an authority like a doctor. That being said, it's hard for most businesses to understand what it's really like to have an uneven supply demand curve until your experience. I'm going to try and walk you through what it felt like for me the first time I experienced it in order to give you a taste of the power. When I got into this world of acquisition, I saw mentors of mine selling days of time for $50,000 plus. My mind was blown for two reasons. First, because I didn't understand how they could make so much money for a single day. Second, because I didn't understand who in their right mind was buying it. Over time, I learned. If I have a rare problem and I must solve this problem for my own pursuit of happiness, it will consume all of my attention. By the nature of my problem being specialized, there will be very few people who can solve it. This means there is not a large supply of solvers. In many cases, I will perceive only one possible solver. Real life value case study. There are many people who can solve the problem. How do I make $10,000 per month? Far fewer who can solve. How can I add $5 million in profit without adding any extra product lines into my business? This is a real project that took me 60 minutes and resulted in exactly 5 minutes of bottom line profit by slightly altering the pricing model of the business. You could say the business owner was very happy with the result of the engagement. That's crazy, dude. Beyond that, if solving this problem speeds up my achievement of a goal by a year or two, or immediately results in me making hundreds of thousands of dollars or millions of dollars, that solution becomes far more valuable, does it not? Of course it does, and so it would follow if I pay someone $50,000 for a day of their time and see an increase of $500,000 per month in revenue within 3 months because of the insights and strategies revealed. That would be a hell of a return on investment, right? So there are two components to the value. First, how rare the sources are. Second, the actual value being provided. The value and rarity compound to create some truly breathtaking profits. Specialized consultants are paid millions of dollars to solve problems worth tens of millions to clients. The client pays for all the experience and expertise the expert has and avoids the cost of errors, time, and money. In short, they skip the bad stuff and go straight to the good stuff more quickly and far less money than it would cost to figure it out on their own. A beautiful economic exchange. I personally experienced this for the first time when I had two different people offer me $50,000 for a day of my time after speaking at an event. They were scaling an education business in a niche not too dissimilar from my own and could not get past the $1 million per month mark. As someone who was doing $1 million per week in the same business type at the time, I was a very specific type of person with the keys to their problems. So what happened, you ask? Drum roll. I didn't accept their offers. Why? Because I was making more than $50,000 per day in profit for my business and didn't want the distraction. Wow, that's crazy. It was years later that I started acquisition.com to help these very people. But instead of charging a day rate, I simply became an equity holder in a company to completely align interests for a short and long term. And so I can see the implementations through. And as my time is limited by the laws of physics for everyone else below that $3 to $10 million year mark, I make all these materials for free. After the event concluded and I was speaking with Layla, I realized how I had somehow become one of those people I had always wondered about. It was a very surreal experience for me. I finally understood how premium prices were truly made. Simple supply and demand. There is a little that substitutes for incredible demand. You can try and fake it, but there's a special type of zero fucks given vibe that's hard to replicate when you truly do not need a person's money or even want it. That's why these guys can charge so much, because they don't need it. The person who needs to exchange less always has the upper hand. I always try to remember that. It's not one of the negotiating pricing principles that has best served my life. But Alex, how are you going to show me how to use scarcity to increase the amount of people who want my offer when currently no one does? Great question. Let's attack some real world in the trenches strategies to reliably create scarcity. When there's a fixed supply of quantity of product or services are available for purchase, it creates scarcity or a fear of missing out. For example, increase the need to take action. This is where publicly share you are only giving away X amount of products and can only handle Y clients. For example, if a musician drops a limited edition hoodie and says he only made 100 and they will never be able to make it again, are you more or less likely to buy it than one that is always available? More likely, naturally. The idea that you can never get it again makes it more desirable. This is an example of scarcity. It is the fear of missing out on something. It pulls on our psychological fear of loss to get us to take action. Humans are far more motivated to take action to hoard a scarce resource than they are to act on something that could help them. Fear of loss is stronger than desire for gain. We will yield this psychological lever to get your clients to buy in a frenzy all at once until you are sold out. Limited supply of seat slots in general are over X period of time. Limited supply of bonuses never available again. But how to use this properly without being phony? I'll try and give you some real world examples. Having limited releases is tried and true method of using the psychological bias to your advantage. You can have limited releases for flavors, colors, designs, sizes. This month, we are releasing 100 boxes of mint chocolate cookie flavored protein bars. Important point, to properly utilize this method, you should always sell out. Hence, here's why. It's better to sell out consistently than overorder and fail at creating that scarcity. This method stacks in effectiveness. If it is done repeatedly over time, just not too often, once a month seems to be the sweet spot for most of the companies I know who do this with regularity. Second important note, when using this tactic, you must also let everyone know that you sold out. That is part of what makes it work so well. This way, even people who are on the fence, when they see that it was sold out, it gives social proof that other people thought it was worth it. And now that the choice has been made for them, they desire it more because there is no way they can get it. So the next time you make that offer, they will be far more likely to take you up on it. When using this tactic, you must also let everyone know that you sold out. That is part of what makes it work so well. This way, even people who are on the fence, when they see that it was sold out, it gives social proof that other people thought it was worth it. And now that choice has been made for them, they desire it more because there is no way you can get it. Fun fact, Chanel, a brand that has maintained insane margins and pricing for over a century, is a master of scarcity. They send only one or two of each piece to each store, so every store has a different selection and every item is the last or second to last item in stock. This allows them to price far above market and turn buying impulses into purchases. With services, especially if you want consistently get customers, it can be a little trickier to use scarcity. But I will show you a few simple ways to employ scarcity ethically to increase your take rates on offers. These all have similar elements with very slight tweaks. I'm numbering these because one of these might mentally fit your business model more than others. Total business cap, only accepting X clients. Only accepting X clients at this level of service ongoing. This puts a cap on how many clients you service, but also keeps them in it. You create a waiting list for new prospects. The moment the door opens, they jump right in and price resistance disappears. Periodically, you can increase capacity by 10 to 20% and cap it again. This works well for your highest tiers or service levels. This is like saying my agency only will service 25 customers total, period. Over time, you can increase your price and squeeze the lower performing accounts out and bring in new, more profitable accounts. Or you can periodically open slots as your capacity allows, always leaving some demand unmet. Only accept X clients per week. We only accept 5 new clients per week and we already have the first 3 spots taken. I have 6 more calls this week, so you can take this spot as one of my next calls and you can wait until we reopen. I have used this method since the beginning of my business. I always knew what my capacity was per week and simply chose to let our prospects know how many openings we had left. This banks us on the fact that you can only handle a certain amount of new clients anyways. This is a regular bias, so you might as well let them know it. It's good. Similar to the above, accept done or whatever cadence you desire. Only accepting X amount per class or cohort over a given amount period is another way of thinking about it. Imagine you only start clients monthly or quarterly. This helps you get some cadence in place in your business operationally, while also allowing your sales team to legitimate scarcity. We take on 100 clients 4 times a year. We open the doors then close them. These scarcity tactics work especially well for higher ticket upsells. If you want to create one-off workshops, training, events, seminars, consulting, etc., these are things that by their nature take time and provide more access. Pairing them with clear scarcity or fixed amount seats or spots will rapidly drive up demand. But always remember to have less spots available than you think you can sell, so that when you want to do it again in the future, everyone will remember you sold out fast. This is a compounding strategy that increases effectiveness over time. One of the few in the marketing arsenal. Let me give you a real example of scarcity to enhance the value of a free lead magnet. If I were to tell you right now that I have a checklist that you can download for free that has all these materials for you in the book in bulleted form, you might incline to put this book down and go there to download it now. But if I told you I have it set so that every week the page only allows 20 new people to download it, you'd be far more likely to see if you can grab it. And even more so, when people try it, you see that it has already run out for the week. Result, you join a list that notifies you the next time 20 more checklists become available for download. What happens next when you get a notification? You'll hit the link on your phone and go to your page because you don't want to miss out again. By employing scarcity, we make that would otherwise be a neat free download into a desirable thing not everyone has access to. You also, by extension, will be far more likely to consume it when you do get your hands on it. All because of how we control supply. Cool, right? The easiest scarcity strategy is honesty. Wait, let me explain. I'm sure you probably couldn't handle 1,000 clients tomorrow, right? But how many could you handle? 5, 10, 25? Well, you might as well define a number that you are willing to take on in a given time period, then advertise that. Simply letting people know that you are 3/4 of the way to capacity to speak will move people over the edge to buying from you. Or letting people know that you're 81% to capacity in your total business will make people likely sign up with you before they lose a chance. Scarcity applies within social proof. If you are 81% of capacity with a decent amount of fullness, the faster the spots will disappear, but only you get to draw where that line is full. Neat, right? Employ one or multiple methods of scarcity in your business. You will drive a faster purchasing decision from your prospects and at higher prices. Let them know your limits and let psychology do the rest. That would counter some of my favorite scarcity tactics you can use year round. What else would you do to increase demand without changing anything about your offer? Increase urgency. We can only take on we can only take on 5 clients in January. If you don't hate money, sell a very limited supply of one-on-one access. You can do that via other mediums described in Delivery Cube: direct message access, email access, phone access, voice memo access, Zoom access. There are lots of ways you can do this, but I promise you, if you want to immediately make a lot of money, create a very exclusive service level based on access to you. Yes, unscalable. That you cap at a tiny number. Price is very high. In 10 people, you will make more money than you thought possible. These also tend to be some of the best clients, and limit your delivery to something that you won't hate. For me, I hate emails and messages, but don't mind Zoom calls. Make it work for you, for your working style. The cream in the crowd. That 1% of 1% will adjust and take action. Guys, if you want one-on-one coaching, 100 grand a year, let me know. Sebastian Dominguez. Pro tip: once you're out, you can never come back. You can create scarcity by also capping your service level and saying that if they leave, they can never return. This type of scarcity makes people think extra hard about leaving. I started doing this with my gyms early on. Then I was in a mastermind that employed this. Then I started using it in my higher level of gym lords. This works best with smaller groups like the above example. As groups become much bigger, the tactic loses some teeth, speaking from experience. Once you're out, you can never come back. Enhancing the offer. Urgency. So this is scarcity. Now we're going to move on to urgency. Scarcity is a function of quantity. Urgency is a function of time. This is where you only limit when people can sign up rather than how many. Having a defined deadline or cutoff for a purchase or action to occur creates urgency. Frequently, scarcity and urgency are used together, but I will separate them out for you to illustrate the concepts. Scarcity is a function of quantity. Urgency is a function of time. That makes sense. Scarcity, function of time. Quantity, function of quantity, time. Having a defined deadline and cutoff for purchase or action to occur creates urgency. Frequently, scarcity and urgency are used together, but I will separate them out for you to illustrate the concepts. Having a defined deadline and cutoff for purchase or action occurs. I'm going to show you my 4 favorite ways of using urgency on a consistent basis, ethically. Rolling cohorts, rolling seasonal urgency, promotional pricing urgency, exploding opportunity. They will employ urgency in your business without being phony. My favorite way of doing this is having cohorts of clients start on a regular cadence. This has the added operational benefit of helping you create a choreographed onboarding experience for new clients. As you scale, this will become increasingly important. For example, if you start clients every week, even in unlimited amounts, you can say, if you sign up today, I can get you in for next group that kicks off on Monday. Otherwise, you'll have to wait our next kickoff date. Interesting. You you want to juice it up a little bit, you could say, I actually had a client who signed up a few weeks ago drop out, so I have an opening for our next cohort that kicks off on Monday. If you are pretty sure you're going to do it sooner or later, might as well get in you now so you can start reaping the rewards sooner than paying the same and waiting. Gonna add a note on scarcity. Those two tweaks above have pushed so many sales over the edge by just reminding a potential customer they sign up, they will be starting on Monday. Even if they did not, they will have to wait a week. It's a small thing like that, and nudges people to take action they know they should take anyways. Obviously, the less frequency you kick off new customers, the more powerful this is. For example, if you only start clients 2 times a year, people will be very inclined to sign up, especially as the date approaches. Even starting new clients every other week can confer this urgency nudge. Just like guarantees, there's always a fear that you will make less money by employing this strategy. We are not afraid that we will lose sales we would have otherwise made. Every experienced marketer on the planet will tell you it is a fear and it is unfounded. The biggest sales on a week-long campaign or launch happen in the last 4 hours of the last day, up to 50 to 60%. That means the last 3% of the time a lot creates 50 to 60% of sales. That's completely illogical, but also unmistakably human. So just like a guarantee, you will make more money from the many people who decide to take action than people who actually missed out because in reality, these people were never going to buy. Heck, they didn't even buy when they had their feet to the fire, so why were they without? Good to remember. Good point. What did you start a cohort and someone wants to buy? You have 2 options. You can offer them a speedy, personalized onboarding to get them up to speed as a bonus for signing up today and still get them in. Or my preference, you can explain to them, and since the next group starts in a little, they will have the advantage of having more time to review the materials, talk to their employees for B2B products, or family members for B2C products. On top of that, they can have a more extended payment plan that you can only make available to them since the start date is so far out. An advantage that most clients do not get. In the end, remember, you always have the advantage because you are the one who calls the shots. This is crazy stuff. In a digital setting, having actual sign up date countdowns is very useful, but make sure they are real. If they aren't, you'll lose credibility and just look like every other wannabe marketer. This is very common with internet businesses that use launch models. I personally love having the dates that I'm running a promotion through on my landing pages and in the copy. I want it to be visible everywhere. The nice thing is that you can always fire up another ad campaign and a new landing page with new dates and be right as rain. You will see your conversions go through the roof, and it takes maybe 5 minutes of editing, well worth a time investment. Our New Year promotion ends January 30. Our Valentine's Lovers promo ends February 30. Our Sexy by Spring special ends by March 31st. Our Fools in Love April promo ends April 30. The actual promotion may be the same, but naming it something different by season gives you a real differentiator that gives you a start and finish. Deadlines drive decisions. By simply having these, you can point to them and let human beings push themselves over the edge as to not miss out. Local businesses. This is my #1 strategy for local businesses. They must vary their marketing more frequently than national advertisers. Putting a new wrapper with a date on the same core services gives you urgency and novelty that will consistently outperform the same old campaigns. This is another way of creating urgency using your actual offer, promotion, pricing structure as a thing they could miss out on. Kind of brilliant. It allows businesses that sell clients year-round to still use urgency. For example, guess let's get you started today so you can take advantage of the discount you came in for. I'm not sure how long we'll be running as we charge them every 4 weeks or so, and this is one of the better ways we have run in a while. This creates some fear of missing out on the promotion or discount or bonuses rather than your actual service. It would be a lie to say that if you own a roofing business, you won't service Seventh-day buyers or date. But to talk specifically about the promotion, you can often elicit the same urgency of buying in the prospect while maintaining your integrity. Win-win. You can interchange a pricing promotion, discount, or added bonus like free install, free onboarding, or an extra workshop valued at $1,000 that they buy now. Clean your pipeline with every price change. If you really are planning on raising your prices, hopefully soon if you are reading this book, then you can always clean out your pipeline by letting them people know the price is going up. So get in now. Never raise your prices without letting people know. It shows a position of strength and will give you a nice little influx of cash from the people in the pipeline who are on the fence. On occasion, you will be exposing the prospect to an arbitrage opportunity. The opportunity itself has a ticketing time clock. As all great opportunities do, every second someone delays, they miss out on a disproportionate gains. Example, if I was explaining an arbitrage opportunity between buying products on eBay and selling them on Amazon, this market inefficiency would over time correct itself. The sooner someone acts, the better it would be for them. This could be true for selling someone on the opportunity of trading cryptocurrencies, buying a stock, getting into a new platform to advertise before competitors jump on the bandwagon. Highly competitive job environments often get job offers that are exploding offers. Every day they wait to take the job, their pay or bonuses decrease. This forces prospects to make fast decisions rather than try and wait it out to see if they get a better offer. All of these examples show opportunities that decay with time. So if you find yourself in front of an opportunity like this, make sure to emphasize it. Adding a deadline and incorporating one or multiple forms of urgency will get more people to take action than would otherwise. I have employed all 4 of these methods with great effectiveness. I suggest you do the same. Next up, bonuses. Okay, time for the training. This might be the last one before I go to sleep, guys. Kind of tired. Christmas Eve. Guys, my gym closes on Christmas. No!
See me. Alright guys, so this is the last thing I'm giving away. It is the last thing I'm giving away today. The last thing I'm giving away today.
What are you doing, bro?
The very last thing that I'm giving away. This is the last thing I'm giving away today. I gave away like a whole bunch of gift cards today already. This is the last thing that I'm gonna give away. I'm on Twitch right now, right? I'm gonna put a keyword on the screen. A keyword on the screen right here. And when you put the keyword on the screen into the chat, it's gonna put you on the list right here, and it's gonna pick somebody on that list to win it. Okay?
What's going on, everyone? Alex Hormozi, CEO of Acquisition.com. We own a portfolio of companies. We help $3 to $10 million minimum companies scale to $30 million plus and beyond, and scale and exit in 3 to 5 years. Welcome to the channel. My name is Alex Hormozi, founder and CEO of acquisition.com, where we own a number of companies that 120 plus million in the last 4 years. And now we help $3 to $10 million entrepreneurs scale and exit so they only have to get rich once. If you are below $3 million, what we're going to talk about today is one of the components of making your offer more successful so that you get more sales, get more leads, and you get more people to say yes at higher prices. All right, and so one of the components of that, we've already gone over market, charging what it's worth, the value equation, how to deconstruct and recreate value in the offer with high margin, how to stack bonuses, how to use guarantees in a way that is compelling and unique. And today, it's going to be increasing scarcity and urgency. All right, so this is how we get people to make faster decisions. This increases our cash conversion cycle. So if we are spending money on advertising, we want to get that money back as fast as possible. So part of that is decreasing the time for people to make decisions, right? And so two components of that are going to be scarcity and urgency, which is a function of units and time. All right, so that's what we're going to go through today. If you like this stuff, you can find out more at acquisition.com. All my stuff is free, and it's because I don't need your money, and I just want everyone to be wealthy. Crazy, I know. Okay, so offer component number 8, scarcity and urgency. So let's rock into it. So you might not be making money because your prospects are not buying fast enough, right? They need to make faster decisions in order for your marketing to be profitable. All right, and so the two components of this are urgency, right, which is, you have to make a decision by X date or X time, and that's like 5, 3, 2, 1. There's countdown timers. They're telling them there's X date they have to decide by. And the other component of that is scarcity. It's how many spots or how many units you have left. All right. So one is a function of how many of a thing there are, units, and the other one is a function of time. All right. And you can use both of them successfully. So let's start with urgency. So there's 4 common reason whys that we've seen work really well. And so they mirror the 4 components of, like, these are what I look at when I'm creating urgency. So you have the group of clients, you have the season that you're in, literally like season of time, like spring, summer, fall. You have your urgency around pricing and bonuses, and then you have urgency around the opportunity. So these are the 4 different ways you can create urgency ethically without, giving up your integrity, right? So the first is around the group, okay? So this is where you have rolling cohorts. So you say, hey, our next group starts on Monday, so let's get you in, right? This would be something like next group starts in 2 weeks, whatever it is, right? And so if you happen to always start, like most businesses already have these cadences, right? And so most businesses already have limits around time, and they also almost always have limits around amounts. Like, and let me give you an illustration. If right now you have a business, and I said, I will send you 1 million customers, right? For your business, your service business, you probably couldn't handle it, right? And so then what we would say is, let's define what the actual amount of units you could possibly take is. Let's define that, and now let's tell people that. Because you already have a limit naturally in your business. So you might as well market it and use it to create scarcity, right? That's scarcity, which is the next moment. But to the same degree, you probably have a cadence around which you deliver services. You probably do it every week. You have new customers every day, or it might be every month you open a new thing. Or I've got some friends who have big schools, and they do once every 6 months. They do so 2 times a year. They have a new cohort that begins. And so having rolling cohorts allows you to use urgency to get someone started. It's not saying you'll never do it again. It's just saying that this next group starts. And the nice thing that I found in my experience is that when I was selling, brick and mortar, in person, things like that, the fact that I always had another group starting, the next Monday, it didn't matter what day of the week it was. So if it was like Friday, I'd be like, hey, let's get you in because it's starting on Monday. And if someone came on Monday, I'd be like, perfect. All right. So you have 7 days to enjoy yourself, relax, and, get ready to rock and roll because Monday we go live. Right. And so by doing that, I always had a nice reason why to get them to make a decision today and not have to think about it. All right. The next is rolling seasonal urgency. All right. This is where you're saying, this promotion is over. This season, this promotion could be our Valentine's special. It could be our New Year's special. It could be our spring forward in March special. It could be our April shower special. It could be our get ready for summer special. It could be like all of those are seasonal urgency that we can say. It's similar to this, except just has a different flavor. And that's kind of the idea here is if we can change the way the urgency feels, it'll always seem authentic. But notice, we're not doing anything unethical that's not in integrity. We're just simply saying, hey, we have our Valentine's Day special starting next month, or the Valentine's Day special is ending in 3 days. Let's get you in. Now, that being said, we might have a very, very similar offer that starts next month, but it's going to be under a different name. And so as a result, this promotion will end, the next promotion will begin. And so that gives us urgency around that, all right? Which leads naturally to the next one, which is this is around the need of time and around the promotion itself, the pricing and the bonuses that are associated with it. So we might have bonuses that we swap out. So let's say I have 10 bonuses that I give people, and I give 5 bonuses for month A, and different 5 for month B, and then and month C, I go back to the first 5 again. So I might have these bonuses that they're no longer going to have access to if they don't make a decision. And so they probably want those bonuses. And so it's like, hey, we'll make a decision because this promotion comes with these things, which will be gone at the end of the month. So you should get in on that, right? And so that also functions the same way with pricing. So if you have a specific discount or a specific starting price, then you can utilize that. So a fun, easy example for this is like how you can variate this stuff. This is especially important in local markets because you have such a limited audience that you have to cycle through promotions quickly. So you want to change the flavor of it based on the month. You can also change the flavor based on the name. You can change the flavor based on the pricing. So if I had a $19 new client special versus a $29 new client special versus a $1 new client special versus a free start or free first session, all of those are different variations, but they're going to feed into the same business model. And more, they don't really make any difference to us, but it looks different to the prospect. And so it actually allows us to get people to take action faster, all right? And then finally, you have an exploding opportunity, all right? And this is, I mean, if you can get this one, this is the most powerful of all of them, which is that you have a real reason why this opportunity that you're selling them on is going to disappear, right? So an example of that would be, let's say, eBay and Amazon, there's a price discrepancy. So that means that if on eBay, I can get, or Craigslist and Amazon, whatever, I can buy things at one price and I can sell them at another price, and there's a huge discrepancy between those prices. That is arbitrage, right? So I don't really have to do a lot of work. I just take from one place and sell to another place. And I would be selling an opportunity around this and say, listen, guys, like you can buy this today, you can buy this tomorrow, you can buy this next month, but the thing is the opportunity might not be here. It's going to consistently shrink over time. And so the sooner you get in, the more of this wave you're going to be able to ride before it crashes, because eventually the opportunity is going to disappear, as all great opportunities do, right? And so this is an exploding opportunity, which implies urgency was why they should act today, right? And so if you have a unique way of marketing, you have unique markets, for example, that you are exploiting, the buying and selling between two different price points, those are the ways that you can create an exploding opportunity. And that is how you can build urgency, those 4 ways, into your offering, all right? The next piece of this is scarcity. Now, you can do both of these. Obviously, you can just do scarcity, you can just do urgency. But scarcity comes down to a limited number of supply of seats or units, right? So that's of places that you have the ability to service. This is why this is so important, is to define what your current limited capacities are. So define your limits, define the constraints, and then market those constraints so that you can tell people. Like, for example, you might find out that if this is especially true if you have brick and mortar, but really any service business, you only have a certain amount of capacity. Like, let's say you only have one more rep who's a media buyer, right? And that person's already 3/4 taken up, right? Well, you could say, I only have 25% capacity left on one guy before I have to hire someone else. So, like, this is pretty much like, if you want to get one of the last spots, you should just get in today so you don't have to delay. We can just get you going, right? It also shows that other people have already made the decision, so it gives social proof. And so you're stacking these resources you already have. This is the sawdust of your business. This is the excess capacity that you're not communicating to increase a scarcity so that it speeds up people's decision-making process, because they're like, oh darn, well, I really want to make this decision faster because there's only a limited amount of seats left, right? Another thing that you can limit, right, is going to be the supply of bonuses. So this is just like the urgency bonuses before, but this is just applied with scarcity. So it's like, I may have a limited amount of these things, or I could choose to limit them. My opinion is it's better to have a limited amount. This works especially well with physical product premiums. And what I mean by that is, if you're a brick and mortar business, you could have t-shirts, you could have, I mean, that's a very simple example. You could do obviously other stuff. You could have bands, you could have orthotics, you could have anything that would naturally go with the purchase. You can say, this is a bonus if you bought a day, right? But we only have X amount of them, right? And people can understand physical limits of unit constraints because that makes sense from a scarcity. Otherwise, we got to wait another month before we get another offering, and I don't know if we're going to be able to have them, blah, blah, blah. And so people say, well, I was going to think about it, but if I get this thing today, then I'll go forward with it, right? And then the final way of having scarcity is just never available again, or one of a kind, all right? So this is really interesting because of the NFT world that exists with non-fungible tokens, which is going to be huge in the future, but it's going to be massive. But anyways, those create one-of-a-kind products, right? That's why art is so, it can go to egregious prices because there's only one, right? They're limited edition. That's why when you're doing, if you have a physical products business, you do flavor drops, and you do only one time only, and it's limited supply. And then once it's gone, it's gone. If you were in the apparel business, you could do a single unique design on a t-shirt, drop it, only have 100, and sell out. And you'd literally sell more of those things than if you had every single t-shirt that you'd ever made posted on a site, because scarcity drives purchasing decisions. So another example of this, I'm going to keep driving this home because it's important. And scarcity comes down to supply and demand, which is one of the most powerful forces in all of buying, right? Is supply and demand, if not the most powerful, right? And so what we're doing is we're leveraging supply and demand to our favor. We're purposely limiting supply to increase that ratio in our favor. So I'll tell you one story. When I was at Arnold Schwarzenegger's house, we were doing this charity event. It was $25,000 a ticket. I was talking to one of his biggest donor at the event besides me, and this guy came up to me, super weathered business guy, really cool, owned an exotic watch business. And the CEO of the charity came up to me and said, "Hey, this is so and so. You should meet him." He was the one who gave me the advice of raising the ticket prices, right? And it was because the last year it had sold out. And so what they did was they cut the tickets, the amount of tickets that they sold, I think in half, and they more than doubled the price. So they went from I think $10,000 to $25,000, and they cut the number of tickets by. It might have been less than 50%, but they cut the number of tickets. And so the guy smiled. This amazing. It was just like this. He was very proud of himself and of the owner. And he said, yeah, whenever demand increases, cut supply. So think about that. Whenever demand increases, cut supply. And I always thought about that. And this guy had a bazillion-dollar fine jewelry business. And so it was all in selling unique and rare pieces. And so he understood supply and demand better than just about anyone. And this is especially true in the high-end space, which is what most people who are watching this would like to get into, like to charge more for your products and services. And so one of the things to look at is look at Louis Vuitton, look at Chanel, look at some of these brands that have been around forever and see how they create this. So if you go to a Chanel store, for example, which is wildly overpriced, but if you go to a Chanel store, they only have 1 to 2 of every item in the store. And they don't even tell their stores what they're going to send them. And so what they do is they create genuine scarcity around every product they have. And so if you walk in the store and you really like a purse, it might not be there tomorrow because it's the only one. And so they don't actually only create one of these purses, but they don't sell online. They only sell through their distribution outlets. And if you walk in there, every store is different because they all get different pieces. And whatever they get could be gone after that day, right? And so they engineer scarcity, right? De Beers, the biggest diamond importer there, 75% of the world's diamond supply comes through De Beers mines. They purposely limit the supply of diamonds that go in the marketplace so that they can maintain higher margins on those stones because it turns out the diamonds are actually far less rare than rubies and sapphires and other gemstones, but they literally have artificially created this scarcity. So huge businesses have been doing this for centuries, and it's worth studying because if you can control the supply to demand curve, you can charge whatever you want, right? If there's only one of you and there's an unlimited supply or demand for your time, then you can benefit from that and ultimately get people to make decisions faster. All right. So limited supply of seats or units, limited supply of bonuses, and then never available again or one of a kind are the ways that you can add scarcity into your service, right? And so this is where product drops or NFTs and things like that in the future will become really, really killer. Okay, I think I talked about physical products versus services. Physical products is everything I just explained with Chanel and all that stuff. But if you like, that's why Amazon says how many are left, right? They put scarcity on the page so you know. And then with X spots left, you have to just say how much you could possibly take. So if you have an agency, for example, then you'd say like, well, I can only handle 10 clients a month. So if you already have 8 clients that have been sold, then just tell them that you only have 2 spots that you can possibly handle this month left before you have to hire someone else, which means you're going to pause. You might as well get in now, right? And so this gives, and it's like, and this guy's awesome, and that's why he's almost booked out, right? So social proof, it shows expertise, and it shows demand. All of those things lean and tip the scale in your favor to get someone to make a faster decision with you today. All right. So with services, I like to do only, if you can only take 100 clients, then say that you can only take 100 clients. This is a beautiful thing that if you have like a higher end program or whatever, and you want to keep it to an exclusive amount, name the group by the amount and just say, I'm only doing that. And it creates scarcity and people also don't want to leave you, especially with recurring. You can create scarcity around retention to keep people longer by saying you're limiting it to X amount, right? Another version of this is just X clients per week. We only can handle 10 clients a week, and then after that, we got to push it to next week. So you just reverse engineer this number, but you can still be honest and genuine about it. All right. Another one would be only Y clients per cohort, right? That start whenever the defined period. So I said per week versus per cohort, just to simply show that you can have this level of scarcity per group that starts in 2 months or starts every 6 months, right? And so these are just nuances of how you can use this in services. You can have a total cap, you can have a cap on the limits per time, or you can have a cap on the actual total number of people. So those are the different ways that you can slice and dice the scarcity in a service business ethically without lying to prospects, which you do not want to do. Okay? So urgency of scarcity, that is how you can increase the likelihood that someone's going to buy faster, increase your cash conversion cycles, and get people to ultimately buy from you. All right, so we got both of those covered. You can find more of these trainings at acquisition.com. They're absolutely free. I just want you to make money. If you're a $3 to $10 million business and you're trying to scale and exit in 3 to 5 years, we'd love to help you out. That is what we do. We have 5 8-figure businesses now, so I just want to help you win. And maybe by the time you're listening to this, we might have more. So who knows? That being said, we've already covered all these things.
It's 9:30. We're gonna finish this in the morning. We're back. Christmas Eve. 6 hours in. What the? Christmas Eve. It's not the morning, guys. I got a bit distracted. A lot happened. Not the best Christmas Eve yet. My brother broke down. Some other stuff, but we're back and we're here to put in our work for the day. Page 117. Let's keep building our offer, guys. Let's keep building our offer. Got my water. Got my highlighter. My pants. I got a haircut, by the way. Let me know what you guys think. Boom. Do I look more professional? I don't know. We'll pull it off. Okay. Enhancing the offer bonuses. I have to give special thanks to Jessen Flaudian for my renewed appreciation for bonuses. They are so powerful that they earned an entire chapter. In this chapter, I'm going to cover what to offer, how to pick them, how to value them, how to present them, how to price them. Space. I feel clogged. I feel stuffy. One sec. Alright. The main point I want to take away from this is that a single offer is less valuable than a same offer broken into its components, parts, and stacked as bonuses. It's all gravy, baby. They would not use these techniques unless they were effective. As every second of airtime costs money, it must be justified with ROI. You'll also notice that if you watch those old infomercials, they would sell one knife for $38.95, then include 37 other knives, sharpeners, pans, and guarantees to beat the prospect into submission. They establish the price and then they expand upon it until you feel it's such a good deal it would be stupid to pass up. Going on with my straw. It's clogged up for a sec. You're wondering what I'm drinking. I'm drinking some like Sleepy Time electrolytes, which has some like ashwagandha, vitamin D, bunch of stuff. I don't know. Why does it keep clogging? What's going on here? For some reason, when I tighten it, it clogs. Which makes absolutely no sense in my mind. What's going on? We drank the whole thing, dang. The reason this works is because we are increasing the prospect's price to value discrepancy by increasing the value delivered instead of cutting the price. We anchor the price, we tell them to the core offer, then we each increasingly valuable bonus. That discrepancy grows wider and wider until it's too big to bear, and we snap the rubber band in their mind that is holding their wallet in their pocket. We are now going to present that stack of deliverables that we assembled earlier in a way that makes them irresistible. Add bonuses instead of discounting whenever possible on core offers. Whenever trying to close a deal, never discount the main offer. It teaches your customers that your prices are negotiable, which is terrible. Adding bonuses to increase to close a deal is far superior to cutting prices. Puts you in a position of strength and goodwill rather than weakness. There are key differences between pitching to a group versus a single person. Group selling is beyond the scope of this book, but I want to at least address when a bonus would be brought up in a one-on-one selling scenario. When selling one-on-one, you ask for the sale first before offering the bonuses. If they say yes, and after they have signed up, you let them know the additional bonuses they're going to get. This creates a new experience and reinforces their decision to buy. On the other hand, if the person does not buy after the first ask, then you present a bonus that matches that perceived obstacle, then ask again. Don't feel weird about asking again. You simply agree with the prospect, add a bonus, and if the consolation was fair enough, people have a hard time rejecting reciprocity. So adding a bonus to accommodate another, and people will feel almost obligated to buy from you. If you call from our trim and stack chapter, each of those deliverables is now being weaponized and presented at the perfect time. We're going to provide all these bonuses to them anyways, but it increases the perception of our offer's value by layering these bonuses one at a time. That being said, there are a few things to remember when offering bonuses. Always offer them. You can use the bulleted bundle we came up with at the end of section 3. Give them a special name that has a benefit and title. Tell them how it relates to their issue, what it is, how you discovered it, or what you had done to create it, how it will specifically improve their lives or make their experience faster, easier, or less effort/sacrifice value equation. Provide some proof. This can be a stat, a past client, or personal experience to prove that this thing is valuable. Paint a vivid mental image of what their life will be like, assuming they have already used it and are experiencing the benefits. Always ascribe a price tag to them to justify it. Tools and checklists are better than additional trainings, as the effort and time are lower with the former, so the value is higher. The value equation still reigns supreme. They should each address a specific concern/obstacle in the prospect's mind about why they can or won't be successful. Bonuses should prove their belief incorrect. This can also be what they will logically realize they will need next. You want to solve the next problem before they even encounter it. The value of the bonuses should eclipse the value of the core offer. Psychologically, as you continue to add offers, it continues to expand the price to value discrepancy. It also subconsciously communicates that the core offer must be valuable, because if there are bonuses, the main thing has to be more valuable than the bonuses, right? No, but you can use this psychological bias to make your offer seem wildly compelling. You can further enhance the value of your bonuses by adding scarcity and urgency to the bonus themselves, which takes the technique and puts it on steroids. For example, if I owned a pain clinic, I might get a massage therapist to give me 1 or 2 free massages to incorporate into my offer. On top of that, I might get a chiropractor to give me 2 free adjustments, a low inflammation food company, to give me discounts for their products, discounts for braces and orthodontics, a local health club down the street to give a personal training session for free, and a free month of membership to their pool, discounts on pharmaceutical drugs from a local pharmacist. Repeat the above for multiple service providers, so perhaps I get 10 chiropractors to all give them a free adjustment. Now I have 10 free adjustments in my bundle. Now my offer was $400, and the value of these free bonuses alone is worth more than $400. As if that wasn't already awesome enough, if you really want to be a Jedi, negotiate a group discount and a commission to yourself. This is exactly what we did for the supplement company. I'm so full, guys. I had some pho today, some pizza, like 6 donuts. Holy shit, I'm on that bulk if you can't tell. Our gym owner clients who use Prestige Labs, we call sponsored athletes. They get a 30% discount on our products for themselves, and on top of that, when they sell it, they get paid 40% of all sales netted after applied discount. So it's a win-win for everyone. Their clients get it for 30% less than our main site. They get paid for giving away exclusive discounts, and we get customers in exchange for the commission paid. Everyone wins. If you are following along, each of these bonuses can become revenue streams for you indirectly by getting clients to say yes more easily, and directly because you can negotiate that each of these businesses can pay you for the people you send their way. We want to deploy bonuses because they expand the price to value discrepancy and get people to purchase who otherwise wouldn't. They massively increase the prospect's perception of value of your offer. So here's what it do. Create checklists, tools, swipe files, scripts, templates, anything else would take lots of time and effort to create on one's own time. But it's easy to use once created. Anything that you can invest in one time that clearly costs time and money to create but can be given away on this time is a perfect fit for a bonus. Beyond that, make a habit to record every workshop, every webinar, every event, every interview, and use them as additional bonuses as needed to crush a perceived obstacle. Proactively negotiate group discounts and a referral commission with adjacent businesses that solve needs your customers will have as a result beginning this process with you. What's the next natural thing they might want? Go to this how businesses get a deal for them so you can never get for themselves because you're negotiating with the purchasing power of all your customers at once. Very powerful. The longer you're in business, the more of these bonus assets you will have at your disposal. All of these things are valuable. Put them in a vault and keep them in your back pocket to sprinkle into an offer to get the deal closed. Information products work very well here because they have high perceived value, low cost, and zero operational effort besides giving an additional login. Tickets to virtual experience or events work too. Same goal for a higher level of service that has a fixed cost, like giving someone VIP service for a month, which also doubles as a way of upselling them into that level of service to keep them on it. More of that in book 2. What should be a bonus versus at the core offer if I am the one fulfilling it? Short answer, wow factor. In other words, sometimes something you wouldn't want someone to miss. Many times you have so much stuff you will be providing your customers good thing that valuable nuggets can get lost in the mix. You want to take the most distinct ones that can almost stand on their own and pull those out to highlight them. This is especially true for things that are short in length but high in quality or value. Checklists or infographics can condense a lot of information to a small space. Someone might not feel justified paying lots of money for a product launch mat, for example, but as a bonus would be perceived as very valuable. Next up, we have our core offer. We are presenting in a way to increase scarcity and urgency to increase the likelihood they want it even more. We stack the bonuses of our offer to make the price to value discrepancy out of this world and break our prospects' minds. Next on our magical journey, we'll be addressing the big elephant in the room, risk. We will completely obliterate using a combination guarantee so they have no reason not to buy. But, okay, getting all of this, but how do I get this offer in front of prospects' eyes? This sounds crazy. How do I position it in front of eyes? Can it really just be ads? How is he getting an 11.1 ROAS? Is he giving the offer in the ad? I don't understand that aspect. If the offer is so good, is it really about just getting it in front of as many eyeballs as possible instead of rather than using like other marketing methods instead of using lead magnets? Is it more important to just get our ad in front of people? Our offer in front of people? Enhancing the offer guarantees. You're gonna like the way you look, I guarantee. It's a good guarantee. You're gonna like the way you look. Okay. About to do this. Bonuses.
What's going on, everyone? Alex Ramosi, CEO of Acquisition.com. We have a portfolio of companies. We help $3 to $10 million minimum companies scale to $30 million plus and beyond and scale and exit in 3 to 5 years. We believe that you should only have to get rich once if you do it the right way. And so that is what we are all about. If you're not in one of those categories, then this is for you, okay? This is one of the training on how to create offers that are going to increase your conversions, increase the likelihood that people are going to want to buy from you, and then increase your prices so that you have more profit left over. All right, so far, you can find the rest of these trainings at acquisition.com. We went through picking the right market. We went through charging what it's worth. We deconstructed value so we can understand how to deliver value in new and unique ways. We figured out all the problems that our prospects have. We've listed out the solutions, and we figured out ways to provide the highest value solutions for the lowest price. And we're going to start with the just selling a handful of people at a very high price to really dial in our process, and then it goes to the next piece, all right, which is bonuses. All right, so how do we get people to say yes today, right? That's the thing, right? How do we get people to say yes today? And so bonuses are really important. Something that I've learned more and more over time is that the reason that infomercials work the way they do, where they say, hey, you can buy this knife for $19, but you also get 38 other knives for free, right? Is that if I said you can get 38 knives for $19, it will be perceived as less valuable than you get one knife for $19 and another 38 knives for free, right? And that's the thing, is that it's using human psychology, because what happens is there are two anchors that occur whenever you're making an offer, right? Their first anchor is a price anchor, right? Which is this is what you get for this much, right? The other variable is the this is what you get piece. And so both of those get associated. Now, if we've done some sort of presentation before this, we talked about their problems, we talked about their what they're going through, we match that with the solution that we're going to provide. Then we have an anchor of the price that we're going to do it at and what we're going to get them. But here's the beauty of it, is that by presenting this first, they're already kind of thinking about it. They're on the edge, right? And the person who best taught me this was Jason Flatley in one of his webinar trainings. The idea is that we want to stretch the prospect's mind from this anchor that they had on the value, because they're kind of thinking about it here, but now we're just going to stack and stack and stack and stack and stack, because in their mind they were justifying the price of what we originally presented to them at the first offer, right? And so the beauty of this is that if you're ever selling, right, what you can do rather than offering discounts to get people to act today is you can give one-time bonuses. So this way you don't have to discount your price, but you can still get people to act with urgency. So I'll show you urgency stuff in a second. But from a bonuses standpoint, you can say, hey, if you act today, I'll give you this. Fair enough? Hey, if you act today, I'll give you this and this. Fair enough? And so you can keep asking for the sale and continue. Sessions of giving them more and more things based on the problems that they might present with. And so you don't need to give them all of the bonuses. You just need to give the bonuses that your sales team is authorized to give, etc., to close more deals. All right, so let's dive into the bonuses section. So this will automatically make every
Haircut blue, I
representative
think
more
about
valuable.
it.
So we're going to reorganize the pieces that we just
Kinda
went over.
mid.
So we had that big list of solutions. We don't need to necessarily present all of those together at once. We may present pieces of it and then have the other pieces be bonuses that we'll deliver later as the need arises. So these things are coming with the purchase, but we're going to split them out to anchor value in a superior way to make it more compelling. All right. So here we go. So this is how you kind of think of it. So this is what you're currently offering in your mind, right? You probably have a current service that does all of this stuff, right? So instead, it's better to say this is the core thing, and then these are the additional things. So it looks the same, right? But it actually is perceived entirely differently. It feels like they're getting 5 things here rather than getting 1 thing here. And human minds are not very good at understanding the intangible, all right? And so they can count numbers pretty easily, and so this shows more value. There are a lot of bullets here that I'm going to cover. Don't worry, you don't have to read them all. I'll just go one by one, and we'll break through it. So the value of the bonuses should always eclipse the value of the core offer, all right? So psychologically, as you continue to add offers, it continues to expand the price to value discrepancy. Remember that price to value discrepancy. It also subconsciously communicates the core offer must be valuable, because if there are bonuses, then the main thing has to be more valuable than bonuses, right? No, but you can use the psychological bias to make the offer seem wildly compelling. So if, for example, my bonuses obviously far exceed the value of the core thing, it will enhance the value of the core thing, because bonuses are supposed to be less valuable than the main thing. And so by them being more valuable, obviously the person thinks, well, I guess I must have misunderstood the first thing, because this must be more valuable than these other things because this was the core offer. And that's where you can use the psychological bias to increase the likelihood someone buys, right?
Holy shit.
And so you can further enhance the value of your bonuses by adding scarcity and urgency to the bonus themselves, all right, which takes that technique and puts it on steroids, all right? So you can do bonuses with scarcity. So like version would be only people who buy up for, who sign up for XYZ program will have access to my bonus 1, 2, and 3 that are never for sale or available anywhere else except through this program, right? Another version of that would be like, I have 3 tickets left to my $5,000 virtual event. If you buy this program, you can get one of the last 3 tickets as a bonus. I've got this $5,000 ticket. It's anchored against a $1,000 product. Holy cow, this is a steal. I'm going to do it, right? And then that's a bonus with scarcity. Scarcity is a limited number of units. Urgency is a limited number of time. It's different. That's what people mess up. And I'll get into more of that in one of the next videos. But bonuses with urgency, you say, hey, if you buy today, I'll add the bonus in that normally costs $1,000 for free. And I'll do that because I want to reward action takers, right? You could also say, hey, with hope, you can see the subtle differences. Sorry, this is me saying. You can see the subtle differences between the first 2 examples, all right? The first 2 were not constrained by time. The last one is constrained by time, all right? They state that if you buy the program, you're going to get these things that you wouldn't normally be able to, okay? Unfortunately, I can't do each of these one at a time, but I will break these down independently for you. So bonuses, you always want to offer them. You can use bulleted bundle that we came up with at the end of section 3, what we just talked about. You want to give them a special name that has a benefit in the title. So when I said, how to grocery shop quickly so you spend less than you currently are. So you want to have the benefit of what this thing is solving in the title. You need to tell them what it is, but you need to tell the problem it solves. All right. So you want to tell them how it relates to their issue, what it is, what it's going to do for them, and how specifically improve their lives and their experience. Is it going to make it faster? Is it going to make their lives easier? Is there going to be less effort and sacrifice? Remember, this is talking about in terms of the value equation. All right. Providing some proof. So this can be a stat, it can be a past client or a personal experience to prove that this thing is valuable. All right. So this is this is a little bit more in a pitching concept, but you can also say this anecdotally as you're talking, right? So if you're selling something, you say, hey, people use this, end up getting extra YZ on their conversions. If I were selling a B2B product, and so these are some of the stats that like my sales team would have to know when they're presenting an extra bonus when they're trying to sell something, right? In one of our companies. The next is you want to paint a vivid image of what it's like, assuming that they've already made the decision and have already experienced the results. All right, so you're telling them what it's going to be like when you're communicating bonuses once they're using the bonus, right? They already have used it and they're already experiencing the result. All right, and you always want to make sure you ascribe a price tag to it and justify that price. Right, so you really want to sell the bonuses that come along with it. Otherwise, they're not valuable. And this is one of the big mistakes I see a lot of people make. Is they don't talk about what their life is going to be like. They don't talk about this in terms of the value equation. They don't sell the person on why they're giving away this free thing. They're just like, oh yeah, here's this other thing that I'll give you for free too. But we want to really tell them why it's valuable, right? The next is tools and checklists tend to be better than additional time and effort, right? And so shortcuts, in my opinion, things that have more sizzle tend to be better. They're easy to understand and they don't sound like work. Right? If I said, hey, I'm going to give you a bonus 100 hours of recordings, that sounds like a lot of work. But if I say, hey, I spent $50,000 on contract templates that you don't have to spend, then they're like, holy cow, I just immediately get these things, right? So that's a lot of sizzle, but it doesn't take a lot of time. Those are the right types of things that you would want to stack in bonuses when I'm providing something as a solution, all right? Now, each of the bonuses that you make, you shouldn't be making these willy-nilly. They should be addressing a specific concern or obstacle, which we already covered, but you're making sure that you're hitting every obstacle and the bonuses that align with those, right? In the prospect's mind about why they won't be successful. All right, so the bonus should prove their belief is incorrect. All right, and that's where the stat, the personal story, etc., can stack and add value. And then this can also be what they would logically realize that they would need next. All right, so if we're thinking about the bonus, right? Some bonuses are going to solve their existing problem. Some bonuses are going to solve problems that they're going to encounter once they are successful. And one of the reasons I like this a lot is that it assumes psychologically in the prospect's mind that if I'm solving the next problem that they're going to encounter once they have been successful with the core offer, it implies that they're going to be successful. Because why would I solve the next problem unless I was constantly solving the first problem? And so it increases their conviction, their perceived likelihood of achievement, if I solve the next problem too. Because they're like, holy cow, this thing must work, because otherwise you wouldn't be trying to solve the next problem because the core thing wouldn't work, right? And so that's like, there's so much persuasion that's being used in the bonuses that you stack. You want to be deliberate about it. Now listen, don't obsess about this. You're gonna mess it up the first time, and that's okay, and you'll get better. All right, but these are the things that I think through when I'm thinking about bonuses. All right, always offer them, give them a name, tell them how it's going to relate to them, give them some proof around it, give them an image of how they're going to use it, how they're going to enjoy it. Always describe a price tag and justify it. Tools and checklists work better than more trainings. They should all address specific concerns, which if you did the process with the point, it would already do that. And then they should logically realize and become more persuasive that the core thing is going to work because this solves the next natural need. All right. Now, this is advanced level. All right. This is one of my favorite things in the entire world. I'm a huge fan of being an affiliate of other great businesses. All right. So people, believe it or not, so if I'm a chiropractor or whatever, people will give you their product for free for making an introduction to a new customer. Even better, they'll pay you to give away their products. Think about that. People will pay you to give away their products. Now, here's where this gets really cool. All right. So this is how I like to think about it in terms of bonus mastery. All right. So obviously, all the things that we talked about earlier, this would be all things that you've already made and you've decided on providing, right? But if you want to use other people's products, you can actually bundle those into your core offering. So imagine this. Imagine I'm selling a $1,000 back relief, program at my chiropractic, clinic. But inside of that, I provide free massage services to 3 different massage parlors. I give a whole bunch of orthotics discounts to different products. I give a whole bunch of advanced discounts. I have a low inflammation meal prep company that I have a partnership with. I have all these supplements that I'm going to have them buy through a discount code that I've already negotiated. And so all of a sudden, I can show them that the savings alone from all of these extra bonuses literally outweigh the cost of what I'm charging them. So if I got 20 massage therapists, for example, right, to give me 1 free massage, then if they had 20 massages that were free, right, and a cost of massage is $60, then just that one line item would be $1,200 of real value. And here's what's even crazier. Those massage centers would also pay me to do that. And so I can make more money, not just from my customer, but from the places I'm referring them out to, and provide more value to the customer. It's a win-win-win. And that's why I love this stuff so much. Okay. So there's 4 levels of mastery to this process. The first is just giving other people's products away, which you can just start there, and that's fine. The next level is giving other people's products away with pre-negotiated discounts or free units. So this is what I like to do a lot of times, right? It's like, not only am I giving you this, you couldn't get this from anyone else but me, right? It makes my offer more compelling and it's unique to me. The third is getting other people's products, pre-negotiated discounts, and getting paid for it, right? So now it's like, not only am I giving you something that you could never get anywhere else and a discount that you'll never get, I'm also getting paid from that other business. Now, the bigger you get, the bigger your clientele get, the more negotiating power you have. And this is one of the most important things to remember is that you have the entire buying power of every client you currently have, A, and B, all of your future clients from now until the end of time. And so that's a major leverage point when you're making negotiations with another business. And so you're like, hey, I sign up 20 clients a month. I could send 20 clients a month to you. What would that be worth to you? Probably a lot. More than just giving away the free thing, right? And so it's combining the fact that you're providing the discount to the customer and getting paid from the other person. So I might make $1,000 on my back relief, treatments that I have at my clinic, but I might make another $1,000 from other businesses sending me revenue for that person. So I literally doubled it. And here's what's cool about that is that all of that extra money is pure profit. There's no cost of fulfillment. They're bearing the cost of fulfillment and simply paying, because normally they'd have to pay a higher cost to Facebook or any other advertising platform that they're on, and so they'd rather just pay me instead of paying them, right? And that's what you need to talk about when you're negotiating these deals. The fourth level here is other people's products, all right, with pre-negotiated rates and exclusive featured licenses. All right, so here's what's key. So this is like the most ninja level. You get other people's products for less, that they give something exclusive or exclusive features that no one else gets, right? And you get paid affiliate commissions for doing that, all right? That is like level 1000, all right, on this. And so this is just a case study that I did. So this is a coaching business. These are literally the things that we offer in one of our core bundles. So first off, we have preloaded landing page software with our exclusive templates, so they can't get them anywhere else. And we get affiliate commissions. Now, this one, I wasn't able to negotiate a discount, but I was able to get 3 of the other 4, right? So if you think about this, think about these as check boxes. Try and get all 4, but at least try and get 2 or 3 with any one of the kind of affiliate advanced bonuses that I'm talking about right now. Another thing we offered was preloaded fulfillment software with our templates for fulfillment, right? This is for gyms and trainers. We give them all the communications, all the meal plans, all the stuff already preloaded into fulfillment software. So they didn't have to make anything. They literally just had it. And not only did they just have the materials, because that would be like level 1 bonus, but they're already pre-set up to be fulfilled with new customers. So as soon as the customer gets added in, they already get all this stuff automatically, and the coach has to do less work. Remember? Time, effort, sacrifice, we decrease all of those, and they can't get them from anywhere else, right? So we got affiliate commissions, we didn't get a discount on that one. For this one, texting software with pre-negotiated discount. So this one, I was able to get the discount and affiliate commission, so I got both, but I don't have custom features on this one. So this one's, I don't have any uniqueness. That was preloaded. Now we give them ways of using this platform, but I didn't have it preloaded. I prefer to have it preloaded so that's like literally unique, like no one else could get this stuff. The fourth example is messaging products. So this is for social DMs. We have another product, a software product that provides messaging with custom features that are only available to our clients. We get affiliate commissions for making the introduction, and they end up saving probably $1,000 plus per month by using this, right? Huge value. And then on top of that, pre-negotiated financing terms. So this is something that I did. I had all of these businesses that work with us, right? And so I go to banks and I say, hey, I have all of this revenue and I want to send it your way, all right? So these are, and so what we did was I said, hey, these are the packages that I want our businesses to be able to sell. These are the price points. These are the terms. What rate and approval amounts can you do for all of these businesses, right? And so as a result of that, our clients are able to get speedier approvals for financing for their clients, right? With pre-approved amounts and packages. Now on top of that, we have an affiliate commission that doesn't affect them at all. So they couldn't get, it doesn't penalize them. We just get paid from that company. And one of the beautiful things that I like about using other people's businesses instead of trying to build this business on your own is that you have the flexibility of always making sure that you're serving your clients the best, right? So if for some reason, a new texting software comes out and it's better, I'm not beholden to this company. If anything, I can go to this company and say, hey, we need to fix these features or we're all going to leave, right? So it gives me a ton of leverage to provide more value to my existing clientele without incurring the costs, right? And so it gives me ultimate flexibility. And the beauty is that from each of these products for the coaching business, right, we get paid on all of them, right? And so I made millions of dollars that's pure profit from simply making introductions to products that I probably would already have made introductions to anyways. Many of your clients are using things as a result of working with you. They're using other products and services as a result of the decision of working together, right? I'm using weight loss as a simple example because everyone understands it. If someone signed up at a facility with a trainer, for example, they're going to probably look at buying apparel. They're going to look at buying gloves to not get calluses. They're going to look at buying supplements. They're going to look at downloading apps. They're going to look at meal prep services. They're going to look at all these other things as a result of purchasing this decision with you. And many times they're often asking you what they should get. And so you might as well monetize that and make sure that they're picking the right stuff, right? Because otherwise they're going to go to, you already have the advantage. You know which meal prep company sucks. You know which, supplements you like. You know which apparel you think is best. And rather than just referring all that money away, pre-negotiate, get an exclusive deal, they get a discount, you get paid, and you're going to use that to enhance the value of the thing that you're offering, all right? And so these are the types of things. This is advanced level bonuses, but I think these are so key and important that it was worth bringing up because I think they're so awesome, okay? And no, I don't always get all 4 pieces of this in the bonus structure, but I usually get at least 2 to 3, all right? So that is the bonuses section of how we position those in addition to the core offer, all right? So you can find out more about this stuff at acquisition.com. We have more free courses. This is just the first free course. Over time, I'm consistently putting more out there. And the reason I'm doing that is because I just want everyone to be wealthy. I really do. I'm not charging for this stuff. I just want you to win. All right. And so the first start of being successful is being able to initiate a transaction with a customer, which all begins with the offer. You can't market unless you have an offer. You can't sell unless you have an offer. So we start with the offer first. All right. And so next video, I'm going to talk about guarantees. All right. Because that's going to be the thing is going to reverse people's risk, which is going to be always the number one obstacle that anyone's going to encounter you with. Okay, so I'll see you in the next video.
You're gonna like the way you look, I guarantee it. Men's Warehouse ad that ran forever. The single greatest objection for any product or service sold is drumroll risk. Risk that it doesn't do what it's supposed to do for them. Therefore, reversing risk is an immediate way to make any offer more attractive. You will want to spend a disproportionate amount of time figuring out how you want to reverse it. That being said, how much more attractive can a guarantee make an offer? Jason Fladian, who I referenced earlier, once stated that he has seen a conversation on offer 2 to 4x simply by changing the quality of the guarantee. It's that important. From an overarching perspective, there are 4 types of guarantee: unconditional, conditional, anti-guarantee, implied guarantees. You must always hit your guarantee hard. Even if you don't have one, say it boldly and give them the reason why. Won't people take advantage of a crazy guarantee? Sometimes, but not usually. That being said, you must understand the math. If you close 130% as many people and your refund percentage doubles from 5% to 10%, you still made 1.23x the money, or 23% more. And all that goes to the bottom line. 100 sales, 5 refunds, 95 net sales. Guarantee offers 130 sales, 13 refunds, 117 net sales. Don't be emotional, just do the math. For a guarantee to not be worth it, the increase in sales would have to be 100% offset by people who refunded. So an absolute increase in sales of 5% would need to be offset by an absolute increase in refunds of 5%. But that might be a doubling of refunds, which is unlikely. So for the most part, the stronger the guarantee, the higher the net increase in total purchases, even if the refund rate increases alongside it. Warning: while guarantees can be effective sellers, people who buy because of guarantees can become very shitty customers. A person who only buys because of guarantees is a person who may not be willing to put in the work necessary to see success with your product or service. In a world where you want to reverse risk and get customers the best outcome possible, trying your guarantee to do other things you need to do to be successful can help all parties. If you have a tremendous amount of cost associated with your product or service, you will likely want to employ a conditional guarantee or an anti-guarantee, as you will have to eat the cost of the refund and the cost of filling. If you do not, what makes a guarantee have power is a conditional statement. If you do not get X result in Y period of time, we will Z. To give a guarantee teeth, you have to decide what you'll do if you don't get the result. Without that or what portion of the guarantee, it sounds weak and diluted. As I stated earlier, there are unconditional, conditional, and anti-guarantees. Unconditional are the strongest guarantees. They're basically a trial where they pay first, then they see if they like it. This gets a lot more people to buy, but you will never have some people refund. But you will have some people refund, especially as the customer culture continues to shift towards entitlement and zero accountability. Conditional guarantees include terms and conditions to the guarantee. These are the ones you can get very creative on. In general, you want these to be better than money-back guarantees, because if they are going to make an investment, you want to match their investment psychology with an equal or higher perceived commitment. These also can have a very powerful effect on getting clients. If you know the key actions someone must take in order to be successful, make those part of the conditional guarantee. In the perfect world, 100% of your customers will qualify for a conditional guarantee, but will have achieved the results and therefore will not want to take it. That is an ideal we can all aspire towards. And just FYI, if given an option of getting a refund or getting the outcome they were promised, the vast majority of people will take the outcome. Anti-guarantees are what you explicitly state all sales are final. You will want to own this position. You must come up with a creative reason why the sales are final. Typically, you'll want to show a massive exposure or vulnerability on your part that the customer could immediately understand and think, yep, this makes sense. These type of guarantees are especially important with items that are consumables or massively diminish in value once given. Implied guarantees are an offer that is a performance-based offer. This comes in many different forms. Rev share, profit share, triggers, ratchets, monetary bonuses, etc. are all examples. The end all concept is the same. If I don't perform, I don't get paid. Unique to this particular structure, it also confers the upside. If I do a great job, I'll be very well compensated. These only work in situations where you have transparency for measuring the outcome and trust or control that you will get compensated when you do perform. An experienced salesman understands that, like bonuses, you can actually stack guarantees. For example, you could give an unconditional 30-day, no questions asked guarantee. Then on top of that, give a conditional triple your money back 90-day guarantee. That would be an example of stacking unconditional with a conditional. Wow, you can stack guarantees. You can also stack two conditional guarantees around different or sequential outcomes. For example, you'll make $10,000 by 60 days, $30,000 by 90 days, as long as you do 1, 2, and 3. This future paces the prospect into an outcome, and they now believe is far more likely. I'm not asking you to decide yes or no today. I'm asking you to make a fully informed decision. That is all. The only way you can make a fully formed decision is on the inside, not the outside. So you get on the inside and see if everything we say in this webinar is true and valuable to you. Then if it is, that's when you decide to keep it. If it's not for you, no hard feelings. You will then, after signing up at URL, be able to make a fully informed decision that isn't for you. But you can't make this decision right now for some reason you don't buy a house without first looking at the inside of it. And know this, whether it's 29 minutes or 29 days from now, if you ain't happy, I ain't happy. For any reason whatsoever, if you want your money back, you can get it because I only want to keep your money if you're happy. All you have to do is go to support at XYZ and tell us, give me my money, and you got it. And in short order, our response times to any support request average 61 minutes over a 24/7 time period. You can also make such a guarantee when you're confident that what you have is the real deal, and I'm fairly confident that when you sign up at URL, you're getting exactly what you need to benefit. If you're going to give a guarantee, spice it up instead of using satisfaction or some other vanilla word. Describe it more strongly. 30-day money back satisfaction guarantee. In 30 days, if you wouldn't jump into shark infested waters to get our product back, we will return every dollar you paid. You'll get our famous Club a Baby Seal guarantee. After 30 days of using our service, if you wouldn't club a baby seal to stay on as a customer, you don't have to pay a penny. If any of the time they're not satisfied with this level of service they're receiving from you, you can request a refund at any time for the program. Believe it or not, this was my guarantee when I sold weight loss programs. Besides being an irresistible offer, I guarantee satisfaction. I use the strength of my guarantee to close a lot of deals. Do you think I'll be in a business if I gave a crazy guarantee like that and wasn't good at what I did? No, I'm guaranteeing you're going to hit the goal in 6 weeks after all. But I'm guaranteeing you that we get $500 worth of value and service from us to support you. If you don't feel like we gave you that level of service, I'll write you a check the day you tell me we suck. It works perfectly with a best case, worst case close. Best case, you get the body of your dreams and we give you all your money back towards staying with us to hit your long-term goal. Worst case, you tell me I suck, I write you a check and you get 6 weeks of free training. Both options are risk-free, but the only guaranteed not to help you is walking out of here today. If you are good at what you do, you can use a guarantee like this to push a lot of people over the edge. That line made me a lot of money. I had 2 people take me up on it out of a $4,000 sales in 3.5 years. Satisfaction / no questions asked is the highest form of guarantee. It means we could do everything right and you could still ask for your money back as long as you know the math. You will typically make up for the refunds and spaces with higher and faster closing on the sales side. but you have to be good at fulfilling your promises. If not, steer clear. I believe this offer works much better in lower ticket situations. It becomes very risky as you get into higher ticket services with higher costs of fulfillment. Unconditional versus conditional based on business type. Bigger, broader guarantees work better with lower ticket B2C businesses. Many people just won't bother taking the time. The higher the ticket and the more businesses oriented it is, the more you want to steer towards specific guarantees. Pro tip: guarantees as carrots for prepayment. You don't need to guarantee everything you sell. Instead, you can choose to guarantee a specific payment plan or option you want someone to take. In this way, a guarantee incentivizes a desired action. Explain. Imagine you have a service of some sort. After that person agreed to pay, you could say, "Do you want to pay less money or get all your money back?" They would ask for clarification, and I could reply, "It's $4,000. You can either do that in 4 payments of $1,000, or you can prepay the $4,000. We'll guarantee." People will prepare or more committed and follow through, so we like to encourage people to do that with this guarantee. So now people have an even bigger reason to repair their service. Wow. Outsized refund guarantee. Double or triple their money back, or a no strings attached payment of or amount that's far more than what they paid. This is for when you sell something with high margins, and this is a guarantee to add with a consumption condition. That means they must do a variety of things to qualify for this guarantee. A world-class affiliate marketer, Jason Fladan, who did $27 million in a single day, recently used an amazing guarantee for a couple course he sold. He said, if you buy this course and spend X on advertising your e-commerce store using methods herein and don't make money, I will buy your store for you for $25,000, no questions asked. He claimed an additional $3 million in sales came from this crazy guarantee on a $29.97 course. What's more, he only gave 10 of these $25,000 refunds out, so the refund generated $2.75 million in extra sales. It's a crazy guarantee that does for you. In general, a very strong guarantee like this will definitely drive more sales. This really serves a purpose when you need a lot of stuff to be done by your prospect. And assuming those things are done, there's a low chance on a result of not being achieved. Sometimes a guarantee like this can actually get clients better results on top. This guarantee will typically outperform a traditional 30-day money-back guarantee in terms of net conversions. Sorry guys, let me mute my burp. You keep working for them free of charge until X is achieved. This is probably my personal favorite guarantee of all time. It essentially guarantees they will achieve your goal, but eliminates the element of time. You are never at risk for losing the money. The guarantee is around the outcome. To add further flavor to it, you can make this guarantee conditional on them doing key actions linked with success, setting up a web page, attending calls, showing up to workouts, weighing in, reporting that, etc. Real talk, since I have been advising businesses to use this particular guarantee, I have yet to have a single person say a client took them up on it. Realistically, if someone actually does everything you ask them to do and it doesn't achieve the result by the time you said, one of two things usually happens. Seeing your client's commitment, you happily keep working with them until they keep achieving your desired results. It gets dropped, your client is very likely close to the goal, which means satisfied. It's also likely the sales conversion with the guarantee was months earlier. What may have been important in the sales conversation is a distant memory now, replaced by their affection towards you / your business. You give them another while-long period of service or access to your product service free of charge. Generally, why should give them at least twice the duration? This is like the service guarantee, but it ties to a specific duration of your extended work/involvement. So instead of being on the hook forever, you're only on the hook for an additional wide period of time. I've seen it work magically and keep the businesses on hook for a more finite period of time, which may be easier place for you to start before doing all our service guarantee above. You get them back with the pay button and credit toward any service you offer. There's so many guarantees. Holy smokes. You went ham on the guarantees. This is best used during the upsell process to steal the deal on a service they are unsure they will like. They already like what they have, they're trying to sell them more of that. Worst case, they can apply one thing they already like, so maintains goodwill with the customer. Personal service guarantee. You work with them one-on-one free charge until they reach X objective result. This is absolutely one of the strongest guarantees in existence. It's like a service guarantee on crack. You would definitely want to add conditions though. They must respond back in 24 hours. They must use the products you tell them to. They must XYZ. Only if they do that will they keep working with them one-on-one. This is especially powerful as you scale and become more edified as a business owner. Can you imagine one of my sales reps people saying, Alex will personally work with you until your offer converts? Right, it would work. It would also be a nightmare. So I would probably put contingencies like, provided you already spent 10K on your existing offer using our structure, the offer you ran was for lead generation and was a free offer, there aren't things that would make it unlikely they would not succeed. If for some reason they hadn't with those stipulations in place, I'd probably fix your problem in 10 minutes just looking at it. If you haven't received value, we will reimburse your product and your hotel plus airfare. This is technically a refund on ancillary costs from our first example. I just love it. A lot of workshops and in-person experiences. Normally the event would cost more than the hotel and airfare, so it's like adding an extra $1,000 to a guarantee, but way more tangible. It's original enough that people like it. You offer to pay their hourly rate, whatever that may be, if they don't find your call session with them value. This is also an ancillary cost guarantee, just a very original one. If someone ever actually asks for wage payout, just ask them for their tax return divided by 1960, number of working hours at 40 hours a week for a year. But no one asking for a refund will actually do that, so you'll never actually have to give one of these out, like ever. You let them out of the contract free of charge. This avoids a commitment cancellation fee. If you have a business that has enforceable commitments, contracts, or clauses, they could be a powerful guarantee. Better yet, if you're in a business that does not enforce your contracts, then you have nothing to lose by adding this guarantee. You won't bill them again until after they make or get their first outcome. One sec. First outcome guarantee. You continue to pay their ancillary costs at spend hotel until they reach their first outcome. For example, if you don't make your first sale in 14 days, we will pay for your ad spend until you do. Just like the delayed second payment, just centered around different costs. I personally like to set up a lot. It keeps everyone focused on getting that first dollar over the bridge. Once that comes across, the second comes soon after. All sales are final. The client gets access to super exclusive, very valuable service/product. Likely, this is a very powerful thing that once seen cannot be unseen, or once used cannot be taken away. Example: a line of code to improve your checkout experience on a website. Once someone receives this code, you could try and use it without paying you. Or a series of opening messages for beginner girls, or opening sentences for messaging cold prospects. Things that are very valuable but incredibly easy to steal after they've been seen / understood. This can enhance the persuasiveness of the sale and the value of the product or service. It essentially implies that the client is going to use it and see an immense benefit, thereby exposing the business to vulnerability. It acts as damaging admission. We have in all sales our final policy, but that is because our product is so exclusive and so powerful that once it's used cannot be unused. Since it is so standard to have some sort of guarantee, not having one is attention worthy. So instead of being wishy-washy, lean to the fact that thing works so well and is so easy to copy, you must make all sales are final. They'll believe you even more if you take this position. We are going to show you our proprietary process that we are using right now to generate leads in our business, our funnels, ads, and metrics. We're going to be exposing the inner workings of our business. As a result, all sales are final. Note, strong reason why is needed here. Just make one up that sounds compelling. The more you can show real exposure, the more effective this will be. Anti-guarantees can also work very well with high-ticket products and services that require a lot of work or customization. If you're the type of customer who needs a guarantee before taking a jump, then you are not the type of person we want to work with. We want motivated self-starters who can follow instructions and are not looking for a way out before they even begin. If you are not serious, don't buy it, but if you are, boy, are you going to make a killing. From these examples, you should get the idea. Implied guarantees, performance models, rev shares, and profit sharing only pay me per sale, per show, per pound loss. 10% of top line revenue, 20% profit share, 25% of revenue growth from baseline. If you did not perform, they did not have to pay. If you perform, your compensation has been determined based on the agreement decided upon before you begin working. Performance, rev share, and profit shares aren't guarantees per se, but for all intents and purposes, they are. This is an applied guarantee whenever you enter into a rev share performance partnership. If you don't make money, you don't have to pay me. In my opinion, this is one, if not the most desirable setup. First, because it makes you accountable to your clients' results. Second, it weeds out low performers. Perfect alignment between client and service provider fosters collaboration in a long-term relationship. I'm a big fan of drawbacks or tracking and collection, so if you can find a way around that, you've hit a gold mine. This is a part of the offer we teach our agencies who use our software. We help them switch from a retainer model to performance model and wrap that into the Grand Slam offer. I walked through earlier. I've seen countless agencies go from $20K a month to $200K a month in a matter of a few months. We get that greater of $1,000 or 10% of revenue generated. So if the client doesn't generate money because of whatever reason, this at least covers your costs of service, etc. Or saying we get $1,000 a month for the first 3 months, and after that it switches to 100% performance. This would be ideal for a setup that takes a lot of time to get going. These type of offers work well when you have quantifiable outcomes. The stronger, of course, is no guaranteed payment without performance. Reversing risk is the number one way to increase the conversion of an offer. Experienced marketers spend as much time crafting the guarantees as the deliverables themselves. It's that important. I have personally used all the guarantees listed above except for the hotel and phone call one, which I just saw and liked. But you can come up with your own. The key is to identify clients' biggest fear, pain, and perceived obstacles. What do they want to even happen after they pay you? What are they most afraid of? Reverse their fears into a guarantee. Think of the time, emotion, and outside costs associated with any program or service. The more specific and creative a guarantee is, the better. That being said, guarantees are enhancers. They can enhance the magnetism or attraction of any offer, but they cannot make a business. If a guarantee is used to cover up a poor sales team or poor product, it will backfire into a lot of results. No bueno. My advice: start selling service-based guarantees or setting up performance partnerships. This will make all sales final, so no fear from refunds. Most important, it will commit you to your customers' results and keep you honest. From there, either keep that guarantee and scale perfectly fine or move up to the food chain to less restrictive guarantees to increase volume. We now have a core offer built and guarantees chosen. We all have to do is put a bow on this puppy and actually name it. Naming an offer correctly determines how well your advertising converts, how big a response you get from outbound emails, cold calls, texts, and how many inbound responses you can get from organic comments. It matters. That being said, I will show you how to generate unlimited names or wrapping paper for your offer. That way it never fatigues no matter how small your market may be. This is the key to evergreen lead generation. So what is going to happen after... Is this it? I don't say like that's a little, because this is a lot to actually break down and digest.
Alex Ramosi here from Acquisition.com, CEO and founder. We have a portfolio of companies, and we help $3 to $10 million at minimum companies scale to $30 million plus in 3 to 5 years for an exit. So they only have to get rich once. We're the guys who help you make your last dollar you ever need to make, not your first dollar. That being said, if you're not one of those people, then this is what this training is for you. All right, my goal is to get you to $3 million absolutely free because I just want to earn your trust. That is my transparent goal, and I want to help anyone who doesn't have anything make money, and you don't even have to buy these, expensive coaching programs. You don't have to buy courses. You don't have to do anything. You can just use this stuff, and I can promise you, it's probably better than the guys who make less than we do doing this. So let's rock and roll into number 7. This is from the offers training, which you can see at acquisition.com if you wanted it. Free. You don't have to put an email in. It's just yours. Enjoy it. Let's go to, we covered bonuses. We covered the market, charging what it's worth, getting the value right, the Grand Slam offer part 1 and part 2. This is the problems and solutions and what we're going to fulfill, and then how to structure bonuses and get other people's products to make you money. All right, so the next is guarantees. All right, so really, really, really important. All right, guarantees can make or break a business. If you have a really compelling guarantee, it can 2, 3, 4x sales. Huge leverage point on selling. All right, and so we want to make guarantees that are worth their weight in gold. Okay, so your offer might not be actually making money because it's too risky for your prospect to buy it. They don't think it'll work for them. All right, they're afraid that it might not work for them. And so there's components of how you can improve your offer and make it irresistible by reversing risk. Right, if someone literally had no risk to do anything, that's why free is so compelling, is that there's no risk. That's why free converts 9 times higher than not free. Right, it's because free reverses risk. And so guarantees are kind of like the back end version of that. So there's free on the front end, and you can guarantee on the back end. And so you can reverse risk in 2 ways. And I'm going to show you how to do it. Okay. So the first type of guarantee is an unconditional guarantee. This is a guarantee that, as it states, has no conditions. It's a for any reason, money back, ask no questions guarantee. The second type of guarantee are conditional guarantees. These come in a lot more flavors. The unconditional guarantee is very straightforward. It's just no questions asked, right? The conditional guarantees have terms and conditions to them. That being said, they can actually be some of the strongest things for closing deals. And yes, since you asked, you can stack these guarantees and have multiple guarantees in a single offer, which is pretty cool. The third type of guarantee are anti-guarantees and performance-related offers. So I'm going to get to both of those because those are what I would consider implied guarantee. This is an anti-guarantee, meaning all sales are final. These are unconditional and conditional. All right, so those are the things we're going to cover in guarantees. Hopefully, when you're thinking through your own offering, you think, how can I combine these aspects of the business and make my offer more compelling? All right. And at the very end, I'm going to show you about naming guarantees. Okay. So always be bold about your guarantees, whatever they are. You should own your position. All right. And so there's always a winnable position in the marketplace. All right. So let me give you an example. So if I were trying to compete against, me for our software, right, Alan, I would say, because we're far more expensive than everyone else, and we're pretty big. That business does, 1.4 a month. And if I were competing against me as a smaller player, I would say, Alex isn't going to give you any attention. He doesn't care about you. You're just a number to him. Like with me, you're going to get all this personalized service, right? That's what, he's outdated. He hasn't, he hasn't been doing this in the trenches in a long time, blah, blah. That's what I would do to try and, discredit me, right? Now, my position would be, why would you trust a guy who hasn't built a business? I've scaled 5 of these, so I think I know a little bit more. The reason that we're number 1 in the space is because we are the best at it. And so, do you want to go to the guy who's untested, or do you want to go to the restaurant that has 4,000 5-star reviews? Which one do you want to go to, right? And so there's always a position. Every position has advantages and disadvantages. And so that is every one of these has a position to it. So if I had an all sales are final position, then I would say, listen, if you're the type of person who needs a guarantee, then this is not for you. We're looking for A players, and if you don't identify with that, that's okay. Or that would be one way of due to the nature of the information that we're giving you, or the nature of the program or the opportunity, we're going to be exposing some stuff that can't be unseen, right? So once you see this stuff, all sales are final because you will get the value no matter what the moment you get into it, because we're going to be exposing some proprietary information that's back end that no one else has access to, right? And so that would be a reason to make sales final, right? And so that would be all of these positions have a position of strength, okay? So let's start with unconditional guarantees, all right? I 100% word for word lifted this from Jason Flatland. You're just such a G. I love you. You're such a savage. I worded it differently when I would sell our unconditional guarantee, and I'll tell you how I worded it versus this way. I like both of them. You can use whichever one you like, but unconditional guarantee, all right? So this is guarantee times time. I'll say the way I said it, and I'll say the way that I heard him say it. I just think it's brilliant. If you can, go buy his webinar course. It's phenomenal. But anyways, buy any of his stuff. But anyways, he says, I'm not asking you to decide yes or no today. I'm asking you to make a fully informed decision. That is all right? The only way you can make a fully informed decision is on the inside, not the outside. So you get on the inside and see everything is what we say on this webinar is truly valuable. Now you can replace webinar with this sales call or this conversation, whatever. And then if it is, then that's when you decide to keep it. If it's not for you, no hard feelings. You will then, after signing up at XYZ URL, or like by signing this paper today, be able to make a fully informed decision that this isn't for you. But you can't make the decision right now for the same reason you don't buy a house without looking at the inside, right? And know this, whether it's 29 minutes or 29 days from now, if you're not happy, I'm not happy, right? And for whatever reason you want your money back, you can get it because I only want to keep your money if you're happy, all right? And all you have to do is go to Support XYZ, give me my money, and in short order, we will send it back to you, all right? You can only make this kind of guarantee when you're confident that what you have is the real deal. And I'm very confident that when you sign up at XYZ, you're going to get exactly what you need to dream outcome, right? And so this is the way that he positioned it, the way that I have positioned a lot of sales conversations, because this is obviously a little bit suited for webinars. We do all of our sales via phone. I think that the biggest piece to remember is this first line or two, because, let's be real, a lot of times you're not going to memorize stuff. You should, but if you're starting out, you might not have that skill set yet. Is just saying, listen, I'm not asking you to say yes or no today. I'm just asking you to make an informed decision, right? Which you can only do on the inside. And the beauty of that is that people love delaying decisions. And so you actually associate delaying a decision just sales via phone. I think that the biggest piece to remember is this first line or two, because, let's be real, a lot of times you're not going to memorize stuff. You should, but if you're starting out, you might not have that skill set yet. Is just saying, listen, I'm not asking you to say yes or no today. I'm just asking you to make an informed decision, right? Which you can only do on the inside. And the beauty of that is that people love delaying decisions. And so you actually associate delaying a decision with a purchasing decision. So in order for you to not make a decision, you have to buy, which is brilliant. And that's why, Jason is so good at what he does. That being said, for us, if you have a money-back guarantee, and this is why you have to own your position. So if you have a money-back guarantee, a satisfaction guarantee, a no questions asked guarantee, you need to own it. It needs to be prominently featured. You need to stand by it. Okay. And so for us, I positioned it very much like a trial. I said, listen, there's 2 no risk options for you today. All right. Option 1 is you can walk out the door. Option 2 is you can buy today. Right. And at the end of the program, if you don't think it's worth it for you, then you get, you got all this training, all this extra stuff absolutely free. Right. And you can tell me on the last day you don't think it's worth it for you. All right. Fair enough. And now at this point, I would ask fair enough. And a lot of times they say yes. If they still say no, I'm like, listen, well, either of these options are zero risk to you, but only one of them has the potential to get you where you want to go. So you have option 1, 0 risk, and 100% guaranteed to not get where you want to go. The other option also has no risk, but has a very high likelihood of getting you where you want to go. Which one do you want to choose, right? And by doing that, I eliminated risk on both decisions and said only one of them can get you the outcome you're looking for. And so by doing that, by making this decision today, you're actually choosing a no risk option that's going to get you where you want to go. All right, that is the value of unconditional guarantees. You can really think about this like a trial. Now, you might think, well, oh man, I'm going to get all these people to refund. It's a math question. Most times, especially if you have a service component to your offering, then the likelihood that somebody is going to refund or ask or request a refund is very low. I made this offer 4,000 times, and I only had 2 people take me up on a money-back guarantee out of 4,000 plus. So the likelihood, if you do a good job, that it will cost you is very, very low. That being said, do it for a handful, and if you want, you can reserve it for only when you need to close the deal. So if you're closing over the phone, you're closing in person. If someone's hesitant, then you can throw it in, right, and push them over the edge, which is oftentimes how I did it. I didn't do it on every sale. I did it on the sales that were on the fence. All right. Now, I should have recognized the 2 people that ended up, I still remember them, that said no. I pretty much stayed in the office with them for like an hour and a half to get them to make the decision, and I probably should have just let them go. And so understand that the math behind the guarantee is it's a calculated risk, all right? So let me just give you an example. So let's say that normally you're selling, if you do 100 sales, you get 5 refunds, all right? Just whatever. The numbers are illustrative, all right? So that means 95 net sales on 100 sales. Now, let's say you do the same offer with a guarantee and you make 130 sales, right? And you get 13 refunds. So that's 10%. So we doubled our percentage of people who refund. So that's a lot, right? We went from 5% to 10%. All right. But net, we had 13 refunds, and so we net netted 117 sales. So it's 95 net sales versus 117 net sales. So it's a 23% increase in sales by adding the guarantee. All right. And so that's how we have to look at this. Is it a calculated risk? And inherently it is your business, so you should have more data than your customers do, right? And the more bullish you can be about this, the more convincing it is, and the more people and the beauty of this type of offer that I like from a psychological standpoint is I'd say, listen, and I used to say this all the time when I was selling prospects in person. I'd say, listen, I can only give this type of guarantee if we knew that we were good. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the lights on and like this place would be empty, right? So I know I can give this guarantee with confidence because I know you're going to love it. right? And you're going to achieve what you want. Because at the end of the day, if you hit this goal, you're gonna ask for a refund. They'll be like, hell no. You're like, right. So let's just get you started. You can't make a decision now anyway, so you might as well get started. I'm reversing the risk for you, so let's get you going, right? Fair enough? Close, right? Boom. Okay, so unconditional guarantees, number one. Number two is conditional guarantees, all right? If you don't achieve X in Y time, we will. So this is an important component of a conditional guarantee, and this is what I see a lot of people make mistakes on when they're marketing guarantees, is that they don't actually tell what the condition is, right? You have to tell the condition to give it teeth. And so, like, if we say 100 sales guaranteed, but it's like, over what time period or what? Now, you might not be able to say a time period based on advertising laws, etc. It depends on the platform, but if you can't say it, you should say it, right? Legally. And for the components, if you don't achieve X in Y time, we will. They need to know what the teeth is. What are they going to get if they don't? So a famous example, this is the Domino's guarantee, 30 minutes or it's free, which is very clearly stated. Like, if you order the pizza and it's not at your door in 30 minutes, the pizza's free, right? So they understand the or what, right? You have to make sure that in the condition, you say what the or what is, all right? So these are the conditional guarantees that I have personally used, okay? And these are some of my favorite ones, and so you can lift them and use them however you want. All right, so one is the outsized refund. So that's like, hey, these are the conditions. So if you go through the program, you watch all the videos, you attend all the coaching calls, and you don't achieve X, I'll give you 3 times what the cost is of this program. Holy cow, right? And I can say that because I'm very confident that if you do all those things, you're going to be successful. Because the thing is we don't want to make the conditional guarantee something that's it's unrealistic for them to do it, right? Because then it falls into the unbelievable category. So, well, I'm not going to do that, right? So you want to make it stuff that's really reasonable. Now, the way that I factor my conditional guarantees is around activation, all right? And so what that means is when a customer, we know, for example, that within our gym consulting business, if someone makes a sale of $2,000 or more in the first 7 days, the likelihood that they stay on with us for a year is super high, right? The same thing with Alan, the software. If someone, there's 3 points of activation. First is that it is live and functioning, that they're seeing the stats the way they're supposed to be. The third is that they get their first person to show up for their client. And the third point of activation is they realize that they're making more money using a performance model than they are from a retainer model. So those are the 3 points of activation. And so we target around each of those points to move them through the process so that they are likely to stay. And so if I were making a conditional guarantee, then I would formulate the conditions around the things that are going to create those activation points. All right, this is really, really cool stuff. Like, this is the stuff that will make you a lot of money. All right, so this is how we structure this stuff. So the first is the outsized refund guarantee. All right, the second is a service guarantee. Love this guarantee. All right, which is simply if you don't achieve X outcome by Y period of time, I'll continue to work with you for free until you do, as long as you X, Y, and Z beforehand. Now the X, Y, and Z, one of them is going to be that you made all your payments on time. If someone doesn't make their payments, then we're not, the guarantee's void. Beyond that, you have to show up to all of the sessions that we have. If I'm guaranteed that we're going to fix your marriage, you have to show up to all the therapy sessions, and you have to do the homework between the sessions. These are things that are activation points, because I probably know that all of the people, you start with the people who are successful, you say, what did these people do that people who weren't successful didn't do? And you look at that, and then you reverse the activation from that. So if you're like, well, I don't know what's going to activate my customers, look at your best customers, look at the things they did in their first period of time that other people didn't do, and then build that around your activation process to get them on board, to get them engaged, and get them, a big success, and then referring and building testimonials and all that kind of stuff. All right, so the guarantees guide your prospect to ideal actions. It tells them exactly what we want them to do. All right, and so the service guarantee works really well, especially if you compare that with like additional purchases. So for example, when I had the bonuses I was mentioning in one of my other videos, if someone's going to get X outcome, they have to use the preferred vendors that we want them to use, because otherwise if you're using someone else's stuff, I don't know if it's going to work. And it's not because I get an affiliate commission from it, it's just because like I pick those products because I know they work, right? And so one of the cool things though is that if someone is using all of the vendors that we tell them to use as a result of using a service-based guarantee, then even if I have to fulfill on the service-based guarantee, I'm still getting paid from all of the other vendors that I refer the business to. So I actually can still do it at cost or even profitably during that period of time, so it's lower risk. That being said, the service-based guarantee is one of the strongest guarantees, but the things that make it or break it are going to be the conditions around which you build it. All right. The third is the modified service guarantee. So this is saying that you have the service guarantee like we said before, but it's going to be modified slightly for a period of time, or they're going to get a lower version of the service after X period. All right, so it's very similar. Instead of getting everything, you get some stuff. Credit-based guarantee. So this one I like a lot, which is if for some reason you're not satisfied or you didn't do X, Y, and Z, I'll actually give you 100% of this money towards any other program that we have. That's a credit-based guarantee. A personal service guarantee. The more edified you are in your respective space. For example, if I was working, if I had, one of our businesses, I would say half the businesses people know, half of my portfolio people know exist, the other half the clients don't know who I am. But in a business where they do know who I am and I've been edified in their minds, then I would say, hey, if you haven't achieved this outcome, I will personally work with you one-on-one. I'll give you a one-on-one call I'll just give you a one-on-one call, right? So something like that can be perceived as very valuable depending on how edified you are in your prospect's mind. Because your personal service might be, we charge $12,500 an hour for an hour of my time that I don't do it anymore because now we just work with portfolio companies. But the point is that that's going to be perceived, the value of that's going to be perceived maybe even more than the cost of the product. All right. Next one, this is a great one for events. I actually got this from Frank Kern. Hotel and airfare perks guaranteed. So basically, hey, what's the cost? We're reversing risk around. Well, it's the time of the travel, it's the hotel, and the airfare. So I'm not only going to guarantee that you're going to get value from my workshop, but I'm also going to pay you for your hotel and your airfare if you don't think it's worth it, right? And you could do this by like day one. So if you have a 2-day workshop, you can say by the end of the day one they have to execute that. So that'd be a way of putting a condition in there so that if you want to do more stuff on day 2, they have to leave halfway through, which also makes it less likely to do it. But it also, from a selling standpoint, it makes sense because you're like, well, you can't say you've been here 2 days. Like after the first day, you're going to know if this is for you or not, right? Next one, I like this one a lot, is the wage payment guarantee, which is, hey, if this program doesn't do what we're saying it's going to do, I will pay you for your time for all the time that was spent trying to do this program. The reason I like this is because, one, it's going to be based on the level of fulfillment that they did. So I can see on the back end if someone consumes services, and I can see on their schedule if they showed up for calls, because that's based on having good data tracking for fulfillment. So I can see that we spent 2 hours on the phone with them, and they spent 6 hours going through materials, and I say, cool. So we have 8 hours of wage payment that we need to refund for you. Just send us your tax return from last year, and we will divide it out, and we will pay that for you. Most people won't even do that, but it's sexy, right? It's different. The next is a release of service guarantee. So this works really well if you have some sort of condition or contract, right? So if you have a contract, it's a 12-month contract or something like that, then you can say, hey, if we don't get you X by Y, then you no longer obligated to pay us for the remainder of the program, right? So that reverses risk around the longevity of the contract. Sometimes you don't want to do something like that because it might take time. Like if you're in an SEO space, it takes time to get SEO to work. And so we want to make sure that the way the guarantee is worded is going to be aligned with how we can provide value, right? Delayed second payment guarantee, I like this one a lot, which is, hey, if you don't achieve X outcome by a Y period of time, let's say that's the first week or 2 weeks, 3 weeks, or 5 weeks, you won't have to pay until you hit that, right? So it's like you're not out of the agreement, but until you lose your first 5 pounds, you don't have to pay me again, right? Until you get your first sale, you don't have to pay me again. Until you get your first lead, you don't have to pay me again. Until you like whatever the first activation point is. And again, we tie these things to activation points, things that are going to be likely that they're going to want to stay on with us because they achieved a precursor to a bigger result, right? And so it's say, hey, until you lose 5 pounds, like you can pay today, and you're not going to pay your next monthly payment unless you've lost at least 5 pounds. So once you've lost 5 pounds, then you can keep paying us, right? It's a nice guarantee because it reverses the risk around what if this doesn't work, right? And this is the first outcome guarantee, which is similar. It's just that you don't have to pay at all until the outcome versus the delayed second payment, which is we're going to delay it as long as. It's similar, but there's just a different nuance. Okay, those are conditional guarantees that I have used. I like all of them. These are not exhaustive. There are many more guarantees that have been out there. The more creative you can be with the guarantee, the better. These are all ones that I have used and have used well. I think I ordered these in order of, I really like 9 and 10. I really love 1, 2, 1 and 2. The credit-based one we've used a ton of. These are all guarantees that I've used, but you just need to reorganize it around these conditions. If you don't achieve X in Y time, we will Z, right? And you make the conditions the things that are going to make the person successful. Okay, so anti-guarantee, all sales are final. I covered this earlier. The point is that you need to own the position and explain why it is that way. And sometimes when you do that, you can actually enhance the value of the thing. Like if you have this top secret thing, then once you get exposed to it, you can't unsee. These are proprietary things that, like, as soon as you see them, it also makes it feel like there's less effort, time, and sacrifice to achieving the result, which means that's why it's final. So it's kind of like a damaging admission, right? In some ways, so it's like, hey, we don't guarantee this at all because the stuff is so powerful, right? And so from a psychological standpoint, it makes the statement more believable because we're telling them why, okay? And then the final type of guarantee, hopefully you can see it, is performance/value-based. And this is actually one of my preferred methods of guaranteeing things. And it's because I believe that all high performers want to do performance, right? These are the relationships that I have with all the companies that I work with personally, the portfolio companies, and it's based on value, right? And I think winners always want to do it based on value because fundamentally they don't want to have a cap on their income. So it's like if I can get you from $5 million to $30 million a year, and we can take you from $3 million million in enterprise value to 50 million in enterprise value, then like it doesn't really make a lot of sense for me to charge 50 grand for that. Like it's just not, you know what I mean? Like it doesn't really make sense for me. So if you want to build a business, you can build it around performance stuff. The software business that we have is all purely based on performance. The supplement company is only based on performance. So these are all things where there's an implied guarantee, because if the outcome is not achieved, they owe you nothing, right? And that's kind of the beauty of this, is that you have an uncapped upside and there's no downside risk for the prospect. Now, the important part about when you make these types of agreements is highly qualifying the prospects to make sure that they can be successful, because otherwise you are fronting a lot of time, right, in doing this. And that's why over time, as you get better and better, that is the way to do it. The obvious second thing is you actually have to be good. If you're not good at achieving the result on a consistent basis, then you shouldn't do performance, at least not at the beginning. This is me being candid with you. I think everyone should be exceptional at what they do, or you shouldn't sell it. But I also understand that people's understanding of excellence changes over time, because you get better and your understanding of what excellence is improves, right? I can tell you the first time I talked to a $250,000 employee versus a $30,000 employee, there's no disrespect to anyone who's at either of those levels, but they were more advanced. They had more value to provide. And so too will you be at a $3 million entrepreneur level.
Sorry guys, I'm stopping to read these release documents that someone just gave about $100 million offers. I mean, about Alex Ramos's, like, all his content. I just got all his content for free, which is crazy.
The 30 million versus $100 million entrepreneur level. There's different levels to the game and different levels to understanding of value and how you can provide it. And so make sure that you're good at what you do, which is kind of the point of what I'm saying here. All right. And so this is an implied guarantee. There's the anti-guarantees, there's conditional guarantees, and then there's the unconditional guarantee. And so the idea here is that what we want to do is you can have all of these guarantees and stack them. You can say, hey, I'm not asking you to make a decision today. I'm just asking you to give it a shot. And if that's in 30 days, and if 90 days you haven't made at least 100 sales, or if you haven't lost 20 pounds in 90 days, not only that, and you attended all of our, whatevers, or you haven't fixed your marriage in 90 days, or you haven't doubled your sex, life in 90 days, I will give you more than the cost, 2 times the cost of the program, right? But you have to attend all the sessions, you have to do all the homework, etc. Right? So this one is you don't have to do anything. This one is if you do this stuff, and so these tend to work really well together. We do this one as a shorter duration, and then this one is a longer duration. So it's like this is your first 30 days, this is 60 days, or this is 90 days, or this is 6 months, whatever. You tie the guarantees together. Now, if you do an unconditional guarantee, you can obviously be smart about it and put parts of your value after the guarantee period is over, so that there's something to also hold them through that window of time. All right, and then you can't stack an anti-guarantee, obviously, but you can stack unconditional and conditional guarantees, and you can stack unconditional, conditional, and performance programs. All right, we already talked about the reason why all sales are final, the implied guarantee, which is the value-based guarantee we already talked about. There's performance that you can do in terms of units, which would be like B2B, be like only pay me X per sale, X per show. B2C might be X per pound lost, might be X per. You want to have some kind of unit, right? So that would be one version of performance. Another one is a percentage of performance. Rather than based on units, you do it based on percentage. So I got 10% of top line, right? A lot of e-commerce agencies do stuff like that. I get 20% profit share. I get 25% of revenue growth for baseline. So it's like you drive a baseline and then you have growth percentages. And so there's different ways that you can spin this based on percentages versus units. This is what I think through when I'm thinking about value-based billing and pricing, okay? And then finally, just profit share percentage, which is X% of profit or X% of gross profit, which is different because that's the incremental sale, the additional sale that happens. So that's rev share, profit share, performance based on units. All of those are examples of implied guarantees, because obviously if you aren't good at it, you wouldn't price that way, right? And then naming your guarantees, it's the last piece with guarantees, is you want to have a cool name, right? So if you're going to give a guarantee, spice it up, right? Instead of using satisfaction or some other vanilla word, describe it more strongly. So here's a generic example, right? So a bad example would be like 30-day money-back satisfaction guarantee. Better example would be using creative imagery. So it'd be like, in 30 days, if you wouldn't jump into shark-infested waters to get our product back, we'll return every dollar you paid. Another way of saying this, I got this from Talking More, love it or leave it, which I like that. I like that wording a lot. The next name or would be creative imagery number 2 would be like, hey, you'll get our famous Club a Baby Seal guarantee after 30 days of using our services. If you wouldn't Club a Baby Seal to stay as a customer, you don't have to pay a penny. So you can see how there's marketing behind some of these things that increases the perceived value and how much it stands out in the customer's mind. If I just say I have a 30-day money-back guarantee, people forget what that even means, right? What does that mean? What it means is if you wouldn't jump into XYZ into shark-infested waters to get our product, then you will. You get what I'm saying, right? Okay. Cool. So naming guarantees. And then last piece is stacking guarantees, which is the advanced piece. I like doing both. You could do unconditional for 30 and then conditional for 3 times your money if you X, Y, and Z. When you stack these things, it's an advanced move. This is a calculated risk, but you should know that and just do your math. But what I like about this a lot is you can future pay someone based on the duration of your conditional guarantee. So if I have them, if I have a 6-month conditional guarantee, it seeds the idea that they're going to be staying for 6 months plus. It also gets them thinking about long-term success rather than short-term success, which I will tell you right now, if you can frame and attract prospects who want long-term success and not short-term success, you'll be far more successful and make more money, and you'll have way better customers, way better stick rate. The most successful campaign that Jim Launch ever ran, and we probably should run it again, because of course I got entrepreneurs, something worked really well and we didn't do it again, was a campaign called the 1 Year Later campaign, which was I showed videos from clients who've been with us for over a year. And we just flooded the newsfeed with videos from people who've been with us over a year. And the thing is when you show 1 year later videos, I mean, the before and after on a year is huge. And what it does is it allows prospects who are new to already be future paced a year ahead of time. And they also come in with a year-long expectation. And so they're not saying you have to save my business tomorrow, right? It's saying I need to put these systems in place to grow my business over time. And those are going to be the people who are going to be wealthy in the long run. They're going to be easier to work with. And ultimately, they're going to be more successful and not make you want to kill yourself. So that's the advanced move of stacking guarantees. And yes, you can do conditional 6-month, 10x ROI if you X, Y, and Z. And you can stack 2 conditionals, right? You can do a 60-day conditional and a 6-month conditional, right? And again, you're going to stack them. With a second outcome guarantee of 30 days and 60 days, right? I can do small outcome of changing the terms if you only do X, and a big outcome of if you do XXX, right? So that's 2 different guarantees that are based on outcome, not based on time, right? And so that is just a handful of examples of how you can stack guarantees. Hopefully, you learn a lot more about guarantees than you ever thought you even would ever need to know in your life. As the point is that there's levels to this game. That being said, you can find out more about these trainings and other trainings we have. They're all absolutely free at acquisition.com. There's no opt-in required. I just want you to succeed. And if you're a $3 to $10 million business and you're looking to scale and exit in 3 to 5 years and only have to get rich once, make the last dollar you ever need, then hit us up. Otherwise, keep being awesome, and I'll see you in the next video where we break down scarcity and urgency, which is how to decrease the decision-making time for your prospects to get them to buy today. All right, see you next video.
All right, we're back. Merry Christmas, guys. It's Christmas Day, not Christmas Eve, and we're home alone. Perfect time for us to work. Let's get to it. We're almost done. The magic headline formula. Implicit egotism effect. We are generally drawn to the things and people that most resemble us. Agree. Like a tree that falls in a forest and no one hears. Having a grand slam offer will not make you money if no one finds out about it. The goal must be that upon hearing about your offer, your ideal prospects are interested enough to take action. Naming it properly is an integral part of the process. Say you see a free 6-week stress release challenge in a float tank center session. While they may be the same thing, just named differently, you're much more likely to respond to the first. Now here's the rub. Over time offers fatigue, and in local markets they fatigue even faster. Why? In a local market, it costs relatively little to reach an entire population. On most platforms, you can reach 1,000 people for about $20. So if there are 200,000 people in your addressable area, then it will only cost you $10,000 to reach all of them at one time. Important disclosure, reaching an audience one time in no way means any offer is fatigued. Most people don't even notice an offer on the first mention. That's why you need to create new creative videos, images, and new hooks, stories, and copy around the same offers. You can still use offers for a long time, but when they're talking about years of use, not months, offers can eventually fatigue. Over time, you can rename the offer to refresh it. This one concept will get you leads forever. I mean it. So pay attention. We are not changing the actual offer. We are only changing the wrapping paper. Same bundle, different wrapper. If you put together a bundled offering, you're still ultimately going to be doing the same thing. The work you do, services you provide, and products you offer will remain unchanged as the name shifts. Again, we're simply changing the wrapper. Here's the simplest formula I've come up with this process. Magnet, avatar, goal, internal, container. Make a magnetic region, announce the avatar, give them a goal, indicate a time interval, complete with a container word. Not all these components are mandatory. You will typically use 3 to 5 of them in naming a program or service. If you can fit them all in, great, but it's likely the name will become too long. The shorter and punchier, the better. So it's a balance between brevity and specificity. The only way to really know what works is to write the names out and test them. Let's run through the components now. If you like understanding the concepts behind my chosen magic formula, each roughly translates to attention, magnet, discrimination, avatar, purpose, goal, timeline, interval, and method container. We start the name with a word or phrase that tells people the reason why we are running our promotion. I like to tell people to think like a fraternity party planner. When I was in college, we had a party once because a guy got his wisdom teeth removed. I say this to say the reason why can literally be anything. I'll discuss how to monetize free and discounted offers in Volume 3, Money Models. The component calls out your ideal avatar who are looking for and who are not looking for as clients. You want to be as specific as possible, but no more. When in a local area, the more local you can make your headline, the more it will convert. So don't do a city and try to go to some market or hyper local area, not Baltimore but Tosin, MD, not Chicago but Hindale, etc. Get them a goal. This is where you articulate your prospect's dream outcome. It can be a single word or phrase. It can be an event, a feeling, an experience, or an outcome. Anything that would excite them. The more specific and tangible, the better. Pain-free, celebrity smile, first place, never out of breath, perfect product, Grand Slam offer, a little black dress, double your profit, first clients, high ticket, 7 figures, etc. Indicate a time interval. You're just letting people know the duration to expect here. This gives examples of how long your results will take to achieve. If you're making any sort of quantifiable claim like income gain or weight loss, most platforms will not approve this type of messaging with a stated duration to achievement because it implies a guarantee. It implies they're going to get this outcome in a period of time, which goes against many platform rules. So don't give a quantifiable outcome or the duration unless your platform allows it. That being said, duration is a powerful component of a Grand Slam offer. You should definitely use it anywhere you don't need to deal with compliance. Alternatively, if the goal you help them with is not a claim per se, then absolutely use a time interval. 10,000 in 10 days, make your first sale in 10 days. AA minutes, BB hours, CC days, DD weeks, C months. The constraint complete with container word. The container word denotes that the offer is a bundle of lots of things put together. It's a system, it's something that can be held up to a commoditized alternative. Challenge, blueprint, bootcamp, intensive, incubator, masterclass, program, detox, experience, summit, accelerator, fast track, shortcut, sprint, launch, slingshot, catapult, explosion, system, getaway, meetup, transformation, mastermind, launch, game plan, deep dive, workshop, comeback, rebirth, attack, assault, reset, solution, hack, cheat code, liftoff, etc. Find time to rhyme. Good rhymes stick in people's mind. Rhyme a program name to win the game. Google rhyming dictionary for an easy shortcut. No, don't try and force it. It's not a requirement. It's just nice to have. 6-pack fast track, 5-day book sprint, print sprint, marriage drive, deep dive, 12-week 2-putt shortcut, Get some masterclass. Alliteration is when you make all or most of the words start with the same letter or sound. An alternative approach to rhyming is to use alliteration when naming your program. This is easier for most people than rhyming. Again, you do not need to rhyme or alliterate, don't force it. Make Money Masterclass, Change Your Life Challenge, Big Booty Boot Camp, Debt Detox, Real Estate Reset, Life Coach Liftoff, etc. I might be weird, but naming offers is one of my favorite parts of this process. What I want to highlight yet again is that your actual money model, pricing, and services will remain largely unchanged. Changing the wrapper simply means changing the exterior perception of what your Grand Slam offer is. Below you'll find a few examples named offers for different industries. Five clients in 5-day blueprint, 7-figure agency, 12-week intensive, 14-day find your perfect product launch, fill your gym in 30 days free. I could keep listing these, but hopefully you get the idea. Now it's time for you to give it a try for your Grand Slam offer. Again, you don't necessarily have to use all the power components of the headline. Using 3 to 5 will typically create something that is more unique and desirable, allowing you to separate yourself from the competitive field and create an offer that will get clicks and engagement and ultimately make you money. Furthermore, you don't need to find them and do them in the magic order. Do what sounds punchier to you. After doing this for a while, you see that some of the offers convert better than others. That's natural. And even once in a while, you get a name that takes off like a rocket. I honestly have no idea why some names win and others do not. So don't be emotional about it. Keep trying, keep striking out, then try more. You'll get there. Now that you have several working names for your offer, you can use 2 or 3 of your best names in your advertising campaign. Quickly note the winner, then use that as a control to test against with new names. That's how you promote. Name, sub items, bonuses. Use the magic headline formula for each item in your stack and bundle. It will automatically enhance the value you're offering simply by naming in a way that resonates with your prospects. As you market offers, you will need to create variations over time as the taste of the market changes over time. Here's the order in which you would change things to keep lead flow consistent. Change the creative, see the images and pictures in your ads. Change the body copy in your ads. Change the headline, the wrap of your offer. Free 6-week lean challenge to free 6-week tone challenge. Holiday hangover to new year, new you. Change the duration of your offer. Change the enhance of your offer. Change the monetization structure, the series of offers you give prospects, and the price points associated with them. I follow this variation framework because most of the time it's the first handful of items that need to be changed. Typically, they need to be changed again and again without touching anything on the bottom of the list. For example, when ads fatigue, we don't change our entire business. We just run the same ad again with a different video or image. Once that stops working, we change it again. Eventually, you need to change the words in your ads and repeat the process. Then and only would you change the wrapper. Let's say we change from a 6-week stress release challenge to a 40-day relaxing holiday challenge from a massage center. Same core offer, just a different wrapper. Then of course, you could change the duration of your offer, 6 weeks to 28 days or 8 weeks, etc. The lower on the list you go, the more operationally heavy it is. So be really sure you have exhausted the earlier lighter ways of varying your offer. Once you monetize an offer, rarely should you change it. Just rinse and repeat over and over again. This can be hard because we guys entrepreneurs, we are entrepreneurs and love change. Change here usually just creates inefficiency and operational drag, costing you money, no bueno. So use your entrepreneurial ADD on the wrapper first, the look and feel of the offer, copy creative headlines, and then change the seasonality of the offer. Then change the duration. If you're still stuck, change what you're giving away for free or discount. Change the entire machine behind it only as a last resort and for a darn good reason, especially once you get traction. But how do you get initial traction? Good question. Try the offer structure and headline that you think has the highest likelihood of working, then stick with it. And if they don't convert at first, don't worry, you'll get better. Oftentimes, if you are using these types of models, many of them will work. In that case, stick with the one that gives you the highest return. You'll also rotate between the offers if it doesn't create lots of operational drag for your type of business. This is the ultimate position of power. You have multiple aces in the hole and you can play at any time, which keeps you marketing converting at even higher level. Ironically, local business marketing is both easier and harder than national level marketing. It's easier to get to work, but harder to keep working or scale. And the reason is, in local markets, it's easier because there's trust in the familiar. So selling in person at higher prices in a local market is inherently easier. It means you will convert a much higher percentage of your leads. This makes marketing work most of the time. The downside of local marketing is that offers fatigue rapidly because there's only a limited radius about a local business can serve. To reference an earlier concept, the TAM for a brick and mortar is only its immediate radius most times. So by extension, the smaller the radius, the faster offers fatigue. This is the double-edged sword of local. Learning to rapidly vary my offers, headlines, and creative when I had my local businesses was a cornerstone skill that made my expansion to national levels advertising much easier for me. So if you're in a local market, just remember you aren't going to change the value stack of your offer, you're going to change the way it looks to the marketplace in your marketing. We must appropriately name our offer to attract the right avatar to our business. True to the moniker, people do judge a book by its cover. Half-assed naming your product or offering can ruin conversions. Don't fall victim to lazy naming. Follow the steps here to name your product or service offering and watch the same offer get 2, 3x, or 10x the response rate. You won't believe what you see. I know I did. Enhancing your offer section recap. Congrats, you figured out how to make your offer valuable, how to break your services into component parts, and how to rebundle them into a more valuable whole. You added a guarantee to get more people to buy your offer and actually consume it so they could be more successful. You presented it with urgency and scarcity to get more people to desire it. And now you named your offer so it attracts the right prospects and repels the bad ones, all while containing a big promise everyone can understand. But we covered a lot, so I want to give you a quick breather before we go into book 2 to help you attract clients and monetize your offer. Woo! Let's try the QR code.
Welcome everyone, Alex Ramosi, and I'm the CEO of Acquisition.com. We're going to have companies who don't have else just from our companies alone, and I have nothing to sell you. And so we work with $3 to $10 million companies to get them to profitable exit in 3 to 5 years. And what I want to do is share the frameworks that have worked to help them get more customers, make more money per sale, and differentiate themselves from the competition. And the offer is a core piece of that. And so if you're new or you're less than $3 million a year, in the last few videos, what we talked about was how to pick the right market, how to charge what it's worth, deconstructing value, creating Grand Slam offers, part 1 and part 2, which is basically understanding their problems, understanding how to create solutions to those problems that are scalable and profitable, repackaging, combining those things with bonuses to provide more value and perceived value in the prospect's mind, guarantee and reverse the risk through conditional and unconditional guarantees that you can stack together, creating scarcity and urgency in order to get them to act and buy today to increase our cash conversion cycle so we can make more money faster and we can return our capital faster to us so that we can redeploy it. And so finally, the last step in this process is what I call the magic naming formula, which is how do we do this in such a way that the prospects will know that what we have is specifically for them, right? So for me, obviously, I just work, I'm looking for portfolio companies. But for everyone else, I'm just trying to give stuff to you guys for free so you can make money. And so I try and call that out to a certain degree. So to the same degree, you want to do this with the offers that you're putting out, or at least this is what we found effective with the companies that we work with. And so one of the reasons that your offer might not be actually making money is because your prospects don't know it's for them, right? Or they don't know what problem you are solving for them. So it's either one of those things. So it's they don't know it's for them, they don't know the problem that you're solving for them, or they don't know how you're going to solve that problem, and if it's a way that they actually like it. And so what we want to do here is make our prospects know their office, the converse of that, right? Is make them know that it's for them, that's going to solve their problem the way they want it to be solved. And that last piece is really important because people want problems to be solved in certain ways. So, for example, I'll give a breakdown of this really quickly, and then I'll get into how to name your bonuses and name the programs and promotions well, so that you get higher conversion rates. But when we were serving the fitness space exclusively, we don't do that anymore. But we found out that if a prospect came in for, let's say, a gym membership, and what they didn't come in for is a gym membership. They came in to lose weight, right? So there was a bigger outcome, a bigger need that they had, and then we tried to sell them into a gym membership or some sort of training services. Now, here's what's interesting, is that if the person said no, and then we said, hey, can we just help you with your nutrition instead? Don't worry about it, free on us, we just provide goodwill. They said, sure. And what was interesting is that people would come back a day or two later, and we'd give them a nutrition consultation, and we'd actually sell them more product. The average client who came in for training services, all right? So we made literally, people would on average buy $200 some worth of supplements if they had just bought training services, and they would buy on average $300 plus if they hadn't bought anything. And so I think that tells us a couple of things. One is, just because someone doesn't want to buy the core thing that you have doesn't mean they still don't want to solve the problem. They just might want it to be solved differently. On top of that, it showed us that those people actually valued that more, which is why they were more willing to spend money on it. You could also make the argument that they hadn't spent money on the first thing, so they had more in their kind of budget left over. But we've always taken the stance that people buy and make purchasing decisions out of different perceived wallets, right? Like you have a gym membership wallet, you have a grocery wallet, you have a supplements wallet. These are additional wallets and budgets that people have in their mind, so you actually don't tap out one. Like you're not actually stealing from another place. It's actually a different budget, which gets into a whole other category of stuff that I won't get into during this video. But it's good to understand. So we want to make sure that we're letting them know that we're going to solve their problem the way they want it to be solved. And so the way that we do this is what I use the magic headline formula. All right. And so this is not just like headlines for ads. It's kind of just a naming formula that you can use for all sorts of things. All right. And this has been really effective for us in making things. And so magic is an acronym for M, make a magnetic reason. A, announce the avatar. G, give them a goal. I, indicate a time interval. And then C, complete with a container word. All right. And so the whole idea here is that we want to let the people know. So this is announce the avatar, what we're going to accomplish for them. That's the goal. In what time, the time interval. And we're going to give them a reason why we're doing this thing. And we're going to complete with a container word. And there's no other sexier way to say that, but almost always we have some sort of container word that combines all this stuff together. All right. And so let me dive into a couple examples. Note, everything you do doesn't need to be named this way, but it's just very useful when naming programs and promotions for advertising. Like, not every single thing you do has to follow this formula, but I've seen it be very effective, especially on a niche and local level, and very, very effective for naming bonuses. So let's try and go to a couple examples here. All right. So category one, we have like wellness, everything that's wellness. So I try to take big chunks of the marketplace here so these could all apply. Hopefully you can see these from the screen. If not, I'll read them out loud. But like a free 6-week Lean by Halloween challenge. All right. So in this, I don't have the avatar called out. And so this is a good note, is that I try and get as many of those components in, which is why word selection can be so important, but we're not always going to get them all in. So I try and get at least 3 or 4 of these in. If I can get all 5, awesome. If I can't, it's okay. Another would be like 88% off a 12-week bikini blueprint. All right, so I've got my promotion here. I've got my reason why. I've got my goal, which is the bikini. I've got the blueprint, which is my container word, and I've got my duration of time, which is 12 weeks. Right? If I say free 21-day mommy makeover, then I know my makeover is my container word. The makeover also double functions as the end goal, so I get 2 out of that one, which is why word selection is so important. 21 day, I've got my time interval. Free, I got my reason why, and I got mommy. Right? So call my avatar out. 60-minute make your friends jealous model hair system. All right, so it's going to I'm telling them how long it's going to take. I'm telling the outcome is make your friends jealous, and then the model hair system is the system is the container word, right? Now this one I didn't get to call out who this would be perfect for, but you can imagine already this is probably not a guy's product. Make your friends, that could be, depending on level, but that's probably in the mid-age range. So let's go to the next one. 6-week stress release challenge. That's a really simple one. That was a promotion that worked very well for one of our case study businesses that we worked with. Free. Bend over pain-free in 42 days healing fast track. All right, so this will be maybe for a pain clinic. All right, and so these are just examples of kind of using these things as headlines for advertisements, as lead-ins to copy, etc. All right, for doctors, it might be $2,000 off celebrity smile transformation. Lakeway moms, $1,500 off kids' braces. 12 months to a perfect smile, $1,000 off for 15 families. That's a nice reason why. But back to school free braces giveaway. these are all really interesting things. I'd be like, oh wow, back to like there's a reason why. I see the promotion, I see what the end goal is, and then the giveaway is the power word. So it's like I've already got 4 of those components in that thing, and it'll probably work very well. Grand opening free. The reason why: free X-ray treatment, instant relief. So that would be, I've got the benefit, I've got the thing, I've got the reason why, grand opening, and so these are all effective headlines, right? And I'll give you a couple coaching ones: 5 clients in 5 days blueprint, 7-figure HG 12-week intensive, 14-day to find your perfect product launch, fill your gym in 30 days free, right? And so these are all different things. These are headline formulas that we've used really, really effectively over time. And so what I want to do here is take a quick note on the time interval. So this is just something that, the nuances that you develop with doing this a lot, is that I found that for bonuses, you want to think in terms of seconds, minutes, hours. So I might have a program, that might be one thing. And then within that program, I have a clear your inbox in 30 minutes if I was like selling something to an agency or some sort of business thing, right? And so here, the overall program might be in days, weeks, months, right? The overall system might be days, weeks, months in terms of what the system is, or even quarters. But the subtopics, the things that are going to solve the problem within the system, will be looking at seconds, minutes, hours. So if you can, here's my big system, which is maybe a 6-month transformation of some sort, a business transformation, a marriage transformation, a health transformation, a IT transformation, whatever it is, right? There's a transformation that people are trying to buy, a gap between where they are and where they want to go. Now, the subtopics, the bonuses, the features underneath of that are going to be mini transformations that all lead up to the larger transformation. And these are things that we should know more about than the prospect. Again, just like the bonuses section, these things will also create more assumption that what we are doing is effective, because if we start solving problems beyond the problems they have, they're going to believe that we can solve them because we're already solving the next thing. All right. But with those, breaking them down so that the micro components lead into the major component tends to work really well. And there are lots of things that if you actually think about it in these time frames, in seconds and minutes and hours, it makes things so much more compelling. So let me give you a quick example of how time can literally make something more interesting. So if I said I had a hairspraying system, like, looking like a model, or process, right? And I've been doing this for 20 years and I'm really good at it, right? If I said, hey, I'm going to give you my hairspraying system that makes everyone look like models, that's cool, right? But if I say I have a hairspraying system that takes 10 seconds instead of 10 minutes, then all of a sudden this thing is significantly more valuable, right? And so that's why time is such a critical component to creating value. That's why Amazon Prime blew up. That's why Netflix has instant access. That's why the easiest way to enter a marketplace is to look at what everyone else is doing from a results standpoint and try and cut the time in half, right? These are easy ways to provide value. And so they should be communicated in the naming of the offer so that our prospects can also overcome some of their biggest objections, which is, how long is this going to take me? Is it going to be worth it? Well, if it only takes 10 seconds, it is going to be worth it for me, and it's not going to take that long. So my effort and sacrifice is low, therefore the value of this thing is higher, right? And so when we're thinking about this stuff, just as a final note to just drive this point home, if you were going to the dentist, right, a tooth extraction that takes 60 minutes is less valuable than one that takes 5 minutes, right? And so value is very much communicated in time. And remember that telling someone that it's going to take longer is not necessarily more valuable. You don't want to sell more of your time. You want to get them to their goal faster. And so what the amount of time that you give to them is independent, is completely irrelevant to the outcome that they're trying to achieve. And so making sure that we always think about things in terms of time intervals, seconds, minutes, hours for the micro things, days, weeks, months for when they're going to achieve the larger transformation, is how I like to think through these naming conventions. All right. So now that we know how to name the offers and the subpoints of the offers, what happens when promotions fatigue? So this is going to be a little bit more nuanced to niche markets and local markets, but what happens when your promotions fatigue? It's really important because, especially in a local marketplace, you're going to run out of stuff quickly, right? You burn through the marketplace fast. Kind of the double-edged sword of local marketing is that it's easy to get to work, and it's very hard to keep getting to work because you have to basically reinvent the wheel every 21 days. All right. So this is how to refresh promotions. This is kind of the order of operations that we look at. So we try and do this in order of least operational drag to changing the headline or the wrapper of the offer. That's what we just literally went over. All right. So that's, changing your 6-week lean challenge to a 6-week tone challenge, or changing it from a free 6-week, weight loss thing to a free 42-day detox. Right? That's using time in that instance to change the interval, right? Another way is renaming the same thing, like holiday hangover becomes New Year, New You. Same time period, same season, etc. It's just another way of naming the same thing. And so first thing we do is we don't change anything, just change the images, then we change the words, then we change the headlines. All right. Now the fourth thing is changing the duration of the offer. Now there's 2 ways to do this. The first way is changing the metric that we're measuring with. So an example of that would be, 1 month turns to 28 days, right? More or less, right? I mean, it's 3 days difference, but you get the idea, right? 1 month turns into 4 weeks. So these are different metrics, but they still are the same thing. And the nice thing is that you don't have to change anything about your business, but it still makes your promotion fresh and new. All right. A different example, the second way of doing this is going from 1 month to 6 weeks. All right, so this is actually changing the duration of time of the promotion. That means you probably have to change some contracts, have to let the sales guys know, have to let your fulfillment team, etc., that these things are going to change. But these are things that will help in keeping your promotions fresh and regular. All right. Now, I put this other piece here just as a reminder that you can do 7 days, it could be 164 hours, it could be 1 week. And sometimes changing those metrics actually will make your offering so much more unique simply by changing time. And I hope you've noticed this repeated framing here is that time is a huge component of value, and making sure that we name it properly and that we bucket that stuff can make it significantly more valuable and refresh it in the minds of our prospects. All right. The next one is changing the enhancer of your offer. All right. So that means adding a free component, adding a discount component to the offering to make it more compelling. This is in order, or the goal here is to get people who are otherwise on the edge who wouldn't take action to take action on the offer. Now, candidly, I'm not a big fan, and I've talked about this in the books, of mild discounts, 10% off, 20% off. I don't think that changes buyer behavior. I don't think that gets someone to buy who otherwise wouldn't. I'm in favor of free and massive discounts because those are the things that are going to drive people who are on the fence, who saw a promotion and wouldn't otherwise have reacted, but then take action. Okay. So if I had been running something like that for a while, then I might change my $1 trial to something that's free, like a free start or a free trial. I might change a $1 trial to 99% off. It might be the same thing, 99.2% off, something unique and different. A $1 trial might become no money down. So these are all different ways that I could say the same thing. And so what this does is it's changing the enhancer around the offer on its own, which will refresh the creative altogether. So if you're stuck and you're not getting, your ads aren't working, this is the way that I outline it. Okay. And then the sixth thing that you can do, and this is the heaviest of all the types of changes you can do. I mean, the fifth one, changing the time period, it can be heavy. You got to change contracts. You know, you may have to add a couple weeks of fulfillment, things like that. But when you change the monetization structure, that is the hardest thing to do, right? That's really changing the core piece of your business. Now, for context here, we change these things every 7 days at the top. We change these things every 2 to 3 weeks. We change these things probably every quarter. We change the duration of our offer. We don't change it that frequently. This might be once a year or twice a year. The enhancer of the offer, that usually is a constant. And then finally, changing the monetization structure happens maybe every 2 to 3 years. It's very rare that we'll do that. And so once we have a monetization structure that works, which is the series of offers we give prospects and the price points associated with them, we're not going to change that very much. Now, I have tons of trainings on monetization structure that have not come out yet. Hopefully, maybe when you watch this, they will be out. But at the moment of this making, this is the first training, so they're not out yet. But these are the things that we do in order to refresh promotions and programs without having to incur a lot of operational drag. All right. And so this is, again, very important for local businesses and niches. So the point of this video was to help you solve this problem of getting your advertising being tired of the programs that you have seeming stale. And so the goal here is to use the magic and divine formula to make sure that your prospects know that it is for them and that will solve their problem the way they want it to be solved. And that is the goal. All right. And so we're solving these problems. And that last piece of the way they want it to be solved is going to be especially true for sub items and bonus items that you would include inside of a package, like a 10-minute grocery calculator or, how to find properties in 60 seconds or less. Those are things that are bonuses that are going to be pieces to the overarching transformation that someone likes to know it's going to take a very small amount of time and provide a lot of return. All right. And so we've gone on a long, lovely journey together. We talked about how to find the right markets, how to charge what it's worth. We deconstructed value, reconstructed it, figured out the problems, figured out the solutions, figured out ways to provide those things in delivery vehicles that are high margin. That's where the delivery cube came in. Bonuses that we can do to further extend the value discrepancy between what people are buying, what they believe they're getting. Guarantees associated with them, unconditional, conditional, and how to stack those so that you can get people to say yes. The scarcity and urgency to get them to say yes faster so you can decrease your cash conversion cycle, make it faster. And then finally, a magic name formula to make sure that your promotions never go stale, and that you'll never go hungry in your business, and always name it in a way that people say, that is for me, I will raise my hand. And so if this was cool for you, I have more free courses at acquisition.com. Candidly, I said this before, I'll say it again, we work with $3 to $10 million companies to help them scale and exit in 3 to 5 years and only have to get rich once. If you're below $3 million, my very transparent goal is to have you not have to ever buy anyone's stuff and just execute on these things. And the courses that my goal is to be better than the high ticket coaching things that you get offered and the $1,000, $2,000 courses that you have. I want to give it all away for free, and it's candidly because I don't need your money. And so my perfect world is you use this stuff, you build your company to 3 million, 5 million, 8 million, and then you say, hey Alex, it would be awesome if you could help us exit this for 50. And that is where I would love to help you out with that, because that is my goal. That's what I love, and I want everyone to be wealthy. So anyways, if you see anything when you get to that page that has locked, it's because I'm making these in real time. So you don't have to pay anything to learn them. I'm making them as we go. Hopefully by the time you watch this, nothing will be locked, but I'm trying as best I can to get all these out as we continue to run our portfolio companies and scale them. So out of integrity to the companies that I work with, I have to make sure that I prioritize them, but I continue to give you the lessons and learnings that I take from them directly from in the trenches, so that you can use them in your business and grow. All right, so if you are one of those guys, all you have to do is go to acquisition.com and you can see and enter your info in, and if it seems like a good fit from what you entered, one of my team will reach back out and see if there's anything we can do to help. So anyways, lots of love, keep being amazing, and I'll see you in the next course.
Last chapter, guys! We still gotta apply the scarcity, the urgency, the guarantees, and the magic naming formula. But we do have the our bundled offer. Might add more, but we do have a lot done already, so we just have to add the last part and see what we can do. But yeah, let's keep going. The first $100,000 is a bitch, but you gotta do it. I don't care what you have to do. If it means walking everywhere and not eating anything that wasn't purchased with a coupon, find a way to get your hands on 100 grand. After that, you can ease off the gas a little bit. My heart was racing. March 2017. I could literally feel each beat pounding in my chest. I clenched my jaw to fend off the knot in my throat that I knew would lead to tears. I wanted to give in. Years of emotion were bottled below the surface. Years of ignoring my reality and lack of success. Years of putting off how I felt, just focusing on moving forward. The pressure was shooting to the surface. I could feel it. We did it, I said. Layla, my wife, now looked up at me. She was in the kitchen making dinner and stopped, spatula in hand. What do you mean? We did it. We hit 100K. I could barely get the words out because I didn't want the tears to break through the tremble in my voice. Like revenue. No, like in our personal bank accounts. Holy shit, really? That's amazing. She ran over to me, disregarding the food on the stove, and wrapped her arms around my neck, spatula still in hand. I'm so proud of you. She squeezed me. I slumped into her arms. It was like every knot in my body I had been holding onto melted all at once. I could barely contain myself. But when I think back to it, the feeling I had wasn't happiness. It was relief. I'd moved from fear to security. I traded feeling like a failure every day, watching my work and effort yield nothing, to realizing a dream. The constant anxiety and fear of what are we going to do finally be replaced by something else. I finally had time to let myself feel something. I felt like this struggle chapter in my life was finally over. Look, I said, it's for real. I nuzzled my head out of Layla's arms. I didn't want to look in her eyes because I knew it would put me over the edge. I pulled my phone out and put it between us. We both stared at the unmoving screen for a personal bank account balance, $101,018. $101,000. $101,018. Wait, what? $101,000 How do you even say that? $101,018. $101,018. That's how I say it. Our gazes remained unbroken as they confirmed a new shared reality. It wasn't an illusion. It wasn't revenue. It wasn't profit that was still in the business account, only to be taken out later by some unforeseen emergency. It wasn't earmarked money that had to be used to pay off some debt. It was ours for real. Babe, I said, we could fuck up and not make another dollar for 3 straight years and still be okay. At the time, $33K per year was more than enough for us to live in our current expenses for 3 years and some. Years of ups and downs, years of plowing money into my business only to watch it vanish in overhead, payroll, and mistakes. Years of seminars, courses, workshops, coaching programs, masterminds had finally turned into wealth. It felt like I had broken into a new plane. That relative increase in wealth was more than I ever felt. Tens of millions of dollars in a bank account later, it was and still is the richest I have ever felt in my life. It was the beginning of the new chapter of my life as a business person and entrepreneur. Some people get there fast, some people get there slowly, but everyone gets there eventually. As long as you don't give up, keep moving forward, keep getting up, keep believing it can happen, and it will. We've covered a lot, and I think it's important for information to sink in, that it be consolidated and restarted. So this is the back of the napkin bullet list to summarize what we've learned as far and why. We covered why you must not be a commodity in this marketplace, why you should pick a normal or growing market, and why niches get you riches, why you should charge a lot of money, how to charge a lot of money using the 4 core value drivers, how to create your value offer in 5 steps, how to stack the value, deliver it, and make it profitable, how to shift the demand curve in your favor using scarcity, how to use urgency to decrease the action threshold of buyer, how to strategically use bonuses to increase the demand of your offer, how to completely reverse buyer risk with a creative guarantee, how to name it in a way that resonates with your avatar. You have now a valuable, high-margin, decommoditized Grand Slam offer. This is the first building block of a wonderful business, a product or service that people desperately want and truly solves their problem. For many, this will be enough to make far more sales at a higher price with more profit. Your first true Grand Slam offer should be able to get you your first 100 grand. For others, you still want more, which is 100% your right as a capitalist. There's so much more to building an acquisition machine profitably. I could not cover it all in one book. Out of respect for you, I wanted to make this thorough but manageable. That being said, the next book is dedicated to exactly that, getting more through generating leads. In that book, I will break down exactly how to acquire customers at a profit, meaning if you structure your promotions correctly, you should never have to pay for a new customer again. This is the subject of Acquisition.com, Volume 2, $100 million Lead Generation. Entrepreneurship is about acquiring skills, beliefs, and character traits to advance. I find that we must determine which skills, beliefs, and character traits we lack. Most times we simply need to improve, and the only way to do that is through learning from experience and or high quality resources. I have received terrible advice from people who were ahead of me at the time, and through experience is the best teacher. She is not the kindest. It is my most sincere hope that what I produce provides the guidance I so desperately needed when I was coming up on my entrepreneurial journey. And I wish I could cover it all in a single book, for my sake and yours. But to do you the service I wish I had, I could not. The devil is in the details. Excellence exists in the depth of knowledge and nuances. That's what separates the greats from everyone else. I hope that in all the content I produce, you see my dedication to the detail and nuance that makes all the difference. These lessons were hard won. I hope you've enjoyed the first volume in my offer series. Before we move forward into volume 2, where we'll be focused on lead generation as mentioned above, I wanted to circle back to where we started. After reading this book, I hope you're well on the path to creating your first Grand Slam offer, or at the very least can take components that you were missing in your offer to make it more compelling to your market. I delivered you my promise from the beginning of this book that investing 2 to 3 hours of your time here would yield you a far more return than just about anything else you could do. We've been in this for 8 hours. I hope in return I've taken one small step toward earning the thing I value most from you, your trust. Finally, I hope this book creates a small dent in improving the world, because I believe no one is coming to save us. It's up to us as entrepreneurs to innovate our way through into a better world. And that's something I'm willing to devote my life to, and I hope you are too. I'm grateful for your attention. You could have given it to anything, and you chose to invest it with me. I take it in high regard, so sincerely. Thank you. Stay hungry. Alex. Golden ticket. If you're doing over $1 million per year in annual profits, not revenue, and you'd like to help our scaling your business, go to acquisition.com. We help companies scale so profitably they only have to get rich once. I'm not the make your first dollar person and make your last dollar you ever need to make person. If that sounds like you're savvy enough to figure out how to get a hold of me on my site and book a call. Would love to meet you and hear about your business and see if we can help. That's it. Finished it.
많은 것들을 놓치.
Right. It's time to apply everything we've learned. We're gonna create the best GPT in existence. I'm going to provide you the full transcripts of 100 million offers by Alex Hermosi and give you more context. trying to craft my offer right now, guys. So I'm a little bit quiet. I'm creating a GPT with the full transcript of the book in my notes. All right, let's see. Build a plumbing specific Grand Slam offer. The never miss a plumbing call system. Done for you lead capturing booking and follow up for local plumbing companies. Plumbing companies don't lose jobs because of marketing. They lose jobs because calls go unanswered, texts go unanswered, and follow up is slow. This system fixes that permanently. Who this is for? Local companies doing 30, 300K a month, emergency plus non-emergency jobs, losing jobs to missed calls at their hour. Technicians in the field. We'll call them back. What you get, 24/7 AI plumbing receptionist, answers every missed call, greets callers professionally, captures name, address, issue, urgency level. Reassures the caller that they'll be contacted immediately. No voicemail, no hangups, no lost jobs. Instant speed to lead SMS, under 60 seconds. Caller gets a text immediately, confirms they reach your company, help is on the way. Two-way SMS so you can respond instantly. This alone outperforms most competitors. Smart booking and dispatch logic. Non-emergency booked automatically or queued. Emergency flagged and escalated. You choose calendar booking, dispatch alert, manual confirmation. We adapt to your existing workflow, not the other way around. Automatic follow-up until they book. If they don't respond, polite follow-ups, appointment reminders, still need help nudges, no chasing, no forgetting. Owner in office, peace of mind dashboard. See missed calls captured, jobs booked, response times, simple, no logins you'll never use. The math, why this is a no-brainer. Average plumbing job is $300, $1,500. If the system saves one job per week, that's $1,200, $6,000 a month. Cost of the system, a fraction of one job. This isn't software, it's revenue recovery, the guarantee. Never miss another opportunity guarantee. If we don't answer missed calls, send instant text, capture lead, route them correctly. We work for free until it's fixed. No revenue promises, no excuses, just execution. Pricing, plumbing specific. Setup, one time, one glove. White glove, 35 to 5. Call flow, SMS logic, emergency routing. Monthly management, 1,000 to 1,500. Hosting, monitoring, ongoing optimization support. One recovered job covers the month. Widest beats hiring or calling call centers. No payroll, no training, no turnover, no on-hold music, no drop the balls after hours. It works 24/7 every day without supervision. We don't help plumbers get more leads. We make sure they never lose the ones they already paid for. Limited to 15 to 25 plumbing companies total. We only onboard 3 to 5 per month. Local exclusivity available by zip or service area. If you're already getting calls, this either makes you more money or we don't keep your money. The gnome is called captured engine. The first responder advantage. The plumbers who respond first wins the job regardless of price. Everything else becomes a supporting mechanism to enforce this advantage. This is critical. The first responder plumbing system. A done-for-you inbound capture system that guarantees you are always the first plumber to respond without hiring, chasing, or babysitting staff. If a homeowner tries to contact your plumbing company, you'll respond faster than any competitor every time. Not more leads, AI, speed, dominance. No missed call captured engine. Missed call answered 24/7. Caller reassured immediately. Issue plus urgency captured. SMS sent in under 60 seconds. Confirms help is coming. Two-way conversation begins instantly. Prevents price shopping and callback drift. Emergency revenue priority rider. Detects emergency keywords. Flags high-ticket jobs. Escalates instantly. Protects the most valuable jobs first. Automatic job recovery loop. Follows up, but they hesitate. Reminders, nudges, still need help recovery. Converts maybe later into booked jobs. Owner peace of mind console. See capture calls. See response times. No micromanagement. Emotional relief. Most plumbers lose jobs because they respond too late, not because they're bad plumbers. Okay, I think I'm gonna stop here, guys. I have my offer pretty much crafted now. 9 hours in. Now, part 2. We had to figure out how to actually get leads. We have our offer. Now, how the fuck do we get leads? And then we have money models, which I probably won't read for a little bit. But yeah. Dude, how is 100? This book is a lot bigger. Will this even help me out? Let's see. The problems book solves. Leads aren't enough. Engage your leads, offer, and lead magnets. Employees, agencies, affiliates, and partners. Calls to actions. I think we will read this. Okay, guys, we're creating our revenue fucking engine. We have our offer. It's pretty solid. We're gonna keep tinkering at it. I may show it off. May show off later, or not. But now we gotta figure out, how do we get people knocking on our door? How do we get people wanting our business? And that's what we're gonna figure out next video. And yeah, sorry this is so long. If you're watching this, I'm gonna give you like 10 grand and 10 grand. Drop your PayPal in the comments, guys. We're gonna send 10 grand one day. But yeah, let me start uploading this. This is way too long.